Yes,
third session?
The time, yeah. We are past 8 minutes. So yeah, sure.
Okay, wonderful. Alka ji, you want to run this session? Please unmute yourself.
Okay, I thought session 2 will be run by you and session 3 will be run by me. This is session 2.
Okay, sure, no problem. Happy to. So, everyone, welcome back. This session starts with Dr. Akkaraju Sharma ji, and I will invite Veer Banerjee ji to introduce him. Veer ji, please unmute yourself.
सीरीज जी थोड़ा वीर को इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया, आपको मैंने मैसेज भेजा है।
वीर जी आप दिख नहीं रहे हैं, आपको
हैंड रेज करिए। या पृथ्वीराज होगा, पृथ्वीराज बनर्जी।
ओके, पृथ्वीराज जी भी नहीं दिख रहे हैं।
I think if you search for P.
I got it. I unmuted him.
Thank you. Pranam.
Just a second.
Yeah, Veer, I'm going to introduce you here. So Veer is joining us from San Diego, California. He's 13-year-old. He's a middle schooler and very passionate about coding and programming in multiple languages. And when he is not coding, then he's playing video games and likes to spend time with friends. So Veer, welcome. Over to you.
Thank you. Dr. Akkaraju Sharma is a MD, PhD, FAAFP, and late Mrs. Akkaraju Kameswari Devi are residents of Philadelphia since 1970. Their India roots are in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and Guntur and Nellore, Andhra Pradesh. He is closely involved with Hindu activities, where he chairs the Health and Human Services Committee. He initiated several poster programs of success in U.S. diaspora, setting up the first Telugu Tamil associations in USA 1972. Nascent work on the National Telugu Association, DANA, the recurrence of donors to national marrow donor programs from 1991 to 2018. His roots are in academia and medicine for many years, rendering pro bono help to needy and helping many needy individuals. He is a recipient of several prestigious awards from Telugu Association, India Council of Philadelphia, Telugu Association of Delaware Valley, and Medal of Honor in 2016, which is awarded to a person that significantly contributes to not only adopted motherland USA, but also contributes to native India motherland. In addition, he is also a recipient of Lifetime Achievement PVSA Award from BSNA. The topic of today's presentation is History of South Asian Diaspora in the USA from the Languages Perspective. Thank you, and please welcome Dr. Akkaraju Sharma.
Thank you, Veer. Sharma ji, please unmute yourself.
सीरीज जी आपको उनका वो डॉक्यूमेंट शेयर करना पड़ेगा गूगल ड्राइव से। वो मैंने लिंक अभी जस्ट आपको कल भी भेजा, अभी देख लीजिए उसको।
ओके।
वो बहुतोष जी कर सकते हैं, वो साउथ एशियन डायस्पोरा। और इफ यू वांट आई कैन शेयर।
ठीक है संजय जी, आप शेयर कर दीजिए।
आप कैन, या यू कैन डू दैट बिकॉज़ यू आर आल्सो को-होस्ट, यू कैन आल्सो डू दैट।
शर्मा जी, आप खुद को अनम्यूट कर लीजिए। आपके दो आईडीज हैं, मैंने दोनों पर
ओके।
Now we are on board.
Okay, good.
Good evening, everybody. I'm from Pennsylvania, suburban Philadelphia, and I submit to you an article, and I think it's the joint authorship goes also with my wife. The description is on the paper. I had requested Sanjay Pandeyji to help me at 2 steps in this program. One is a little video clip from a Bing video on what diaspora is, And at the bottom of the page 1, at the very bottom, is also another video clip about a program that the National Public Radio had done. What I'm going to do this afternoon, present to you in a very informal way, and you can request Pandeyji, Sanjay Pandeyji, to give a copy of my paper to you on requisition with no problems. What I am trying to convey today is that we have been immigrants in this country for a long time, but the turning point came around in 1965. And in the month of May, conventionally in the USA, marks the focus on the Asian Pacific American Indian Heritage Month. Now, that time is over. We are celebrating it in July with BSNA. The question is, what is diaspora and where the word started and how that means? I am assuming a lot of you know what diaspora is. However, to benefit all, a brief 1 minute on the diaspora origins and evolution engagement being video. If Pandeyji can help me with, it will be good. If not, we will proceed forward. I will wait till I have a response.
You want me to share the NPR link, Karani?
Just 1 minute, that's all. If you can. That's the last one. That's at the bottom of it, but at the top of the page is the one on Bing. We can come to this later on. Yes, we can come to this later on. It's in the third paragraph of my write-up. It doesn't matter. Let's move forward. At the top of the page, some more. Scroll. There you are in blue. Diaspora, origins and evolution of engagement Bing video. If you can. If not, we can move forward. This gives you a visual picture, just for the education of everybody, that the immigration and coming into this country, the USA, has taken place from a number of nations. And over a period of time, till the law changed in 1965, what was happening around was they gave the bulk of allotments to the European countries, and that quota for the European countries was never fulfilled, and what was not fulfilled was completely lapsed and it went into zero, whereas the Asian countries and African countries have allotments like 1 or 2 or minimal single digits. So that law changed in 1965. This video is only to help us to understand the depth of issue and what happened in 1965. We can move on to my presentation. We can move on to my presentation. Now, with that idea of the video, you have a clue that the number of people that occupied USA, that were immigrants to USA and eventually occupied, was from Asian and third world countries, was minuscule, even a single digit, if not under a digit of 5 or 10 maximum. And therefore, the country remained somewhat Europeanized for a long time till 1965. Then if you look around for it, try to find an answer what diaspora is. That begins in 1776, when the people from UK were disgusted with their king and all that and wanted to find a new home. They took the boat and landed in Mayflower and landed in Boston area, Massachusetts, at the height of November, and hungry and starving and all that, you know all these things. And they ran into American Indians. So I just want to make sure we correct ourselves right. They are not South Asian Indians, but American Indians, and who saw these hungry buggers walking around, offered them the turkey, the animal. And people first said, try it, you will like it. And they liked it too much and eventually ended up on the lexicon that turkey is part of the time period, the November Thanksgiving time. Now, the next step we need to know is that after you immigrated to the country, we get two categories of the word in our lexicon. One is your native motherland, which in our case, for discussion's sake, is India, and the adopted motherland is the USA. And then often you would notice that the native motherland and adopted motherland are part of the lexicon now, and usually, but not always, many people do not really contribute equally to the needs of it. Undoubtedly, many people, a lot others do, and when these things are done, what happens is larger societies, larger bodies of award rewarding organizations recognize this importance of this. We need to acknowledge here in 1965, Lyndon Johnson was the one who signed the paperwork, and the ambassador at the time was Chester Bowles, and then the senator from Arkansas was very useful in doing these changes. Move forward. And then what happened? In 1965, my presentation is not bound by any language and all that. I'm dead neutral. But in 1965, when the window opened up, the first group of people that really came in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds are the Telugu language speakers. And what happened was in 1965, the bulk of immigrants from India were Telugus, and why that was so was that during that time period, there was a tremendous demand for IT workers, and these people were trained in IT workers. And so lo and behold, you have the concentration of Telugu population in the USA. And the last count I checked was that we have 5.5 millions of South Asian Indians, of which almost $475,000 people are Indian immigrants who are legit with the immigration. There are other floating people, and you round it up, there are almost 500,000 of Telugu speakers. Lo and behold, one of these points was recognized by, of all the people, by the National Public Radio. And they had a program around 3 months ago, and that program emphasized the role that the Asian immigrants do, and especially focused on the Telugu immigrants. And that is at the bottom of the first page. If Sanjay ji can help me to roll the thing for a moment. It's at the bottom of the first page. HTTP, yes, WWNPR. There you go. All right, you look at this one, and later on, all of you enjoy it. At the moment, it shows that we have been talking all morning about how it is important that we spread our language and culture to all the people. And what they have done is they have taken one type case of a Telugu-speaking family in the state of Seattle, and you see that all the pictures that what we have at our homes with the puja mandir and all that are there. So take-home message for all of us is that languages are important, retaining the languages are important, and also to maintain our cultural traditions. Then we can move forward. I think this people can look at it at leisure. Then some of you might have a lingering question that what happened to the Dalits? Sorry, what happened to the Sikhs who came to this country are now very strong population in California. Originally, they were indentured laborers. They came as laborers to do this work and all that stuff. And once their job was over, what the country did was to put them back in the ship and say, go back. And the ship said, we will go, but they did not go. And so these 6 decided to land on the country in California and establish roots and wouldn't go nowhere. And then that was the birth and rise of the Gandhar Party. In between, I need to point out one very important contribution of Sri Ganeshram Pandit, who was an attorney in California, who for the first time defended the case of many people of Indian origin. A superior translated that to mean, his name is Sakram Ganesh Pandit. An article on his work has already been published in Brahma Bharati in BSNA. And what they changed was to change the category from being non-categorized to quotes unquote Caucasians, because they belong to the upper caste. So it ended up that a lot of them became citizens of it. And I thank the BSNA for publishing my article on Sakram Ganesh Pandit in 2019. If some of you have access to the old copies, please take a look at it. We take our hats off and acknowledge his contributions. Then the last point I want you to take home is that I have been in this country from 1965 at a graduate student at Columbia University, at which time my wife, she is with the Divine World with the Lord Venkateswara. She and we were living in New York, and what was going on was that we were very poor, and as a graduate student, you get a small stipend, and we had to live. And what we used to do is on Friday afternoons and Saturdays, we used to make arrangements to cook a large pot of sambar and rice, and every graduate student, Indians, they all had a wonderful time. What does that got to do with this here? We already made this statement that we already established the fact that the #1 population in South Asian origin are the Telugus, almost 500,000. Beyond that, there were graduate students at that point in time who came there, and they all became the focus group or the catalyst for the evolution of the same thing. Then my professional line was that in 1971, I ended up teaching at the Temple University as a tenured professor. Then we had the option of setting up the first Telugu Association in 1973. That has blossomed, and now this is the 50th anniversary of the group. What does this got to do with the BSNA session and the reason why I wanted to present these facts to all of you is that we have 26 major languages, while my presentation is on the Telugus who had been from the beginning for a long time. There are other languages that are there, and many of the second and third generation immigrants to USA within the BSNA population, outside of it too, should constitute the focus groups and establish a timeline and establish a modicum of celebrating on a decennial basis the challenges for all the other language groups and so on. Notwithstanding the 26 major languages, we should also include Sanskrit and make sure that Sanskrit is spread in the same modicum, and that a focus group and evolution of that language, 26 major languages, be established with the umbrella of anybody, but most preferably, I want the BSNA to establish the modicum. One last point, if you don't do this, see what happened to this language in India, South India, mostly Tulu. If some of you are familiar with Tulu, Tulu is a language that was passed on oral. You speak, you hear, you retain it. They never had a written language. It is spoken extensively in South India. Then you turn around and ask how come they are speaking and working all around it. If you are a Tulu person and lived in Maharashtra, you wrote the language in Marathi. If you're a Tulu in Tamil Nadu, you wrote it in Tamil language. and you were in Andhra Pradesh, you write the Tulu language in Telugu alphabet. What does that got to do with what I have to say? Is that unless we make the efforts through BSNA that different major languages be established as focus groups and develop timelines and celebrate and continue to do the thing. The point is we come as immigrants to this country, and when we come as immigrants to the country, we should not forget our natal motherland, that is India. At the same time, accept our adopted motherland, USA. At the same time, we should not give up and not go back into one mode or the other mode. We should have an integrated thing. That is why we are United States of America. It is a very large multi-language, multicultural focused group with only one point, that freedom for everybody. That is 1776. I think I made the major points. Unless you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer them. I hope I have been clear and lucid to tell you. One last point before I hang up, before I complete, I do take my hats off to my lovely wife, and I lost her in November 2nd, and she has been my backbone, and she supported me. Her effort, along with my other family members, I was richly rewarded. We are all richly rewarded with the recognition with the Ellis Island Medal of Honor. A picture of it is at the bottom. The bottom line for the Ellis Island Medal of Honor is that you do not forget your natal motherland. At the same time, you contribute to your adopted motherland. And I think I have made my major points. Unless you have anybody questions, I'll be very, very happy to answer. And I'm always available on email. Please reach me. And the two other minor points I want to say, conclude this presentation is, we also started focus groups with the South Asians for the National Marrow Donor Program to give gifts of life with the HLA stem cells. That's just history, wonderful. I think we were able to put almost 4,000 people on our own effort, and also people emulated the model that we had developed. And so every city, every place in the USA has it. At the same time, in 2019, we established links with the South Indian group called the Datri, D-A-T-R-I, translation of the Sanskrit word Data. There, the same HLA stem cells are harvested, and if there's a match, they will provide, and these databases are universal and accessible for everybody. I thank everybody for listening to me. Unless you have any questions specific, I'll be very delighted to answer. I acknowledge the help of BSNA for a long time. I also acknowledge the help of the Telugu Association of Greater Delaware Valley from 1973, which we were able to shepherd it along, me and my wife and my children and everybody. And not only that, the Telugu Association of North America, who gave the umbrella in 1991 to establish the first South Asian database for the HLA stem cells. That's history. I am very delighted and very happy to have been a part of it. And there have been so many other people who have helped me. Even though I may not be able to name them, I acknowledge the help of everybody. Now, my friends, I rest. Anybody have any questions? My dear young friend,
Thank you, Karaji.
no, 1 second, Prithviraj. Thank you very much for reading my biodata. I appreciate you. I hope one of these days you will succeed and become an MD and lead the people, because with a MD, you can do anything from being a chaprasi to a great doctor. You could be anything, but do the best. I wish you the very best.
Yes.
I rest. If you have anybody have any questions?
Maybe if you have question, maybe you can reach out to Dr. Akaraju Sarmaji with his email, or write in the chat box, and we can convey it to him.
That's good. You can do that, or you can use my cell phone number and reach me through WhatsApp.
Yes. Namaskaram. Now we can move to the next program. Shirish ji.
Sanjay ji, you're still sharing. Okay.
So the next talk is by, I believe, Dr. Rajesh Mishra from Jaipur, India, and I'm introducing him. Rajesh ji, where are you? Oh, how come my name is showing on your screen? Okay. So can you, okay, here he is. Shirish ji, can you spotlight him? So the next topic is about Be the Winner, Hum Honge Kamyab, by Dr. Rajesh Mishra ji from Jaipur, India. Rajesh has a master's in analytical chemistry from Banaras University, Banaras, India, and MBA from Annamalai University. He has received his PhD, hypertension management, from Florida University. He has a professional experience for 36 years in pharmaceutical field as a quality assurance. He is also associated with the Brahma Kumari's education wing as a senior faculty for MBA and PhD program. Rajesh is a motivational speaker and industrial trainer. He lives in Jaipur, India, with his wife and three kids. Rajesh ji, welcome, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
I don't see Rajesh. You mean Rajiv Mishra ji? I can see Rajiv Mishra.
No, Rajesh Mishra.
I'm not able to find him into the attendee list.
Actually, he has somehow he's raising his hand. He has his use my, I see on his photo my name.
Yes, I have pinned him. I figured it was him.
Okay, so there are two.
He's highlighted.
Yes, yeah. How come I don't see?
Rajesh ji is mute.
What is the name actually? Oh, he's the one. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. His name is Sanjay Pandey somehow. I don't know. Oh, yeah, here is, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. I got him actually.
Rajesh ji, you need to be unmuted.
You can share your screen, Rajesh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's good.
मेरे को एक अनम्यूट करो, उसको अलाउ करो जरा शेयर करने के लिए.
Oh, शेयर के लिए स्क्रीन. Okay.
Yeah.
Host disable participant screening sharing.
Yeah, let me do that. Just 1 second. Okay, I just change your name also, and I'm just gonna make
it. Please.
Okay, it's been changed. You can share it now.
Yeah, I changed your name also to Rajesh ji, so you should be able to do it now.
1 second, please.
Yep, I think we can see your screen.
Can you see now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
बेटर ये है कि मैं सादर नमस्कार करूं क्योंकि यहाँ पे लेट इवनिंग है, वहां पे कहीं पे मॉर्निंग होगा और कहीं पे आफ्टर लंच होगा. तो मेरे ख्याल से आप सब लोगों को सादर नमस्कार. चूंकि ये बॉडी बहुत बड़ी है तो मैं कुछ लोगों का नाम लेके, जैसे डॉक्टर अजय पांडे जी और उनके जो BSNA प्रेसिडेंट हैं और उनके सारे टीम को मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूं कि मेरे को एक बार दोबारा जो है आप लोगों के बीच में आने का मौका मिला. डॉक्टर केशव शुक्ला जी, सादर प्रणाम. डॉक्टर सेन पाठक जी, सादर प्रणाम. थोड़ा सा अगर समय मिला तो मैं डिटेल में बताऊंगा क्योंकि ये जो टॉपिक है वी द विनर, इसका एक बहुत बड़ा एग्जाम्पल मैं खुद हूं और प्रभु ने जो है निमित्त डॉक्टर सेन पाठक जी को बनाया, उनका आशीर्वाद हमारे ऊपर रहा. एंड डॉक्टर संजय पांडे, हम लोग BHU में BSc एक साथ किए, क्लासमेट रहे और ज्यादातर क्लासरूम में एक साथ ही बैठते थे. तो मैं ज्यादा समय न लेकर के सीधा मैं टॉपिक पे आता हूं. वी द विनर, देखिए ये जो संस्था है ब्राह्मणों के उत्थान के लिए है, संस्कार और संस्कृति की बातें करता है, तो ब्राह्मणों को तो ये वरदान मिला हुआ है कि हम हमेशा विजयी हैं। अगर आप देखें तो हमारे पूर्वज लोग गांव में यही आशीर्वाद देते थे, विजयी भव, जब भी कभी हम पैर छूते थे। हालांकि आप संस्कारों में बड़ा गैप आ गया है, तो वी द विनर हिंदी में मैंने थोड़ा सा इसको ट्विस्ट
राजेश,
किया है, हम होंगे कामयाब।
स्क्रीन कर दो राजेश।
मैं एक सेकेंड अभी इसको खत्म कर ले, फिर मैं आगे। अच्छा, स्क्रीन में आपको भेजो।
स्क्रीन को फुल करके।
अच्छा, फुल करके, एक सेकेंड।
बॉटम में एक्चुअली आपको प्रेजेंटेशन मोड होगा, आप उसमें जाएंगे तो हो जाएगा एक्चुअली।
एक सेकेंड, मैं इसको शिफ्ट F5 कर लेता हूँ। हो गया?
हाँ जी।
अच्छा, तो ब्राह्मणों को तो ये वरदान मिला हुआ है, हम लोग हमेशा विजेता रहे हैं। थोड़ा सा हमें जो अभी बीच में जो गैप आ गया समय के हिसाब से, क्योंकि समय जो है बहुत तेजी से भाग रहा है और कुछ हम लोग अपने संस्कारों से भी छूट रहे हैं। तो वी द विनर, हम होंगे कामयाब। छोटे मोटे जो टिप्स हैं जो हम मिस कर रहे हैं, उसको मैं हाईलाइट करने की कोशिश करूंगा, ताकि जो हमारी यंग जनरेशन, फ्यूचर जनरेशन सुन रही है, तो वो जो है वापस अपने संस्कारों से थोड़ा सा अटैच होकर के और हल्का सा फोकस करेंगे तो कामयाबी मिलेगी। क्वालिटीज ऑफ द विनर, वी आर ऑल विनर हियर। और ये जो है आपके अमेरिका के ही एक एक्टर हैं, अल्फोंसो रिवेरियो, उन्होंने बोला है कि हम सब लोग विनर हैं, अगर हम फोकस करें और अपने गोल को तरीके से प्लान करें। ये विनर नेवर स्टॉप ट्राइंग, कभी भी विनर जो है ट्राइंग बंद नहीं करता, बीच में छोड़ के नहीं जाता, क्योंकि जो गिव अप कर दिया वो विनर नहीं हो सकता। एलोन वी कैन डू सो लिटिल बट टुगेदर वी कैन डू सो मच, दिस इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड टीम वर्क। और हमें करने की क्या जरूरत है, जो आज की तारीख में आई को वी में कन्वर्ट करना है। मैं और मेरापन, अगर ये दो चीज हम छोड़ देते हैं, और क्योंकि देखिए ऊपर वाले भगवान ने जो है हमें एक इंसान को हर चीजें नहीं दी है, कुछ चीजें हमें दी हैं, कुछ चीजें किसी और को दिया हुआ है। तो अगर हम इसको क्लब करके चलें तो बड़े से बड़े गोल को हम अचीव कर सकते हैं। मैं यहाँ छोटा सा एक एग्जाम्पल, अमिताभ बच्चन, उनको सभी जानते हैं, बहुत बड़े महानायक हैं, और इन्होंने बीच में एक ABCL कंपनी बनाई थी, जिसपे कि 97 करोड़ का कर्जा हो गया और इनका घर तक जो है बिकने के लिए तैयार हो गया था, क्योंकि एक छोटा सा इनके अंदर मैंपन आ गया था कि मैं छोटे पर्दे पे काम नहीं करूंगा। रात भर वो सोए नहीं, ये एक सच्ची कहानी मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, रात भर वो नहीं सोए। और उसके बाद, चूंकि मैं फार्मास्यूटिकल से जुड़ा हूँ, इनका एक पड़ोसी मेरा खास दोस्त है, कंसेप्ट फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, लुपिन का ब्रदर है, इनकी और अमिताभ बच्चन जी की दीवार एक है। रात भर वो सोए नहीं, और सुबह जब मॉर्निंग वॉक पे गए तो BR चोपड़ा जी के यहाँ पहुंचे और उन्होंने अपनी सारी बातें बताई कि मैं कितना तकलीफ में आ गया हूँ। तब BR चोपड़ा जी ने कहा कि अब एक काम करो, आप अपने दिमाग को बिल्कुल बंद करो, घर जाओ, आप रेस्ट करो, मैं शाम तक कुछ सोचता हूँ। फिर BR चोपड़ा जी ने, उनके पास KBC वाले आए थे, जो फर्स्ट शो हुआ था KBC का, और उन्होंने उनको बोला कि अमिताभ बच्चन जी इसको होस्ट करेंगे। और अमिताभ बच्चन जी को उन्होंने कहा कि छोटे पर्दे पे आप काम नहीं करेंगे, इस चीज को आप दिमाग से निकाल दो, और आप जो है अपने एक्सपीरियंस को शेयर कर सकते हो, ये शो आपको होस्ट करना है। और KBC से ही अमिताभ बच्चन जी ने एक टीम वर्क हुआ, BR चोपड़ा जी जुड़े, KBC की पूरी टीम जुड़ी, और जिस दिन उन्होंने ये अपना मैंपन निकाल दिया, अमिताभ बच्चन जी वहां से फिर पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखे, और आज भी वो नंबर 1 है हमारे हिंदुस्तान में एक्टिंग में। विनर्स आर दोज दैट कन्वर्ट प्रॉब्लम्स इन अपॉर्चुनिटीज। विनर्स वो होते हैं जो प्रॉब्लम्स को एज ए प्रॉब्लम नहीं लेते, उसमें भी अपॉर्चुनिटीज ढूंढ के उसको सॉर्ट आउट करते हैं। एक बहुत छोटा सा एग्जांपल दूंगा, नेटवेस्ट सीरीज 2002 में क्रिकेट की एक सीरीज हुई थी इंग्लैंड के अंदर, लॉर्ड्स में। लॉर्ड्स जो है सब लोग जानते हैं कि मक्का मदीना है क्रिकेट के, और वहां पे इंग्लैंड ने 5 विकेट पे 325 रन बनाया। उसके बाद इंडिया को बैटिंग का जब नंबर आया, तो वैसे तो USA कम प्रेफर करता है इस गेम को, बट चूंकि हम सब हिंदुस्तान से गए हैं और ये शौक रखते हैं, तो आपको याद होगा कि 5 विकेट 146 रन पे गिर गया था। और टारगेट हमें क्या अचीव करना था? 326। जितने भी बैटर्स थे, वर्ल्ड के टॉप बैट्समैन, वीरेंद्र सहवाग, सौरभ गांगुली, सचिन तेंदुलकर, राहुल द्रविड़ और नयन मोंगिया, दिनेश मोंगिया, ये सारे जो है आउट हो गए 146 रन बना के। फिर युवराज सिंह और मोहम्मद कैफ ने मोर्चे को संभाला और इन लोगों ने क्या किया? इन लोगों ने आपस में काफी बातें की। अगर आपको वो मैच याद हो या वीडियो पे आप देखें तो इन बिटवीन जब भी इनको समय मिलता था एक दूसरे से बात करके, और इन्होंने क्या किया कि प्रॉब्लम्स को अपॉर्चुनिटीज में कन्वर्ट किया। स्वेट एनालिसिस के थ्रू इन्होंने ये जानकारी की कि किस बॉलर को हमें मारना, किसको छोड़ना, कहाँ बचना, और इस तरह से करते हुए इन्होंने 69 युवराज सिंह बना के आउट हुए और 87 नॉट आउट मोहम्मद कैफ था। और ये सीरीज हम लोगों ने इंग्लैंड से जीती थी, जो आज भी क्रिकेट हिस्ट्री में वन ऑफ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सीरीज मानी जाती है। तो हमें क्या है, प्रॉब्लम्स को कभी भी ये नहीं सोचना कि भाई चलिए अब सारे बैटर्स गए, हम इसको जीत नहीं सकते, अगर वहीं पे गिव अप कर देते तो हम आज विजेता नहीं होते। लेकिन इन दोनों ने आपस में बातचीत करके प्रॉब्लम को सॉर्ट आउट किया। इन्होंने अपनी स्ट्रेंथ और वीकनेस को पहचाना और आगे उस हिसाब से काम किया, तो आज हम नेटवर्क सीरीज जीत गए। बिफोर यू कैन विन यू हैव टू बिलीव इन योरसेल्फ, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कहीं पे भी कोई भी गोल हो, अगर आप उसको अचीव करना चाहते हैं, आपको अपने ऊपर विश्वास रखना बहुत जरूरी है। और उसके लिए हमें थॉट प्रोसेस पे भी वर्क करना होगा और माइंडसेट भी चेंज करनी होगी। क्योंकि माइंड की बात आई, मैं आपको एक बहुत ब्यूटीफुल डिफिनेशन माइंड का बताता हूं। माइंड इज स्टोर ऑफ आवर एक्सपीरियंसेस विच मोटिवेट अस टू थिंक एंड एक्ट। एक्चुअली ये जो टॉपिक है थोड़ा लेंदी है, चूंकि हमें 30 मिनट्स मिला है तो मैं थोड़ा सा फास्ट मूव कर रहा हूं। बीच में कहीं भी कोई क्वेश्चंस होगा तो आप मुझे इंटरप्ट कर सकते हैं। माइंड इज स्टोर ऑफ आवर एक्सपीरियंसेज। हम इस दिमाग के अंदर सारे जो अच्छी बुरी चीजें हैं, जब से हमने होश संभाला है, उसको हम यहाँ पे स्टोर कर लेते हैं। ये हमारा वेयर हाउस है और ये हमें मोटिवेट करता है थिंक एंड एक्ट करने के लिए। बहुत एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल मैं दूंगा। इंडिया में मुंबई के बारे में आप सब लोग जानते होंगे और मुंबई की लोकल ट्रेन बहुत फेमस है। जिनको चढ़ना नहीं आए अगर आज की तारीख में, तो जाना कहीं और होगा तो उतार कहीं और दिए जाएंगे। तो मैं क्या करता था कि मुलुंड से चढ़ता था, थाने के पास एक स्टेशन है मुलुंड, अभी तो बहुत बड़ा जगह हो गया वो, और मैं बॉम्बे बीटी जाता था क्योंकि मेरी फर्स्ट सर्विस जो है ग्लेक्सो में लगी थी। तो बॉम्बे बीटी से बस लेके और मैं ग्लेक्सो में जाता था। तो मैं जब भी कभी बस में या ट्रेन में ट्रेवल करता हूं तो ये मेरे नेचर में है, मैं तुरंत सो जाता हूं। तो मैं मुलुंड में सो जाता था, लेकिन ट्रेवल करते करते बॉम्बे बीटी से पहले एक स्टेशन आता है मस्जिद, जहां पे मछली की काफी स्मेल आती है। तो मेरे दिमाग में ये फीड हो गया, ये स्टोर कर लिया मेरे माइंड ने कि जहां पे मछली की बदबू आए या मछली की महक आए, वहीं से आप जो है उसका अगला स्टेशन आपको उतरना है। तो मैंने क्या किया कि मैं सो जाता था आराम से, और 35 मिनट्स बाद, अब तो खैर वही टाइम जो है ट्रेवल टाइम बढ़ के 55 मिनट हो गया, 35 मिनट्स बाद मुझे मछली की खुशबू आती थी। इमीडिएट मैं अपना नींद में उठ के बैग वगैरह पैक करता था और आगे रेलवे स्टेशन पे उतरने के लिए तैयार हो जाता था। तो माइंड में ये फीड हो चुका था। दैट इज व्हाई आई हैव गिवन दिस डेफिनेशन, माइंड इज स्टोर ऑफ आवर एक्सपीरियंसेस विच मोटिवेट अस टू थिंक। मतलब वो स्टोर हो चुका था कि जहां पे मछली की स्मेल आए उसके अगले स्टेशन पे हमें उतरना है। वो मोटिवेट करता है, मैं सोचता हूं और फिर मैं वो एक्शन में लेता हूं, यानी मैं उतर जाता हूं। एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज, व्हाट गोज इन आवर माइंड दैट अफेक्ट्स ऑल दैट व्हाट वी से एंड व्हाट वी डू। जो भी हमारे, अगर ये माइंड हमारा अच्छे डायरेक्शन में काम कर रहा है तो सब कुछ अच्छा होता है। हम बोलते अच्छा है, करते अच्छा है। ऑन वर्किंग वेल गिव्स क्लियर आइडियाज। अगर माइंड सही वर्क कर रहा है तो मुझे क्लियर आइडियाज मिलेंगे, इंस्पायरेशंस मिलेंगे, और इनोवेशंस भी जो है माइंड में नए नए आते रहते हैं। आल्सो इनहांस कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा टॉपिक है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स। फिर कभी आप लोगों के साथ जुड़ना हुआ तो इस पे एक अलग सेशन कर सकते हैं। टाइम मैनेजमेंट, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, दीज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स। तो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स अगर आपका क्लियर है तो ये विनर में एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, अगर आपको कोई चीज कहीं पे विनर होना है या कोई चीज विन करनी है तो एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है। वन मस्ट हैव वेरी पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड। ये बहुत जरूरी है, पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग एंड पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड। हम क्या करते हैं, दिवाली पे आपने देखा होगा घर के एक एक कोने की हम सफाई करते हैं, पर कभी आपने सोचा जो हमारा ये वेयर हाउस है माइंड, इसकी कभी हमने क्लीनिंग की क्या? क्योंकि वहां पे बहुत सारे नेगेटिव थॉट्स भी होते हैं। तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए कि टाइम टू टाइम उन नेगेटिव थॉट्स को निकाल के क्लीनिंग करते रहें, ताकि जो है अच्छे थॉट्स वहां पे चले, हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस चेंज हो और हम सही डायरेक्शन में काम करें। अभी हमारे से पहले एक बहुत लर्नेड जो है स्पीकर विभूति झा जी बोल रहे थे कि मेरा मन ये बता देता है कि हम कहाँ गलत कर रहे हैं और कहाँ सही कर रहे हैं। कोशिश हम ये करें कि हमारी जो थिंकिंग इतनी पॉजिटिव हो, एटीट्यूड इतना अच्छा हो कि हम गलत, अगर हमारा मन बता रहा है कि हम कहाँ गलत कर रहे हैं तो उसको दोबारा हम रिपीट न करें, ये हमारी कोशिश होनी चाहिए। गिव 10 मिनट्स डेली टू योरसेल्फ एंड एनालाइज ऑनेस्टली। आज के जो भाग दौड़ का जीवन है, इसमें हम अपने लिए टाइम नहीं निकाल पाते, फैमिली फ्रेंड्स के लिए हम टाइम नहीं निकाल पाते, जबकि ये बहुत जरूरी है। तो 10 मिनट आप डेली अपने को एनालाइज करो, तो आपको खुद पता चल जाएगा कि पूरे दिन में जगने से लेके और सोने तक जो है हमने क्या गलती की। और अगर आपने उसको पकड़ के एनालाइज किया और ठीक तरीके से नोट डाउन किया, तो आई फील कि दोबारा ये गलती हमसे नहीं होगी और हम इंप्रूव करेंगे। सेट प्रॉपर गोल, स्टार्ट फ्रॉम स्मॉल एंड रियलिस्टिक गोल्स। हमें क्या करना, छोटे छोटे गोल्स को बनाना और उन गोल को आप अचीव करते जाएंगे। और एक बार आप देखेंगे कि चूंकि आपके आदत में आ जाता है, तो आप बिना चाहे कभी इतना बड़ा गोल भी अचीव कर जाते हैं जो आपको पता नहीं चलता, और फिर पता चलता है तो आप ताजुब करते हैं कि हमने ये क्या अचीव किया। क्योंकि छोटे छोटे जो गोल्स आपने बना के अचीव किए हैं वो आपके हैबिट में आ गया, आपके माइंड में फिट हो गया कि मैं अब कुछ भी कर सकता हूं। तो ये जब कॉन्फिडेंस हमारे माइंड में आ जाता है तो हम लाइफ में अपने विनिंग एटीट्यूड लाएंगे और विन करते रहेंगे। एक 3 फैक्टर्स हैं, नो, थैंक्स एंड सॉरी, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है लाइफ में। अननेसेसरली हमें माइंड में स्ट्रेस नहीं पैदा करना चाहिए। उसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए, जो चीज आपके बस का नहीं या जो आप नहीं कर सकते, ट्राई टू लर्न से नो। हमें नो कहना सीखना। हमारे हिंदुस्तान में आप लोग आते होंगे कभी तो महसूस करते होंगे, अगर आप बनारस में जा रहे हैं, किसी से पूछ दीजिए लहुरा वीर किधर है, तो वो गोदौलिया की तरफ का रास्ता बता देगा, ये नहीं कहेगा कि बाबूजी हमें नहीं पता। तो अब तो बड़ा डर लगता है, 2-3 जगह चेक करना पड़ता है अगर कहीं जाना होता है तो हमें ना कहना भी सीखना है। भाई आप कह दो ना, बाबूजी हमको लहुरा वीर का नहीं पता, हम नए हैं, हम तो भी आए हैं यहाँ पे, खुद ढूंढ रहे हैं दशाश्वमेध घाट कैसे जाएं। तो आप बोल सकते हो, लेकिन लोग ना नहीं कहते, कुछ ना कुछ उल्टा सीधा बता देंगे। तो इससे क्या होता है, आपके दिमाग में तनाव पैदा होता है। तो हाउ टू से लर्न दिस इज, हाउ टू से नो, दिस इज वेरी गुड टेक्निक टू अवॉइड द अननेसेसरी स्ट्रेस। थैंक्स एंड सॉरी। मैं थैंक्स की बात करूं, आपके घर में जहां पे भी आप हैं, आपकी वाइफ अच्छा ब्रेकफास्ट बनाती है और हम क्या करते हैं, खा के निकल जाते हैं। बहुत से लोग हमारे में से वाइफ को ये थैंक्स नहीं कहेंगे कि आपने बहुत अच्छा नाश्ता बनाया, और शायद ये थैंक्स अगर आप यूज कर लो तो उस दिन आपका लंच और डिनर हो सकता है उससे और अच्छा बना के वो दे। तो हमें थैंक्स कहने में हिचकिचाना नहीं चाहिए। और सॉरी जो है बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स को फुल स्टॉप लगा देती है, आपका माइंड क्लीन हो जाता है। आपसे कहीं कोई गलती हो गई, डोंट थिंक कि ये हमसे छोटा है या बड़ा है, आप इमीडिएट सॉरी बोलो, वहीं फुल स्टॉप लगाओ और आगे बढ़ो। तो नो कहना भी आना चाहिए हमें। जरूरी नहीं कि हमें कुछ नहीं पता, तो कोई पूछ रहा है तो हम कहें हाँ हमें पता है, नहीं साहब हमें नहीं पता। थैंक्स कहें, कोई इससे क्या होता है, वाइफ अप्रिसिएट होगी। अगर आप किसी को मोटिवेट करते हो थैंक्स करके, तो वो और अच्छा करने की कोशिश करेगा। टेक कंट्रोल ऑफ योर एनवायरनमेंट। कभी भी कुछ भी हो जाए, हमारे जीवन की खुशी जो है किसी दूसरे के हाथ में नहीं देना। आपका जो वातावरण है उसे आप जो है खुद कंट्रोल करें। ये रिमोट कंट्रोल कभी किसी को मत सौंपिए। आप आपके लाइफ का जो रिमोट कंट्रोल है वो आपके हाथ में होना चाहिए। ये टीवी का चैनल नहीं कि मन चाहे जो है जो भी उठाए उठा के चेंज कर लिया। एक आप डेली जो है अपनी टू डू लिस्ट बनाएं और उसको प्रायोरिटाइज करें। जो ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है उसको आप जो है स्टार्टिंग टाइम में आप रख लो। ये टाइम मैनेजमेंट के अंदर अगेन आता है, मैं आपको बहुत ब्रीफ में यहाँ बोल के और आगे बढ़ूंगा। आप प्रायोरिटाइज करो, फ्रेश मूड से उसको करो जो थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है, और टू डू लिस्ट बना के आप उसको टिक लगाते रहिए, इससे आपका जीवन बहुत आसान हो जाता है। नेक्स्ट, बी विलिंग टू कंप्रोमाइज। लाइफ में कंप्रोमाइज करने के लिए भी तैयार हो। हमारा रुख जो है अड़ियल नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर कहीं आपको लग रहा है कि हमें कंप्रोमाइज करना है, यहाँ हमारी मिस्टेक है, आप इमीडिएट एक्सेप्ट करो, सॉरी बोलो, कंप्रोमाइज करो और आगे बढ़ो। लर्न टू पुट फुल स्टॉप। जीवन में ये बहुत जरूरी है और सबको सीखना चाहिए। कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स ऐसी होती हैं जहां फुल स्टॉप लगाओ और आप आगे चलो। फॉरगेट, भूल जाओ, माफ करो। और मैं आपको बताऊं, ये एन इमोशनल डिटॉक्सिफिकेशन प्रोसेस है, जिसका जो बाई प्रोडक्ट्स है दैट इज ओनली लव एंड हैप्पीनेस। अगर आप इसको देखें, फॉरगेट एंड फॉरगिव, एन इमोशनल डिटॉक्सिफिकेशन प्रोसेस वेयर बाई प्रोडक्ट्स आर लव एंड हैप्पीनेस। पेशेंस इज योर इंपॉर्टेंट की। आपके अंदर पेशेंस भी होना। कई बार जीवन में उतार चढ़ाव आ जाते हैं, उतार आता है तो आपने घबराना नहीं है, आपको पेशेंस रखना है। ये वक्त है, ये गुजर जाएगा, क्योंकि प्रभु ने हमें जो है, हम सबको रंगमंच पे एक्टिंग के लिए भेजा है। एट दैट टाइम यू रिमेम्बर ड्रामा। ये ड्रामा है भगवान का बनाया हुआ, और ये वक्त भी गुजर जाएगा। गॉड विदाउट एनी एक्सपेक्टेशन। आप रिमेम्बर गॉड, भगवान को याद करें, लेकिन विदाउट एनी एक्सपेक्टेशन। क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना है, जो मैं अपने अनुभव से बता सकता हूं, कि इच्छा कभी भी इंसान को अच्छा नहीं बनने देती है। तो हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं रखना। वी हैव टू गिव ओनली एंड फॉरगेट। एक माइंडसेट के साइंस क्या होते हैं? साइंस आर इंपॉर्टेंट, साइंस आर ऑलवेज मूव ऑन। आप हमेशा मूव करो, आगे बढ़ो। डू नॉट वेस्ट टाइम फीलिंग सॉरी फॉर योरसेल्फ। एक्सेप्ट चेंजेस, क्योंकि चेंज जो है इट इज कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस, नो वन कैन स्टॉप। तो जो भी चेंज आता है आप उसको अडॉप्ट कर लो और चैलेंजेस को वेलकम करो। बॉम्बे में एक एलबीएस मार्ग है, ये इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुत फेमस होता था। आज एलबीएस मार्ग पे जॉनसन को छोड़ के सारी इंडस्ट्री चली गई। किसी ने कंप्यूटर को अडॉप्ट नहीं किया, किसी ने न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट नहीं किया। तो जो न्यू चैलेंजेज और चेंजेज आए उसको उन्होंने एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया, और धीरे धीरे इंडस्ट्रीज बंद हो गई। आज एलबीएस मार्ग पे एक एशियन पेंट्स आपको मिलेगा, अगर आप पवई से जाते हैं थाने की तरफ, राइट में और लेफ्ट में जॉनसन मिलेगा, बाकी सारी इंडस्ट्रीज बंद हो गई। तो वन शुड बी रेडी टू एक्सेप्ट चेंजेस इन लाइफ। स्टे हैप्पी एंड बी इन प्रेजेंट। ये भगवत गीता का है, आप सब लोग जानते हैं। जो हमारे कंट्रोल में है वो प्रेजेंट है। पास्ट से यू कैन लर्न एंड फ्यूचर इज टोटल मिस्ट्री। नोबडी कैन प्रेडिक्ट दैट व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी हैपन इन द फ्यूचर। तो हमें क्या करना है? अपने प्रेजेंट को कंट्रोल करना है। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, अवॉइड स्ट्रेस एट एनी कास्ट। और स्ट्रेस क्या है? गैप बिटवीन रियलिटी एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन। रियलिटी और जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस आपकी है, इस गैप को आप जितना कम रखोगे, आपका माइंड स्ट्रेस से फ्री होगा। सेलिब्रेट अदर पीपुल्स सक्सेस। हमें क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना, थ्रेटन नहीं होना। हमें क्या है? दूसरे के सक्सेस को भी सेलिब्रेट करना। टेक कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क वेयर नेसेसरी ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ स्वेट। स्वेट जो है मैनेजमेंट का एक कंसेप्ट है, स्ट्रेंथ, वीकनेस, अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड थ्रेट। इसकी आप एनालिसिस करो, और जहां जरूरत पड़े लाइफ में कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क अपने को लेना चाहिए। मेंटल एबिलिटी आप कैसे इन्हांस करते हैं, मैं इसको, थोड़ा टॉपिक तो बड़ा है, बट मैं 2 मिनट में खत्म करता हूं। आप कभी जब कहीं यात्रा करते हैं, चाहे बाई प्लेन या बाई ट्रेन, तो आप क्या करते हैं? पूरा घर तो लेके नहीं जाते, पैक करते हैं मिनिमम जो जरूरत की चीजें हैं। और आजकल तो बहुत सारे लिमिटेशंस आ गए हैं। 7.5 kg आपने बाई हैंड कैरी करना, 15 kg आपको लगेज, उससे ज्यादा अलाउड नहीं है। तो आप क्या करते हैं? जो जरूरी चीजें हैं उसी को पैक करते हैं। तो हमें क्या करना? दिमाग के अंदर पावर टू पैकअप, वो पावर क्रिएट करना कि मैं कम से कम चीजें यहाँ स्टोर करूं, नेगेटिव चीजों को निकालूं और पॉजिटिव चीजों के लिए जगह बनाऊं। जो बहुत जरूरी है उसको आप जो है पैक करिए। पावर टू टॉलरेंस। ये आप देख रहे होंगे, एक बच्चा जो है, थोड़ा सा ये शायद में भी आपको स्लाइड क्लियर नहीं दिख रहा हो, ये आम का पेड़ है और बच्चा पत्थर मार रहा है आम को। आप पेड़ की टॉलरेंस पावर देखिए। उसने कभी कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं की और बच्चे को आम भी मिला होगा। 2-4 पत्थर मारेगा तो 1-2 आम भी आएंगे। तो हमको क्या करना है, वो पावर भी डेवलप करनी है। आपकी जो टॉलरेंस पावर है वो भी एक अच्छा होना चाहिए अच्छे माइंड के लिए। पावर टू मर्ज, यहाँ आप देख रहे होंगे छोटी छोटी नदियों को समुद्र में मर्ज करता हुआ दिखाया है। यानी हमारे ब्रेन के अंदर, हमारे माइंड के अंदर इतनी शक्ति होनी चाहिए कि हम बहुत सारी जो इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं उनको हम मर्ज कर लें, कंप्लेंट नहीं करें। नेक्स्ट, पावर टू डिस्क्रिमिनेट, ये एक ज्वेलर्स को दिखाया है जो डिस्क्रिमिनेट कर रहा है, ये कितने कैरेट गोल्ड है या ये डायमंड है, जो भी है, ये हमारे माइंड के अंदर डेवलप करना बहुत जरूरी है, ताकि आप इमीडिएट जज कर जाओ कि आपके लिए ये ठीक है और ये खराब है। पावर टू जज, डिस्क्रिमिनेट एंड जज दोनों एक साथ मैंने बताया आपको। पावर टू फेस, आपके अंदर फेस करने की भी अच्छी कैपेसिटी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस युग में हम सरवाइव कर रहे हैं बहुत सारी लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम्स आएंगे, तो आपने फेस करने का मतलब आपका माइंड उस समय विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, इतनी जो है आपको मेंटल पावर इंक्रीज करनी है। देन पावर टू कोऑपरेट, आपने देखा होगा यहाँ पे वृंदावन का ये धौला ये पर्वत दिखाया हुआ है वृंदावन का, जिसको उंगलियों पे कृष्ण भगवान ने उठाया था। ये पावर टू कोऑपरेट बताता है, यानी टीम वर्क पे आप बिलीव करो। अकेला जो काम आप नहीं कर सकते, एक अच्छा टीम बनाओ और आप देखेंगे कि इम्पॉसिबल टास्क भी जो है आप कर जाओगे, क्योंकि इम्पॉसिबल का अगर आप संधि विच्छेद करो तो वो खुद कहता है आई एम पॉसिबल। पावर टू विड्रा, ये कछुए से हमको सीखना चाहिए। जब कभी आंधी तूफान या जीवन में कोई इस तरीके का ऐसी चीजें हो रही हैं कि आप विचलित हो रहे हैं, तो कछुए की तरह अपनी बॉडी को पूरा आप समेट लो, विड्रा कर लो। आपने देखा होगा आंधी तूफान आता है तो घास झुक जाती है और बड़े बड़े पेड़ जो है अड़ जाते हैं तो वो गिर जाते हैं, लेकिन घास को कुछ नहीं होता, और आंधी तूफान जब हट जाता है घास वापस खड़ी हो जाती है। तो ये 8 पावर्स हैं जो हमें मेडिटेशन, स्पिरिचुअलिटी के थ्रू, क्योंकि हम सब ब्राह्मण हैं, और ये बेस्ट टेक्निक है जिससे आप इसको इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं। पावर टू पैकअप, पावर टू टॉलरेट, पावर टू मर्ज, पावर टू डिस्क्रिमिनेट, पावर टू जज, पावर टू फेस, पावर टू कोऑपरेट एंड पावर टू विड्रा। हाउ टू डिसाइड फास्टर, एक माइंडसेट जो विनिंग माइंडसेट होता है, आप डिसीजन को फास्ट कैसे लें। संजय, बस मैं 3-4 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं लूंगा, थोड़ा फास्ट मैं चला हूं, टॉपिक लंबा था। लिमिट योर ऑप्शंस, हमें अपने ऑप्शंस को लिमिट करके रखना है। बहुत सारा ऑप्शंस रखेंगे तो आप कंफ्यूज हो जाएंगे। ड्रा ए लाइन बिटवीन गुड एंड बैड चॉइस, आपको गुड और बैड चॉइस के बीच में क्लियर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल से थ्रू एक लाइन ड्रा करना, ये हमारे लिए अच्छा है और ये हमारे लिए बुरा है। जैसा अभी झा साहब ने बताया, जो हमारे फर्स्ट स्पीकर थे, मन हमें बता देता है कि हमने क्या गलत किया, तो कोशिश ये करें कि हम उसको पहचानें और दोबारा रिपीट नहीं करें। लिसन टू योर गट फीलिंग, ये बहुत काम आता है। मैंने देखा है कई बार लाइफ में ऐसे ऐसे जब चैलेंजेस आते हैं तो हमें जब कोई रास्ता नहीं सूझता तो हम अपने दिल की आवाज को सुनते हैं और वो हमेशा सही जाता है। थिंक ऑफ योर टाइम एज मनी, नो दैट डिसीजिवनेस ग्रोज विथ ईच डिसीजन, निश्चिंतता अगर आपके डिसीजन में है तो आपका जो डिसीजन पावर है वो इंक्रीज होता है। एंड रिमेंबर दैट इनडिसीजन किल्स, अनिर्णय वाली जो स्थिति होती है वो बहुत खतरनाक होती है। एक मैं ये सिर्फ 1.5 मिनट का आप ये सुन लो और लाइफ के हर मोमेंट को आप इंजॉय करो। ये लास्ट स्लाइड है, इसके बाद मैं फिर आपसे कोई क्वेश्चंस है तो वो लेता हूं।
ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा राजेश। राजेश वीडियो वीडियो ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है इस वीडियो का।
हाँ, ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है।
नहीं नहीं एकदम नहीं, इट्स ओके,
अच्छा चलिए,
शेयर कर देना बाद में।
मैं शेयर कर दूंगा बाद में। अच्छा, मैं एक विनिंग एटीट्यूड के बारे में बस एक लाइन और बोल करके और मैं छोड़ देता हूं, जो मेरा खुद का जो है अनुभव किया हुआ है। मेरे 5 सर्जरी हो चुकी है पेट की, और बॉडी से 7 बॉडी के पार्ट्स निकल गए हैं, और हर डॉक्टर ने सर्जरी से पहले यही कहा कि तुम बचोगे नहीं। पर मैंने दिमाग में एक ही चीज फीड किया, डॉक्टर सेन पाठक जी हैं तो सुन रहे हैं क्योंकि इनका बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा है। मैंने माइंड को एक ही चीज फीड किया कि मेरे को कुछ नहीं होगा और मैं बाहर आऊंगा, और मैं डॉक्टर को यही कहता था बेहोश करने से पहले कि आप बच्चों को नेगेटिव बातें क्यों करते हो, मैं बहुत पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड का बंदा हूं, आप अपना बेस्ट करो, बाकी ऊपर वाले के ऊपर छोड़ दो। मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं 5 सर्जरी से बाहर आया। लास्ट पीएमपी सर्जरी थी जिसमें 22 घंटे लगे बंगलौर में, और 9 सर्जन मिलके किए। तो कभी भी अगर आप ये ठान के बैठ जाओ, अगर आपका एटीट्यूड पॉजिटिव है तो किसी भी समस्या से आप बाहर आ सकते हैं। और डॉक्टर सेन पाठक को मैं वापस जो है, संजय पांडे और डॉक्टर सेन पाठक और केशव शुक्ला जी, ये हमारे बहुत बड़े वेल विशर हैं। और सेन पाठक जी ने मेरे को टाटा में अरेंज किया नई से नई थेरेपी, जो लेटेस्ट थेरेपी है, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र बड़वे, सिर्फ आपके एक मेल की वजह से जब भी मैं जाता हूं बाई फेस पहचानते हैं, और इस तरीके से वो केयर करते हैं कि मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता। जबकि टाटा एशिया का बहुत बड़ा कैंसर हॉस्पिटल है और रश वहां इतना ज्यादा है कि डॉक्टर लोग भी परेशान हो जाते हैं उस भीड़ से, बट मुझे एक्स्ट्रा केयर मिलती है। और मैं डॉक्टर सेन पाठक साहब आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ इस चीज के लिए। भगवान की दया से मैं 70% अभी ठीक हो गया हूँ। ठीक है संजय, कोई भी क्वेश्चंस हो, क्योंकि देखिए ये जो सब टॉपिक्स है थोड़े बड़े होते हैं, तो मुझे बहुत फास्ट रन करना पड़ा क्योंकि आपने 30 मिनट्स दिया था।
लेकिन
But
उतना बहुत पॉजिटिव है
मैं-
राजेश। हाँ, कभी एक अलग से मैं बच्चों के लिए ऑर्गेनाइज करूंगा, सेपरेट यंग जनरेशन के लिए।
जी जी जी,
सेपाटे जी आपका म्यूट है।
पाठक
बिल्कुल
साहब,
एग्री करता हूं कि मिश्रा जी को बुलाइए और यंगर जनरेशन को इनका लेक्चर सुनाइए पूरा। बहुत पॉजिटिव, बहुत पॉजिटिव। मैंने इतने पॉइंट नोट किए हैं जिसका ठिकाना नहीं। आपको भगवान लंबी उम्र दें, आप बिल्कुल स्वस्थ हो जाएं। आपकी
आपका आशीर्वाद है, आपका आशीर्वाद है। और मैं आज आपका सात्विक भोजन वाला लेक्चर सुन करके ही सोऊंगा, चाहे मुझे रात भर जगना पड़े। क्योंकि ये एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट और आज के लिए बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक है। क्योंकि कहावत है हमारे यहाँ, अपने यहाँ बुजुर्ग लोग कहते हैं, जैसा अन्न वैसा मन।
एग्जैक्टली।
प्रणाम सर। कोई भी क्वेश्चंस है तो आप मेरे को चाहे तो चैट बॉक्स में डाल दें, और कभी भी अगर मेरे को मौका मिला यंग जनरेशन से इंटरेक्ट करने का तो एटलीस्ट जो है 90 मिनट्स का आप रखना, ताकि मैं बहुत अच्छी तरह उनको मोटिवेट कर सकूं। और मैं आपको दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं, मैंने तिहाड़ जेल में भी लेक्चर दिया है, कईयों की जिंदगी बदल जाती है सुनने के बाद। होता क्या है, बच्चे आजकल इंटेलिजेंट हैं बट उनको एक हल्का सा टिप्स चाहिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
और राजेश जी
ठीक है सर।
का भी एंगल है, काफी बड़े बिजनेसमैन है, तो कैसे इन्होंने इतना स्केल अप किया उसका भी एक मैं टॉपिक लेके बच्चों को एंगेज करूंगा। हमारे ब्राह्मण बच्चे थोड़ा सा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सीखे हैं, वो भी करूंगा। नेक्स्ट
राजेश जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और राजेश जी हम लोग के जीबीसी के बोर्ड के मेंबर भी हैं
जी जी,
और काफी सपोर्टिव हैं। थैंक यू राजेश जी।
ओके सर, थैंक यू। और आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एंड सादर प्रणाम। छोटों को शुभाशीष।
Okay, we'll continue with the program. So next we have what are the Brahminic values and why is it important to live by these values in modern world? By Mr. Shreyash Joshi, will be introduced by Somnath ji. सोमनाथ जी हैं?
आप सबको सादर प्रणाम। और ये मेरा सौभाग्य है श्रेयस जी को आप सब लोगों से परिचित करवाने का। तो हम लोग श्रेयस जी की ज्ञान का लाभ उठा चुके हैं यहाँ पे कई बार। मिशिगन ब्राह्मण संगम हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं हर साल, तो श्रेयस जी हमको हर सपोर्ट करते हैं। लास्ट ईयर भी आए थे, हमसे सब लोगों से मुलाकात किए थे। तो श्रेयस जोशी जी coming from the traditional teaching family, and Shreyas ji has spent more than 3 decades in USA. Shreyas ji is holding bachelor's degree in engineering and master's in information tech systems. He has work experience in systems technology and management. Shreyas ji is a Dharma ambassador and actively involved in inspiring Hindus in USA to dovetail Hindu and American interest to create a win-win situation for all. With a firm faith in Lord Krishna, Shreyas ji believes in Yato Dharma Tato Jaya. He is one of the founder of Hindus for America, the organization working to unite Hindus and Hindu organizations while maintaining their individual value. So I welcome Shreyas ji to please give us in-depth knowledge about the Brahminic values. Welcome, Shreyas ji.
Thank you, Somnath ji. Thank you very much. Thank you. Once again, I want to thank you for all the hospitality that you and your family showered when I was in Detroit, when I was in Michigan, Detroit last year. So thank you very much for that. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Also wanted to thank you, BSNA, for organizing this at a national level. Hello, beta. So it was. It's a big pleasure for me to speak at this event at BSNA. I'm excited. I'm excited to see this Brahmin Sabha, which has been an age-old concept, right? And I'm glad that BSNA is organizing it at national level in USA, and I'm hoping that this would expand into India as well, and so more and more Brahmin brains can come together and solve the problems, right? That's our skill. We understand, we contemplate, we find a solution, and then we implement it, or we guide the society to implement the solutions, right? And so that is where yes. And so that is where some of the Brahminical values that we live by for age-old, for generations now, are very important. And so that is the topic of the day. It's been well teed off by the previous speech. It's also well teed off by Vibhuti Kumarji also. I had a great pleasure talking to him a couple of times on the phone during when we were founding Hindus for America. And so it's always a pleasure to see great minds sitting together here. If it is okay, I would like to share a presentation that will go by. Very quick prayer here to start with. Namo Brahmanya Devaya Gau Brahmanya Hitaya Cha Jagadhitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. So we are starting with a salute to Lord Krishna, who is working for the welfare of Devas, cows, and Brahmins. So, as Brahmins, we are protected one way or the other by Lord Krishna, and we should be thankful to Lord Krishna. To start on this conversation, we'll have a quick catch-up round before I get into the conversation, because some important topics were talked about, and I just wanted to, I added a few points here. Leadership matters, and that's where we come into picture. We need to provide some good leadership to the society. To give you an example, Marathas that led the country, right? They ruled for 150 years. They built an empire that ran from Karnataka to all the way to Afghanistan. Even Rajputs of Rajputana called on these Marathas to come and protect them. They fought the invaders, they fought Mughals, they rebuilt the temples. And the same Maratha today are asking for reservations because they have been made to think by their leadership that they were oppressed for thousands of years, right? This is something that makes a difference. That's where the leadership matters, right? If you have inspiring leadership like Shivaji, or if you have inspiring leaders like Bajirao Peshwa, and when Brahmins and Marathas came together, the country was almost free for 150 years. The Sanatana Dharma survived because of that. So we have to keep that in mind, right? And that is the very important reason why we have to provide a good leadership to the community, right? There were some talks about the reservations, right? Many of our children, including ourselves, we were told, our parents were told, right? Our grandchildren's children are also being told that you should offer up your seat to someone else less qualified, because somewhere in your ancestry may have hurt somebody else's parents or somebody else in that other person's ancestry, right? It's not today's problem. It is something they're saying that something might have happened 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. So you should be punished, right? You as an individual were not involved in that, but you should be punished. Right? This is what is called marking an individual as a criminal and punished by birth. Just because you're born in Brahmin family, that you should be punished. Why? Because somebody in your ancestry may have hurt somebody else in their ancestry. It is also called community punishment, which is prevented, which is actually not acceptable even by Geneva Convention. And that is what is being done to Hindus for last 70, 75 years after independence. And so we need to change the tone of the debate. We need to bring this point out, saying that what you're doing is community punishment. You are marking our children criminals at birth and punishing them for no fault of their own. They were not born into a Brahmin family by choice, right? It was not their choice. So you cannot punish them for what they have not done, irrespective of what happened was true or not. I disagree with the common narratives that Brahmins were the oppressors, because I fail to understand that the Brahmin who was standing in front of house of various jatis and varnas every morning saying Bhikshamadehi, how can that Brahmin be the oppressor and saying that now you don't touch me? I mean, you are accepting the food from the same people, Bhiksha from the same people, and now you are telling that you're untouched, that you don't touch me, but you give me your Bhiksha, right? That was not possible. It's something that has gotten introduced later. It's a wrong narrative, false narrative that has gotten introduced. So that's just a quick catch up on different topics that were discussed, right? Any questions, I will take it later. But to begin with, I want to ask some questions. And I would hope that some of you, many of you know the answer. Some of you will raise hands. Let's just go through items. First 4 questions, simply raise your hands if you know the answers. So raise a hand if you know what is Brahma, not Brahmaji, not Brahma, for those who are on the Western soil, but what is Brahma, right? Okay, seeing a few hands go up. Thank you. Saying what is Parabrahma? Who is Parabrahma? There is a concept of Brahma and there is a concept of Parabrahma. And all these things are leading to the Brahminical values that we're going to talk about. But there is something that we need to build as a foundation, right? Who is Parabrahma, right? Think about what is the Sanskrit term used for soul. Almost all of you should know that. And I would hope to see huge number of hands go up. Okay. What is the difference between Atma, Jiva, and Prana? It's very likely that there is a lot of confusion on these 3 things, except for the people who have actually read the scriptures, right? And so there is a difference, and that difference is very essential in knowing the Brahminical values, right? There are a few answers that I expect you guys to type up if you can in the chat window. The 3 qualities of Brahma or Parabrahma. Right, those who are going to different classes or ISKCON and other places, or even Swami Vivekananda has touched up this very well. Every sage talks about it. So you can write up some of the answers. And then at the end of this, we'll just quickly talk about it. 3 qualities of Atma. It's very important because there is a correlation between the 2. In fact, maybe they are the same. 4 layers of ignorance on Atma. Anyone knows? 4 layers of ignorance. It takes you to the answer of this question up here. And the qualities of Brahman, as we call it, as Britishers would call it, Brahmin. For the qualities of Brahmin, right? The Atma, when it is covered with 4 layers of ignorance, is called Jiva. And Jiva is held in this body by Pancha Pranas. So Pran chale gaye, Jeev nikal gaya, Atma amar hai, kahin jati nahi hai, kahin aati nahi hai. So there is a distinct difference. So what we use makes a difference. The word has connotations. You should keep that in mind, right? 3 qualities of Brahma or Parabrahma is Satchidananda. That's how Atma is also called. Satchidananda Swarupa, truth, bliss, and eternity. Sat, Chit, and Ananda, the bliss and the truth and the eternity. Right. So, quick agenda. Terraforming is what we'll do very quickly for a few minutes. That leads to the values, list of the values, and the values, along with the values, we'll discuss the applicability. There is another 15-minute session coming up later in the day. And we'll add, so there are about 4 or 5 different values we'll discuss here, and then remaining we'll discuss in the second one. And then, as I was doing the research, there are biases that showed up on OpenAI, and it is valuable information that Brahmin parents can take it to their children, because their children are going to deal with OpenAI on a daily basis, the chat GPT, what we call OpenAI is chat GPT. So that's what the intent is, that's the agenda. Without further delay, we go through terraforming. Terraforming is like forming a foundation, forming earth-like atmosphere. Brahma in our scriptures are described as Nirguna and Saguna. You constantly see debate going on, whether it's Saguna or Nirguna, right? The Nirguna deals with Gnana, Saguna deals with Bhakti. And that's the reason there are differences. And both the paths are valid paths. Bhakti says you get Gnana. The Nirguna Marga says you do Bhakti. Bhakti sets you up well to accept Gnana, and Gnana takes you to Nirguna Brahma. And then there is another thought process in our own scriptures that says that you first need Gnana from the scriptures, the true Gnana. That Gnana will lead to Bhakti, because now you know the person, and it's a Saguna, it's a person. You know the person now, so that leads to Bhakti and love, and that leads to your Saguna Brahma as a moksha, mukti. So you can get one of the 2 types of muktis here. In the contemporary world, for the children to understand, you cannot have faith in something that you can't see. That's the biggest issue that many of the Abrahamic faiths have. When they talk about having a God, but God has no form, there is you just pray to the God in void, pray to void, pray to nothing. What do I do? Pray to nothing, right? That nothingness is the big question mark, right? If I cannot see anything, I don't know where it exists, what it is, whether it loves me, whether it cares for me. How can I pray? How can I have faith in something like that, right? So the object of the worship is needed in the material world. As long as we are in the physical body, the object of the worship is necessary, something that is physical, and that is where our murti, etc. comes, right? And understanding that Brahma, either Nirguna Brahma or Saguna Brahma, understanding that requires certain qualities. That if you don't have that quality, you are not well prepared. If you have not passed 10th or 12th grade, you're not ready for college. If you're not finished college, you're not ready for masters. It's like that. To understand the Brahminical qualities that are needed, we have to quickly go through karmic cycles, right? What is the karmic cycle, right? Any action that is taken with the ownership that I am doing this, I do this for my benefit, or for somebody else's benefit for that matter, is the identification with the body, identification with me, right? Identification with my ego, who am I? That's one of the avran, one of the covering of the Atma, is me. That identification leads to ownership, and the action taken with a sense of ownership is called karma. That is what the karma is. If there is no ownership, there is no karma, right? So the same action a human being takes, you and I take, will have reaction, will be the karma, will yield good or bad fruits. However, the same action taken by a sage will not. So there is a big difference there. Because these actions are based on the desires. Why we get the fruits of the labor? Why we get karma? Because actions are based on the desires, and when the actions gives the fruits, the fruits are guaranteed, good or bad, and those fruits come back to the owner of the action. So if we are the owner of the action, because we are taking it on our own desire and as an ownership, then it comes back to us, and that keeps us. Those actions, the fruits of those actions, keeps us in the cycles of birth and death, right? It leads to rebirth. So that's the karma. So in contemporary world, we talked about the Brahma. Why there is something physical necessary? What keeps us in this world, right? Now comes Brahma, right? Those who are in this world, those who are going through this karmic cycle, out of those people, the few that know Brahma are the Brahmins. We are the ones. We are the ones who are Brahmins. That means it is also implied that we know what is Brahma, right? So to know Brahma, going beyond the karmic cycle is necessary, because as long as we are in the karmic cycle, the Brahma itself is beyond our reach, right? So the way you come out of the karmic cycle is achieved in two ways. One is karma tyaga. You basically give up doing karma, right? Or you give a karma phala tyaga, that I would keep doing what I'm doing, but what comes back is not mine. But to say that what comes back is not mine, we have to first disavow the action itself. You say what I'm doing is also, I'm not the doer. I simply do what is my duty. What my Shastra says I should do is what I'm doing. So that becomes one of those two positions, become the starting point, right? However, Bhagavad Gita says in 12.5 that advancement is quite troublesome. When your mind, attaching your mind to unmanifested Nirguna Brahma, advancement is troublesome. Why? Because we are embodied. We are in the physical body. So we need something physical. We always connect with something that is physical, not something that is empirical. Empirical, we can talk about it, we can contemplate. However, we cannot connect with that. Connection requires physical. So the alternative is karma phala tyaga, which is bhakti, where one performs the duty without attachment, simply surrendering the results also onto the object of worship, that is the Supreme Lord. This is what has come for you. That doesn't mean that we give up life. It simply means that we keep doing what we are doing as a matter of duty, as a family duty, or as a duty to the society, as a duty to nation. However, whatever is the outcome that we gain out of that, surrender unto the Lord. Surrender that here is money I have made, a part of money comes to you, Krishna. I am cooking today for my family. You eat first, Krishna, then the rest, then the food will go to somebody else, right? So that is karma phala tyaga. Those two concepts are very essential, because that forms the basis of understanding what is Brahma. So that once somebody is capable, or once somebody achieves one of these two, that person is capable of understanding what is Brahma, right? What is Brahma in that case, right? What is Brahma is to understand that is the Nirguna or the Saguna Brahma that we talked about. Once we understand that Brahma, as a Brahmin, once we understand, and everyone should understand that this concept, that once we understand that, these are the qualities that we would have at that time. These are the qualities we first develop. Once we develop these qualities, then we are capable of understanding what is Brahma. Then we can connect with Brahma. Then we can connect. Then we are in the true form of Sachidananda, and then we can connect with them. What are those qualities? Advaita Sarvabhutanam, right? It's not envious to anyone. Maitra, friend to every living entity. Karuna, compassionate. Nirmamo, Nirankaro, there is no ego, right? There is no proprietorship. Sama Dukha Sukha Kshami, Sama Dukha Sukha, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, right? One who is tolerant, Kshami is tolerant, Santushta, satisfied, right? Is self-controlled, Satata Yogi, Yatatma, Dhrada Nishaya, he is determined, right? Maya Arpita Mano Buddhir, Mad Bhakta Samay Priyaha. So mind and intelligence are fixed, right? They are they are handed over to Krishna, right? Once these qualities are developed, person becomes qualified to understand Brahma. Once the person understands Brahma, that person becomes Brahmin. And that is exactly what is stated in our scriptures, because each one of these is a verse coming from Bhagavad Gita, right? Which also comes back to which defeats one of the myths that was propagated so vehemently by Britishers under Max Muller, that Hindu Dharma is talking about caste, and Hindu Dharma is casteist, and Brahmins are at the top and somebody else is at the bottom, and etc. All those nonsense goes away with this one thing, right? So the outcome of knowing all these things is the critical piece now, is that person reaches a stage where he neither rejoices nor grieves, neither laments nor desires. And this is very important quality, because you have no lamentations from the past, right? Like Rajesh, you were saying, you have no lamentations from the past. You're not bringing your past in the future. You know, every day is a new day. You're trying to do something good to the society, right? You're moving forward. There are no desires. You're not doing anything because you desire it. You're doing it because it's a duty, right? Na rishyati na dveshti, right? Na shochati na kankshati. It makes sure that whatever is done very objectively. The thinking is objective. The actions are very objective. The responses are not reactive. They are well thought through. They are responses rather than the reactions, right? So that is the outcome of developing those Brahminical qualities. What Brahminical qualities we just looked at? The one who is not envious, is kind friend to all living entities, does not think of himself as a proprietor, has no false ego, is equal in happiness and distress, equipoised basically, tolerant, self-satisfied, self-controlled, engages himself with determination, and mind and intelligence are fixed, right? Those are critical qualities that a Brahman would have. Anyone shows this quality, like Vibhuti Jha was saying, anyone shows these qualities is a Brahmin, right? If somebody is praying 5 times a day but does not show these qualities, then he's not. But if they're praying 5 times a day and they're showing these qualities, then they are, right? So that's the end of the terraforming. So in Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter is a summary of everything. And that summary, in 18th chapter, there are a lot of summary statements coming from Lord Krishna or even from Sanjaya. And 1842 basically tells what are the qualities of Brahman, right? So these are the qualities that we are going to discuss, right? The peacefulness, the self-control, the austerity, the purity, tolerance, honesty, wisdom, knowledge, and righteousness, right? Objectivity is very important. We talked about, right? Like say, for example, the tamaha, right? Tamaha word, it also means inertia. Tama, tum, tvam, tame, in different languages, it's coming from you, the state of being, which is the weight, inertia, the state of inertia, state of being. It's just the presence. It also indicates the weight, right? It's left in place. The Newton's, the laws set by our rishis that were plagiarized by Newton applies, that if it is in motion, it stays in motion. If it is left alone, it stays where it is, right? That is the objectivity. That objectivity was part of Tamoguni. People who are in Tamoguna, right? They have this quality, which is very important quality, because if they are guided correctly, they are put in motion correctly by the intelligent class of the society, they achieve amazing feats, right? And that is how our society stayed together, right? Similarly, if they are well placed, wherever they are well placed, whenever they are well placed in the society, properly guided and then placed in a particular position of authority, sometimes of taking action, sometimes of defending the country, sometimes of doing business, sometimes whichever place they are placed in, they stay and keep doing the same thing successfully again and again. And so that is the quality of tamoguna, which is very important quality. And this is what is coming straight from a book written by Brahmins of Banaras Hindu University called Sanatana, written in 1912, digitized by Microsoft. It's available on the archive.org as well. So This is the kind of interpretation that Brahmins gave to Tamoguna. And now compare that with what we have been taught for all these years, right? What is Tamoguna, right? It's been so much demonized that even people who are doing great by being guided properly are also feeling that they were culprits, or what's the right word? That they were messed with, right? They were oppressed, they were suppressed, right? So what is the difference, right? Difference is what Brahmins were saying versus what Max Muller was saying, and that is a critical key differential there. Brahmins are like bees. We understand good, we understand evil. We differentiate between the two, power of discrimination. And then the power of judgment we used, who should be given the knowledge and who is not ready to accept knowledge. And why that power of judgment and discrimination? Because power in the wrong hand is very destructive, like we have seen in last 250 years, right? Like we have seen in last 1400 years. A physical power in 1400 years was so destructive. And then came intellectual power in the wrong hands for 250 years. And that became even more destructive. So that was the distinction that Brahmins were providing, the differentiation that Brahmins were providing. And we need to get that thing under our control again one more time, right? That way, the right-minded people, irrespective of their birth, anywhere in the world, irrespective of their Janma Varna Jati, they can be taught, provided they have the right inclination, right thinking, right upbringing. Compare that to what Max Muller was doing. He's like a fly. You leave a fly, beautiful flowers, and you have fecal matter. A fly is always going to fly to the fecal matter, and a bee is always going to go to the flower. Brahmins were like flowers. They were always going to flowers. Society was happy for thousands of years. Everyone was happy. Everyone was working together. That's the quality that we are going to talk about a little bit further, right? Compare that to what Max Muller did, right? He actually used the knowledge for destruction of the society, and we are still facing the consequences today, right? And that is like the fecal matter kind of mentality, that the housefly like of mentality, that go and seek the dirt where the dirt doesn't exist because somewhere it has to sit. So that's the summary, high-level summary of the Brahminical values. Shamo, damas, tapa, shaucham, kshantir, rajmevacha, gnanam, vignanam, astikyam, brahma karma, svabhavajam, right? These are the qualities by which we work. So we will use the last 6 or 7 minutes of this part into going through some of these 5 different qualities, right? The knowledge is the first quality that we'll discuss, we'll talk about, right? What's the knowledge, right? The knowledge is typically is an outcome of data. From the data you get information, from information you get knowledge, right? Once you get knowledge, the knowledge will be used for the benefit of the society. When that knowledge is imbibed by an individual, comes the wisdom, correct? This knowledge is very important in contemporary world, right? It's knowledge, economies is based on knowledge nowadays, right? There are rewards to be gained out of knowledge. We were the keepers and distributors of the knowledge. And what a system we had, right? What a system we had, where today my son comes out of the surgery school and he is sitting there with $550,000 of debt, $500,000 of debt. I never remember Charaka Maharaj or Sushruta Maharaj charging $500,000 for teaching surgery or Ayurveda to anyone. There is not a single example in the history where they said, place here $500,000 and then I will teach you surgery, or then I will teach you Ayurveda. The books were available, the Brahmins were teaching. It was available to anyone who is deserving, and anyone who can convince that guru that I would not use this for the bad purpose, I will use it for the right purpose, and I will use it in the right way. So that position of Brahmins, we have to regain it, and we have to work towards it as a team. Once we understand where we stand today and we understand where we want to be, we can simply set up a pathway to success, right? We can draw the chart the course, we can set up the feedback system, we can work together, and we can make sure that those goals are achieved over a period of time. So we were the keepers, we were the distributors of the knowledge. Why we were the keepers and distributors of the knowledge? Because of our qualities of Brahmins, right? Those the 8 or 9 qualities that we looked at. Those qualities qualified us as the keepers and distributors of the knowledge. And again, for the distribution of the knowledge and keeping of the knowledge, what a system we defined, right? What a system it was, that not a single word can be changed, right? How can it be applied in today's context? It's the context where we need so many resilient systems. And what's the key to a resilient system? It's a federated system. You create a federated system where there are multiple points of success everywhere, dispersed everywhere, geographically, physically, logically, everywhere, right? And that system will not fail because it's federated system. If one part goes down, second part will cover, the other part that is failed will come back up. The outcome is tremendous. We can see even something like our Vedas survived 1500 years of tremendous attacks just because of the system that our ancestors had put in place. Similarly, Kalaripayattu, every practitioner of Kalaripayattu was killed. Every Kshatriya that knew Kalaripayattu in South was killed by Britishers after 1857 revolution, the first war of independence. However, few Brahmins retained that knowledge in their family, quietly practiced it again and again and again, and passed on generations after generations. And what do we have today? In year 2000, when first BJP government came, and those Brahmins felt confident and comfortable, that knowledge came back out. The knowledge came out again. And now Kalaripayattu is a thing to learn, right? The whole world knows that there is something called Kalaripayattu, where one man, one person properly trained can defeat 100 people. And that's how our Kshatriyas were winning war. That is how 20 people were fighting against 10,000, right? 21 Kshatriya warriors were fighting against 10,000 Afghan warriors. The same Afghanistanis, where 10 times larger armies have failed successively of 2 superpowers. And now our neighbor is about to crumble, right? That army was defeated, 10,000 of that army was defeated by just 21 people. Where did that skill come from? Right here. And who are the keepers of the skills? Who are the teachers of the skill? Our ancestors were, and we need to regain that position, right? That's the knowledge. Peacefulness, right? Peaceful mind is a pathway to heaven is what I would call, right? It's the heaven that we seek, but it's not just the heaven in a different realm. You could make your home heaven. Your neighborhood can be in heaven, community, city, state, nation. Heaven can be on the earth also, provided your mind is peaceful. To a cluttered mind who is running around here and there, who is in distress all the time, there is no peace and there is no heaven anywhere, right? Even that person is sitting in $1 million mansion on a golden throne, it is still not heaven for that person, right? So the happiness comes from the peace. It doesn't come from anywhere else. Self-control, it's extremely, extremely important, right? In the today's society where we have the cancel culture going on one side. On the other side, we have so many dissatisfied people running around, trying different paths, not even religions, they're trying different panthas, right? They convert from one to the other one. They take really pretty bad action against people who don't believe what they believe, right? Or what they believe today, right? Tomorrow they may believe something else. There is huge amount of conflict going on in the society across the world, right? People react immediately rather than responding, right? There is no measured response. There are uncontrolled responses, uncontrolled anger, right? All the anarthas that we see in the life, all those things go away, right? All the crime against women that happens every now and then we see in India, right? One way or the other, those crimes come back again and again and again. Why? Because there is less of self-control. If there were Brahminical values, and I'm hitting 30-minute boundary, should finish in a minute or two. If we install this self-control back, if people start living by these Brahminical values, especially self-control, much of those crime, much of those aggression, etc., will reduce, right? It may not go away completely, because even Satyug, there were crimes, bad things were happening. Ladies were being kidnapped, right? And then Lord Ramchandra had to go all the way to the other side, in the south. So things might still happen, but it may to a lesser extent, right? Similarly, austerity, me, mine, I want. All those thinking that our current media constantly portrays on us, right? That would go away if people learn to live with austerity. Two kinds of austerity, right? Physical austerity and austerity of mind. Control of mind, tongue, belly, and genital is also austerity. Austerity of tongue is very important. We need to understand what to speak, when not to speak is also a skill. That is also an austerity, right? What to speak and what not to speak, when to speak and when not to speak, right? All those things are coming from the austerity of mind, austerity of tongue, kind of food we keep eating, austerity of belly, and the genitals, that leads to a lot of aggression against women. People cannot control their desires, and then they end up taking wrong action that they may repent over the rest of their lives, or they may suffer over the rest of their lives because of their momentary aggression or moment of uncontrolled aggression. Purity is important. Purity. So the austerity also that is very important, because in today's time, if that austerity is maintained, self-control and austerity is there, peacefulness automatically comes. If the peacefulness automatically comes, the happiness and the satisfaction comes in life, because you are not hankering for something, right? Na shochati na kankshati. You're not lamenting what has already happened that you cannot influence. You're not kankshati. You're not desiring anything else that you cannot influence directly. You can simply take your action, take your duty, act on your duties, take your action, and that is good enough. That puts the laws of karma in motion. The results are going to come. When the results come, you simply offer it to Krishna. You can still use it, because Krishna is Angani Yasya Sakalandri Vrittimanti. Whatever he can, he does not have to physically take away from you and take a part of it, right? You offer him $100, he looks at it, $100, he gets $100, you get your $100 back, or you get something worth much more valuable back, right? That's austerity. That is important in today's day and age. And then the purity is quite important, right? Purity of heart. Chitta and vritti are very critical concepts in our shastras. They drive our day-to-day action. That's our default state, right? Chitta and vritti are our default state, right? If under no coarseness, if nobody's coerced into doing something, then that is what they would do. That's their natural inclination, right? Purity inside and outside. We need to have purity of thoughts, as well as we need to be clean outside. It leads to the compassion towards other living beings, right? It's very important characteristics that is missing in today's society. Helpfulness. Few are helpful, but not everyone, right? Compassion is really taking a downturn. It's like it's on a declining trajectory today. Love and care. We're seeing the families being broken up, right? My parents came in today after last Saturday, after about 18 years staying in India. So pleased to have them here. And that love and care that they provided, it's time for me to reciprocate, right? But that is missing from the society. So these are the qualities that we can live by. 5 of them remaining we'll cover in the next session. Before we drop off, this is something for all the Brahmins to contemplate, right? We are portrayed for literally hundreds of years. We have been portrayed as freeloaders. Brahmins wo bhiksha mangne aa gaya, wo fokat mein leke jayega, wo liye bina jayega hi nahi, right? These are the services from today's perspective that our ancestors provided for free, for as much time as we can look back, right? All these things we are paying today. So the society that is paying today for all these things on a day-to-day basis was done for free by Brahmins. In exchange for what? In exchange for only a few, a little bit of bhiksha. And that also, what kind of bhiksha? It was not like aloo paratha and naan and biryani, right? That is not what was bhiksha. Bhiksha was something very simple. Uncooked food. Generally 1 or 2 items from a family. Somebody will give dal, somebody will give chokha or rice, right? Somebody might give a little bit of rice and ghee and some of the other basic elements. And that's it. They would come back home and cook it. And whatever is they received it in first 5 houses, go for first 5 to 10 houses and that's it. If you don't get it, don't eat it that day. And we know many of our ancestors have died like that because of hunger, right? When Churchill was orchestrating all the famines, our ancestors were dying because they were not going around asking for biryani and rice and dam aloo Kashmiri, right? They were not asking for that. So we need to remember that. So these are the services every Brahmin should know our ancestors have provided. There's probably much larger list if all of us can put our heads together. But we were not the freeloaders. This is again one of those themes where be a proud Brahmin. Our ancestors have not done anything wrong. We have done everything right. And whatever is being put on us today is a falsehood, right? It's coming from the falsity, does not have any basis. We should know the truth. If we know the truth, we can propagate the truth. We'll go to the session 2 a little bit later in the day. If there are any questions, just post it. I'll answer it, or just reach out to me personally. That is fine too. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, we will continue with the program. Who was sharing right now? Shreshti, thank you very much for your such an insightful facts. As a matter of fact, the last slide you played about the services Brahmins used to provide, that was an eye-opener, at least for me. It was a great presentation. Moving forward, we have Mr. Radha Mohanji. He would guide us on BSNA connections and the matrimonials, and will be introduced by Dr. Ajay Pandey.
Great. Thank you, Alka ji. And Suresh ji, thank you for your lecture, and we are looking forward to the second part of that. Really good. We'll have to spend so much time learning about those things on our own. Thanks for putting this presentation together, and really glad that you're talking on this. Thank you. So in regard to our next topic, the matrimonial stuff, this is one of the important topic, right? The BSNA, when it was founded in 1994, this was the topic. This was, I remember talking to Chaubeji about this one. And this was one of the topic, one of the things he wanted to facilitate, to make our youths find a connection with people with the same Brahminic values. And we have been doing this on and off in a different ways since that beginning in 1995. A lot of people were taking care of this by having their regular cheat sheet on their piece of paper. Or so for the last actually 7 years now, we have been doing this on Google Doc, and we have made a spreadsheet, and there is a formal way of doing this. And Radha Mohan ji has been gracious enough to accept this responsibility. I did that for 3 years, almost 3-4 years, and Radha Mohan ji is working hard to make this easier for our current youth to connect to people with the similar values. So he will, Radha Mohan ji is going to describe some of these. Radha Mohan ji is from Miskan chapter. He is very active in Miskan chapter. He volunteers in all the stuff. And his wife, Archana ji, is very active too. His kids are very active. So he is like a role model for a BSNA member. So Radha Mohan ji, thank you for volunteering and thank you for doing this. So you can take over and talk about the process and why you are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay ji. It's a pleasure to be part of BSNA and working for this matrimonial initiative. I would like to share basically little presentation.
Can you do that by yourself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So before we start, basically, I would like to have a little prayer. Vakratund Mahakaya Shurya Koti Samprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. All right. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Right. So we'll be touching base these topics here. What is BSNA matrimonial initiative? Why is BSNA matrimonial initiative needed? How can someone submit their entries, data? And as Ajay says, we are working with Google Form and spreadsheet. So we are getting all the information through Google Form, and that generate to a spreadsheet. Then we'll be talking about data privacy and security. That is most important these days. Then what is happening, new updates in BSNA matrimonial. Then any questions, suggestions, we'll be talking for that. So here is what is BSNA matrimonial initiative. It is an effort to bring several resources together so that BSNA youth and other North American Indian Brahmin youth can find their life partner within own expanded Brahmin community and having similar heritage, culture, and values. We hope that matrimonial alliances within community will lead highly successful marriage and continuation of our treasured legacy. So this is an effort put together so that this option is available for all of us who are currently it is open for North America and Canada who are living here and following Brahminic values. When we say Brahmin, it's not like just related to the Brahmin caste. It is like who are following Brahminic values and believing in Sanatan Dharma. Next is, why is BSNA matrimonial initiative needed? So as Ajay says, like that was the primary or main point came into Chaubeji's mind, like we are living far here, scattered in different states. Let's create something so that Brahmin families can come together and they can find their choices in our own families. So this is the main reason this was started basically back in 1994, and marrying someone like within same community, having same values and heritage. Now here is like, why do Brahmins marry Brahmin community? So we believe in Sanatan Dharma. Marrying Brahmin candidate and Brahmin community helps to preserve Sanatan Dharma. So these days, every day, like other lectures also presented, basically we are losing these values. So if we find candidate, if we marry similar community, we will preserve our Dharma, and that goes to our next generations. And that brings happiness to the family, and we have rich culture that continues. And if we find candidate in our community, marriages last longest. If we look at the data here in America for divorce, like America's first marriage divorce was up to 50% and second marriage is up to 70%. These are like alarming numbers. Nobody wants to go towards that. So that is the thing, like we should be look at this platform. This is available for all of us. We should try to expand our community, and with words we can expand most. And these days, like social media is available, so we are working more coming on the social media. Then how can someone submit their entries? So anybody look at BSNA.org, we would appreciate everybody to go on BSNA.org, find their matrimonial form under matrimonial tab. It is available. Other way it can be accessed, like it can be emailed to BSNA president or any other EC members. They can send you matrimonial form link. Or one more option, like anybody doesn't find there, anybody wants to have entry entered by BSNA member or BSNA volunteer, they can do so. So we do need all the required information on basna.matrimonial@gmail.com, and all the information can be sent on the email, and BSNA volunteer would be happy to enter all the information. Then here is just snippet. When somebody goes on basna.org, these are our main topics at the top, main chapters or links. So there is a matrimonial. Once somebody goes there, this is how it looks inside currently. So it goes to the matrimonial form, and there is frequently asked questions. So anybody who try to access this matrimonial form, first thing to look at frequently asked questions, and we all encourage go through all the questions. There are so many questions you might have in mind, and you will find answers there. This is just like inside of that form. How does it look? So if anybody clicks there, this is the first thing they have to go through frequently asked questions, and they have to agree that. This is again snippet for the frequently asked questions. So it has answers inside here, like this is right now for candidates who are living in USA or Canada, and who can fill this form is like candidate himself can fill, or their family members, but candidate should be living in the United States and Canada. Now, this is just a Google spreadsheet. So whatever information we are getting from the form, it generates or it comes into a spreadsheet. And this spreadsheet is similar to Excel sheet. Basically, it's like you can filter all the information, and you can filter down your choices once you get this. So anybody enters information into Google form, BSNA volunteer would review it. And once we find all the information correct, we share this sheet within 1 or 2 days. This is data privacy and security. So when we say data privacy, like objective of the spreadsheet is to collect a minimum amount of data, which can be used to narrow down the search and to make an initial contact. We say sensitive data should not be provided into this spreadsheet. The compiled spreadsheet can be accessed by the candidates who are there in the list, and it will not be given to anybody else. And we say like people who is getting this information should not pass this to anybody else. If anybody want to take this advantage of this program or this platform, we encourage them to fill their own entry or send them link, get like where they can fill this information. Or again, they can send information to BSNA Matrimonial, and we can fill the spreadsheet for them. So this data would be shared only the candidates who are there in this spreadsheet. Currently, there are 170 candidates total in this spreadsheet. And data security. So when we talk about data security, we will not be asking basically exact date of birth, mother's maiden name, social security numbers, street sheet, address, password. This information should not be entered by any cost. We are not having anything that asks these questions. And again, this sheet would be shared only those are there in this spreadsheet or looking candidates. It's not to the public. And we just share this as a viewer only. Nobody can update it. Then if somebody wants to update or like missing any information, we don't have currently to update the previous entry. They have to do fresh entry, and then we can override or old entry. Now here is new updates happening. So right now we have started monthly Zoom calls, and that is only for BSNA matrimonial connection. We had last month first call. So candidates can come and talk, or their parents can come talk, any questions or anything coming into mind. And any candidate, if they like, they can talk over each other, they can understand, and they can start from their conversation. We also planning to have WhatsApp group or community. So that would be specific to BSNA matrimonial candidates. Then we are also working towards having login based basically on our BSNA.org, and that would be for the members only. So we encourage people to be member of BSNA so that they can get this opportunity. Right now, this is open to everyone. Anybody can access, and it's free of cost. There is nothing cost for this. So that's all we have. So just closing points, like this is free. We encourage people to go on BSNA.org, and this was the main thing, so that people can get right choice, right candidates. And what is happening around us is known to everyone, so we don't want to be trapped there. Anybody has any questions?
I just want to add, Radhamohanji's really great presentation. This is what we needed to. Keshavji and Sanjayji can vouch for me. We keep getting email and calls from the people who wants to find candidate for their son or daughter. I mean, this happens every week. I'm getting a couple of calls. So this is the service we need, very transparent. And we are kind of, by doing this, we are empowering our people to find the right candidate. So great work. Thank you very much. This is the thing we should be also very focused on, because this is the way to preserve our Brahminic values. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Radhamohanji, and thank you, Ajayji. Now we have our part 1 culture program, which includes Dr. Alice Dubey. Actually needs to be introduced by Mr. Rahul Pandey.
Hi, namaste everyone. So my name is Rahul Pandey, and I'm from San Diego, and I'll be introducing the next 2 talented artists. First, we have Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey, who is a retired math teacher living in Montreal, Canada, with his wife. He's been involved in BSNA since its inception, and currently serves as Vice President of BSNA Canada, and is also my beloved Nanaji. Dr. Dubey enjoys singing bhajans, playing the flute, and is also involved in various social causes like volunteering in his local mandir. The next performer is Dr. Gauri Shankar Pandeyji, who lives with his wife, Akansha, and his 2 daughters, Arushi and Anya, in San Diego, California. He is from Ajamgarh, Uttar Pradesh. He has been playing tabla and dholak all his life. He enjoys singing bhajans with his family and friends. So please enjoy the following videos. Thank you.
Sanjay ji, audio is not working.
आई नो, नहीं हमने डाउनलोड किया, बहुत क्लियर ऑडियो है, और ये जो रिकॉर्डेड है, अगर सब्सिक्वेंट वीडियोस जो है हमारे लोडेड है, वी नीड टू फाइंड आउट क्यों नहीं काम कर रहा है, क्योंकि मैंने इसको प्ले किया है. इट वाज वेरी क्लियर. आई थिंक देयर इज स्ट्रीमिंग इश्यूज गोइंग ऑन.
अभी आने रहा है, ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा.
नहीं, रुक के आ रहा है, मैं तो पूरा इसको सुना हूँ.
देखिए कोई प्रॉब्लम है इसमें.
या
So Alkaji, when you are sharing the video, there is an option actually which says share audio or something. If you check that box, then it will be better.
I wasn't sure. Oh.
Alkaji, you still there?
Sanjay, would you like to play it then? Yes, I'm still there.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. It's there on the Google Drive, right?
Yeah, Bhatoshi, yeah. See, it's in Google Drive, yes, Culture Program Part 1.
Yes.
Just 1 second.
I don't know, the Zoom just crashed. So I was asking, was everyone able to hear that? The bhajan?
No, it was broken, no.
Should I try again?
Yeah, we have more video.
Your audio is also not clear, so maybe there is some problem there.
Okay, Sanjay ji, would you like to play then?
So can we like download and play with the bandwidth with the camera on, and Google Drive will make it slow?
Sanjay ji, I'm not able to find that video actually onto the shared drive. Is it onto that 29th folder?
Yes. 1 minute. मैं आपको.
I can.
Sanjay ji, play. You might have.
Let me see if I can play here. Okay, hold on a second.
Yes, Bhaktoshri, it's on July 29th.
What is the number actually? Which number is that?
Can I play?
Yeah, you try it. If that works fine from your side of it, yeah, please go ahead.
Can you see it?
Not yet. You're not sharing. Yeah.
I have to sharing the screen. Hold on a second. Can you see it now? Okay, hold on.
Yep, I can share. Can you just play now? Try playing.
Just give me a second. I have to scroll up. Is it clear?
No, there is no audio actually. Dr. Ellis, let me see.
It's the same issue what I was having. When I played, I was able to hear it, but
let me try it. Actually, there's an option for share audio. Can I share my screen for a second?
1 minute. Hello.
Sanjay ji has to stop sharing.
Who is playing the video?
I'll play. Just 1 second, okay?
Let me. You want to try what I'm going to go through what I'm telling you?
Which one is that actually? Can you tell me which video you were playing, because I'm not able to see the same one.
मैं आपको link भेजता हूँ. Just a second. Hold on a second.
Okay, you need.
Yes, I send you the link in that folder. All 3 of them here.
Where did you send me the link?
Just now ही भेजा हूँ. मैंने email किया है email पे.
So who was playing the video before?
Can you see it?
Just still waiting.
It was very clear on my side. Maybe there is a
So
translation.
there's a problem when you share. Actually, when you play it onto this Zoom, actually you have to select that actually one option that you need to do.
So, Bhatoji, if you are on the shared drive, the for each day, you have to go in one of the folder called Cultural Program Part 1.
Okay.
For 29th.
अभी मैंने link को भेजा है उसको to access.
That might take more time, email. So this one might be easier, right? So go on 29th July folder, and then go to Cultural Program Part 1 folder again. And all three, there are 3 videos there, so you can play one of those.
Let me share my screen, okay? This is the folder, right? 29th of July.
Yeah, you are in the cultural program part 1. You have to go. Hold on a second. Go back here. Yeah, again in this. Yeah.
So part 1 is right there. 5th one from the top.
Go scroll down.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, yeah. You can play all 3 of them.
This is the one.
Yes.
Is it better?
Yeah, this is
Do we need to play tabla also?
Yes, yes, usi mein continues, yes.
नमस्कार, आज हम आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं रूपक ताल, जिसमें कुल 7 मात्राएं होती हैं और जिसके बोल हैं तिन तिन ना धी ना धी ना। इसको फास्ट में चौगुन में भी बजाते हैं और इस ताल का सबसे ज़्यादा यूज़ करते हैं हम लोग जब छंद गाते हैं। जैसे रामचरितमानस में जहाँ भी छंद है वहाँ पे इसको बजाया जा सकता है। और सबसे पॉपुलर भजन जो श्री रामचंद्र कृपाल भजमन, उसमें भी बजता है। तो आइए देखते हैं ये कैसे बजता है। श्री रामचंद्र कृपाल भजमन
That's it. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dubey ji and Dr. Gurushankar Pandey ji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dubey ji and Dr. Pandey ji. Now, next we have positive effects of Hindu heritage on mental health. Dr. Umangini Desai, she is an expert professional, and we would like to invite her an introduction by Mr. Vijay from Michigan.
Hello?
We can hear you, Vijay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. It's my pleasure to present Dr. Umangini Desai ji here. She's a good friend of mine. She is a homeopathic practitioner serving Metro Detroit area for over 22 years, based in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Apart from that, she sings classical Indian music and graduated from Gandharva Mahavidyalaya in Gujarat for vocal and harmonium Hindustani training. She has performed in variety of cultural and Bollywood shows with her Guruji in India and continues to do so in USA. She is a mother of 2 young children who really believe in Hindu sanskars and heritage. She is associated with Vallabh Youth Organization and Swadhyay. Very great proponent of youth services. She is very much involved into that. She is also into food, nutrition, and most important, she believes in Hindu heritage. It's in her soul. She follows that from her childhood. Her parents taught through all those things, and she still continues with the children. And she contributed a lot during a COVID pandemic, and the community suffered a lot, especially Indian American community here. And she continues to do so, doing like mental health webinars and with the back flower remedies and with that, and breathing practices with other organizations. So here now I welcome Dr. Umangini Desai ji. Please. Please make her co-host if she's not.
I think she is. Are you able to unmute yourself, Dr. Desai?
Thank you so much. Yes, I am able to now, and I'm going to share my screen very soon. Please bear with me for 1 second. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here, Vijay Mishra ji. This is a great honor to be here and presenting Hindu heritage and how I, as a practitioner, found the mental effects, mental health, and Hindu heritage, how they are kind of integrated. If you have any questions, please do let me know at the end, and I will start the presentation now. So during pandemics, I came across a lot of mental health issues with my clients and my community and surroundings, and how I felt that Hindu heritage, along with my own belief system, helped us fight off with the mental health issues. So the most common sign and symptoms that we see in mental health is anxiety, which is kind of a sympathetic nervous system response. in medical term, but it causes a fight or flight response that happens through our vagus nerve. In Sanskrit, we call this vagus nerve as Ansuya Nadi. I heard this word from a friend of mine who mentioned about Ansuya Nadi, and the research is being done in Canada for cardiovascular health, and how the vagus nerve itself was not new. It was already in our culture for many, many years, and how they were teaching us how to do the vagal tone response, which I will talk to you in the further slides. The second one that we mostly saw was depression. And depression happens when people don't feel good about themselves. That happens because of some chemicals are not being produced because of dopamine and serotonin. Fear was happening. What will happen to me? What other things about me? Loss of job, control. Some of these are the mental health issues that we were noticing. And that is still a common element that we see now. Insecurity, not feeling secure in our own belief system, and why. So these are certain things that we still, I feel that we are still fighting, especially our youth is fighting, especially our own belief system. And then other thing was the gut-brain issues. This is a part of the mental health issues. We will talk about combination of all these in the Hindu heritage in few slides. So the most important thing is our stress response that happens through our vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve is one of the only nerve that goes from our brain all the way to the gut. And that's the cranial nerve number 10. It actually collects all the information from our body and gives it to the brain, and the brain gives a response back to different part of the body. And again, when I'm saying vagus nerve, it's more medical term. We're calling in Sanskrit, it's Ansuya Nadi. So example of the vagus nerve stimulation exercises, the author Stanley Rosenberg came up with this book, and we are still working on this, accessing the healing power of the vagus nerve. How do we actually stimulate the vagus nerve is our own is humming. When we are speaking, humming with the Om or any other shlokas that we chant, it's a part of our pranayam. The breathing exercises that we do, the Brahmari, the alternate nostril breathing. The other thing is simply just face immersion in the cold water when we're stressed. Also, if we remember, like in school, we were always, when you are making some mistake, our teacher always, used our earlobes, and that is also helping our with the vagus nerve toning. Mindfulness is one of the most important thing that it helps. And then I truly believe that our yoga and meditation itself helps our vagus nerve. And I don't think that in this community, I have to explain anything about yoga and meditation. What I would say to our kids and our youth is it's the consistency that matters with yoga and meditation. Mindfulness to our kids that I actually speak for through the Hindu heritage is being in the moment and connecting with one-on-one is so much important rather than being on a digital devices or social media and stuff. These are the things that we know already in our Hindu heritage when we're meditating or when we are really doing the breathing exercises. I would really like to present this video, especially to our community here. And please let me know if you don't hear on your side.
Dr. Desai?
Yes.
The audio is not there. We can see the video, but not the audio.
Can you hear now?
Maybe increase the volume on your side from your laptop.
No, we still cannot hear. I think you may be experiencing the same thing when you're sharing. I saw that you had to check both boxes, audio and video. Maybe if
I found this video on YouTube. If you want, I can share my screen and play it.
Okay.
You want me to do that, Dr. Desai?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Helen Hansel was able to win any competition she took part in. She was known.
Let me know if you see my screen.
No, Bhavtoshi, we don't see your screen.
One second. Now I'm gonna share it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr.
So
Desai.
on my side, the video is still it's still playing. So I'm trying to get out of my video. Just 1 minute, please.
The Orient has had the knowledge of this important connect for thousands of years and has succeeded in developing some powerful techniques to help modulate the mind through the body and vice versa. The human body is a miracle in action. The human nervous system is made of more than 100 billion nerve cells. The nervous system relays information from the brain to the body and back. One of the most important command central for bidirectional communication between the brain and body is the vagus nerve. A nerve probably 99% of the population never heard of nor have a clue of its location. So what is the vagus nerve? Vega in Latin means to wander. This nerve wanders around the body, impacting major organs. This being the longest cranial nerve, it controls all involuntary body processes such as breathing, speech, swallowing, heartbeat, blood pressure, hearing, taste, circulation, digestion, and gut health. It also controls bladder movement, orgasms, and fertility. A healthy vagus nerve allows us to access the parts of the brain responsible for creativity, higher cognition, and complex decision-making. In the absence of a healthy vagus nerve, we only end up having access to parts of our brain that control primal instincts like fear and fight or flight response. Hence, a healthy vagus nerve is essential for leadership and decision-making. The functioning of the vagus nerve can be impaired by stress, anxiety, poor lifestyle, smoking, drinking alcohol and overworking, lack of exercise, proper nutrition and sleep. When the vagus nerve is not able to perform to the best of its ability, the body and mind become susceptible to a range of diseases like depression, anxiety, obesity, cardiovascular disorders, hypertension, diabetes, digestive disorders, chronic inflammation, kidney malfunction, infertility, and even Parkinson's. Doctors have started stimulating the vagus nerve with electric impulses from a device that increases its activity to help with diseases like depression. However, there are natural ways to stimulate the vagus nerve as well, such as breathing, pranayama and meditation, exercise, yoga, omega-3 and probiotic-rich diet, singing and chanting, splashing cold water, laughing, hugging, massages. One of the most effective ways of vagus nerve stimulation is through breath. A powerful breathing technique that has positively impacted millions of people around the world is the Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, taught by the Art of Living Foundation. When one undergoes Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, their breathing and heart rate slows down. The vagus nerve then gathers a signal from multiple organs from the body. notes that things must be calm and restful. It then passes on this message to the brain, which 9 times out of 10 will listen and then allow us to relax, rest, and digest. Regular practice of Sudarshan Kriya activates the vagus nerve and has shown to have relieved depression in over 67% of a study's participants, decreased the release of the stress hormone cortisol by 56%, and reduced anxiety in 71% of people. It improves deep sleep and hormones that contribute to well-being. Due to the activation of vagus nerve, one experiences tremendous benefits after Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, like stress resilience, improved immunity, happiness, creativity, stronger relationships, and ability to handle situations. The vagus nerve remains one of the most well-kept secrets of the human body. Love and empathy, a sense of connectedness, intuition, and mental and physical well-being all become integral parts of life when you keep the vagus nerve nurtured and activated.
Back to you, Dr. Desai.
Thank you so much. It seems like I cannot start the screen share while other is sharing. That's what it shows.
Don't forget.
Okay, now I can. So thank you so much for your patience. Sometimes the technical glitches. This is something that we all do, but I would like to kind of emphasize how important the pineal gland activation is, especially when our children, when we ask them to do certain things, especially, do the bindi or why we are meditating and why we are focusing over here. I feel like if they understand the scientific reason behind it, they are more prone to actually doing our Hindu meditation. So pineal gland, which locates right in between the eyebrows, which is our 6th chakra, and it keeps us kind of always in check. It's like our antenna from good and bad. So during meditation, we focus on our 3rd eye, and the stronger the meditation we do, it actually helps us with our chakra, where we stand from the 1st to the 7th chakra. The way how we activate in Hinduism is we keep the bindi, and that activates our pineal gland. It contracts it, and it helps check our peripheral vision. Similarly with males, they keep the tilak on the 3rd eye to activate this gland. So the whole reason why our kids are nowadays, they're asking us questions, why do we have to do this? And we know we have such a rich culture, but now if clinically or scientifically, if we can teach them that this is why and these are the benefits, if we know, then they are more prone to do certain things. And how already the mental health illnesses that we see in our kids, like ADD, the ADHD, and how they cannot focus by just doing simple meditation, how it can help, which is already in our culture. I'm not able to, yes. So for me, when I was going to my medical school, during that time, something that really helped me get through the stress was Indian classical music. And the reason why I would like to emphasize on the Indian classical music is we can create whatever environment we would really like to. If we want to be happy, we can create that particular raga, that music that also helps, which is, again, when I did my research, I found out that all the ragas were in our own scriptures, and ragas were really originated in some Veda. Back then, we were only doing chanting for prayers in 500 BC. As usual, we all know about the ragas has 7 notes of melodies, and how in musicians specifically, when we really see the musicians, how much focus that they were, and their longevity and the stability of the mind. So if we really see Pandit Ravi Shankar ji or Lata Mangeshkar ji, they lived longer. They had great sense of being, and I believe that it is all about the music and how the Hindustani classical music or the vocal music that we already have it in our culture. I think that helped tremendously with the aging and the longevity. So during my, we know that in hospitals also nowadays that they're using the music as a therapy. And I believe that our kids, if we can get into any kind of music, it can be Hindustani classical music, or it can be anything else that can also help their mind and well-being as well. Another thing that in our culture that we already have, just for an example, in Haveli, we have so many different fragrances. Again, they are incorporating that as an aromatherapy that uplifts our mind and the well-being. Sandalwood and chandan, how those specific fragrances are most important in summer. Similarly, in aromatherapy now, that's affecting our mental and well-being as well. So I don't think that I should say anything about our holy books in this community, but I do feel that we need to teach our children how our Bhagavad Gita, Vedas, the Ramayana, and integration of all these great Sahitya, how we can actually live our life to the fullest with being the Bhagavad Gita itself, how we can teach our kids about the karma and then the action. What you do, you're going to get a result based on your efforts sooner or later. Similarly, how to live the best life as in Ramayana, or Ramayan. So those are the things that I really think that as far as the Hinduism goes, how we already have so much. It's just a matter of us as parents living in different country and different environment, dual culture, how we can integrate. I really liked when Alka Sharma ji mentioned that how, as an educator, she's teaching Diwali and the benefits of Diwali to the youth. Even I heard that 1 minute of maun for someone, that mindfulness that we created that kind of an energy for that person. All these are nothing else, but it actually helps our mental health being as well. So with that, the integration of the culture and the mental health importance, I will leave with this quote, that all knowledge of the world has ever received comes from the mind. The infinite library of the universe is in our own mind. That's by Swami Vivekananda. And I thank you all for listening to me and inviting me. It's an honor to be here. And thank you, Vijayji, for again giving me an opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Umaji. It was great presentation. We learned a lot of things, how we can relate our Hindu heritage to various things, rituals that we follow. Great presentation. Thank you so much, Umaji.
Thank you.
Yes, I would also like to add that Dr. Desai, that was not only just very informative, it's some of the things that we know, but we just need a reminder that all these things do exist and they do help. But that was a great presentation. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so moving ahead, now we have balance and fall prevention in elderlies. That's Mrs. Pratibha Mishra ji. Will be introduced by Neha Sharma ji from Michigan. Neha Sharma ji, is she there?
I don't see Neha Sharma ji here.
Yes, I don't see.
Yeah, I think it's
Somnath Sharma.
Okay, got it. So there you go.
Hope you can hear me. Today I get the opportunity to Pratibha Mishra. Pratibha is
I think your voice is a little low. If you can just make it a little louder, then I think it should be.
Pratibha Mishra is just like my younger sister, and I have privilege to meet her when she was in Michigan earlier. So Pratibha ji is a proficient and compassionate physical therapist, now working in Austin at Austin Physical Therapy Specialty Center, which at Austin and Round Rock location. Pratibha ji has done her bachelor's at Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science in Bangalore, India, and master's from Ahilya Devi University, Indore. So I know Pratibha ji very well, and though she is very passionate for her work and she has extensive experience in physical therapy, and she takes joy in working with her patients with compassion. But other than her job, in her additional time, she likes to paint, listen to music, and play badminton too. And other than these things, she has another thing under her belt. She speaks 5 languages, including Hindi, English, Marathi, and Gujarati and Punjabi. So she is multilingual. And now I want to invite Meri Pyari Choti Behan, Pratibha ji, please welcome and take the stage. Hope you can hear me.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak on this occasion. I'm really honored to be a part of it. Thank you so much, Nehaji. I'm going to talk about balance and fall prevention today. I know most of the people already know a lot of things about it, but we're going to talk a little bit detail about these things. And being a therapist, I might be able to be useful to everyone here. So I have prepared a few slides which I would like to share. So I'm just going to start the screen share. Is the screen being shared already?
You should be able to share it now.
Now? Okay.
Yeah, it was not set for multiple.
Okay. Okay. So can everyone see the screen?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, we can see it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we're going to talk a little bit about balance first, and then we're going to talk about fall prevention and how we can work on improving it and making it more safer for everyone. So balance is the ability of our body to maintain the center of gravity in the base of support. So base of support is the area between the 2 feet. If you draw a circle between the 2 feet, the area that we can find in the circle is the base of support. So the more the base of support, the better the balance will be. And the center of gravity is the area in the human, or for center of gravity can be with anything or person. So for a person, it's usually near the belly button, but it depends on how tall or how short a person is, or how you're standing. So here is an example. So like how here in the blue circle is the base of support, and this one is the center of gravity. And if you draw a line from the center of gravity going down, that will be like a line of gravity. If this line of gravity is in your base of support, you're good, like in the first picture. But if the line of gravity falls out of your base of support, so like if you lift one leg, your base of support is less. So your line of gravity can be going outside. So it will be difficult to balance. Then you would need other things to help you in balancing it. So we'll see how the balance works. If anyone has any question, you can always interrupt and ask me, but I'm just going to try to make it very simple and easy to understand. So balance is like it helps to keep us stable and safe when we are walking around or standing or be in any position. If we are standing on a stable surface, we'll be more balanced. If we are standing on an unstable surface, it is going to be a little difficult to balance. But basically the eyes and all the sensory organs help to send information to the brain, which combines all the information and helps us to balance. So for example, I have a picture here in the next slide, which shows how the vision helps to give information about the body in relation to what is in front of you or what is around you. Then the ears has two organs which helps to connect, like find a position, how your head is or how you're turning or how your position is in relation to the place you are. And the joints and muscles help to send information about how you are placing your arms or your legs. And all these information go to your brain, and it keeps processing continuously the information and helps to keep your balance. So that is basically how the balance works, how the body balance works. Now there are two types of balance: static balance and dynamic balance. Static is when we are standing, sitting, or when we are in any position. It can be kneeling or any static position where you're stable. And dynamic balance is when you're moving. Some people might have problem with static balance, which would be a more serious problem. Some people might have problem with dynamic balance, which is more common with aging, like difficulty from sitting to standing, difficulty with running, swimming, or doing things that you used to do before. So now, how would you know if you have a balance problem? Sometimes you don't even know because it happens over time. Your balance starts getting bad over time. So how would you know if you have a balance problem? That would be because that would be over time. So it is difficult to understand. Sometimes you need someone to tell you that you have a balance problem. Sometimes it's when you pay attention and see that you realize that you might be having something wrong with your balance. Like you can look for these signs. If you feel like something is there, then you can address it, like dizziness, feeling like the room is spinning, or sometimes you feel like you feel dizzy, lightheaded, chakkar aa rahe hain, ya aisa kuch. Sometimes you feel like you're just staggering. You feel like you're tripping over things more often with your age, and sometimes you might be finding it difficult to walk in the dark, or you find yourself always looking at the floor when you're walking. Like we discussed before, if there is any problem in one of these organs or any problem in the connection between these organs and the brain, you would feel like you're losing your balance more. That would be either by vision problems or hearing problems or some inner ear infection. It can be blood pressure. It can be sensory loss. It can be because of weakness of muscles or an old injury that is causing pain, and you shift your balance and your center of gravity moves. So these are the different things that you can find that, okay, this is happening when it says there is something wrong. Now, how to self-evaluate? What will you do if you find these problems in you? So the first step is to be aware about yourself. That, okay, I'm having a couple falls this year, which I never had before, or I'm tripping more often, or I'm having pain and losing my balance, or I'm catching myself holding on to the walls when I'm walking. When those things happen, you want to address it by going and telling someone. The best thing is to go to a doctor and let them know about it, that this is something new that is happening. Sometimes there might be new medications that you might be starting, and that might be a side effect of that medicine. And not everyone has all the side effects of specific medicines. So the doctor might just, it will be as simple as just changing that medication. Or maybe the medication is interacting with some of your food, or interacting with some other medication that you're taking. So sometimes it might be as simple as that. But the first step has to be taken by you by addressing that you have a problem. And sometimes they might also send you to a physical therapist. So because I'm a physical therapist, I'll tell you how a physical therapist thinks and how they would evaluate you. So when you go to a physical therapist, they will check your strength, not just your leg strength, but also the core strength, because that's how you be able to walk, do things normally. And because strength is lost over time, you don't even realize that you're losing strength until the physical therapist evaluates and tells you. Also, there can be sensory problems that can be related to some other disease. Like you might have numbness in the foot, and that can lead to loss of balance. There might be joint proprioception loss that can be related to some diseases, or over age also that can happen. And even your vestibular system can be affected. That can be from an ear infection, or sometimes not even having a cause. And there can be problem with the vision, or vision muscle deficits, that is visual tracking. So they will check your visual tracking. There are various tests also that physical therapists do to check your balance and check your balance. And okay, I'm not going in the details of the tests because but there are various balance tests which you can do for static balance and dynamic. Okay, now I'm going to fall prevention. Can everyone hear?
Yeah, now I can hear you. I think a few seconds back it was like mute kind of thing.
Yes, you got froze right for a few seconds, but that's all right. We can hear you now, Pratibhaji. You froze again.
And then we can do things that can make life a little more easier and little more safer for everyone. So it is as simple as exercising. Then there are few things you can do for home improvements. The right equipment. If something has been prescribed, talking to your doctor, doing a regular health screen, and to get help if you need one. So I'm going to go in details of everything a little bit. Okay. So if someone doesn't have any specific problem, the exercises can be general. Everyone benefits from exercise, but this is specifically important for seniors because when you retire, you stop moving around as much and doing things as much. So there are more chances that the muscles will get weak. And because the lesser is the cell formation, new cells are forming less. So there are more chances for balance. And then again, health conditions. So staying active can improve your balance, coordination, and flexibility. So in this, you can either do a 30-minute of moderate intensity walk, group exercises, yoga classes, swim classes. There is chair yoga, dance classes, anything that you really like and you can be consistent with would be a good thing to do. Regardless of what you choose, the key is just to keep moving. But if you have more serious problems, you would want a more standardized program, which is devised by someone, and you want to do it in supervision. And that would help solve that specific problem. And they would be more like functional things, like sit to stand transfers, or just walking with a cane, or walking with a walker, eventually coming to without a cane kind of things, or getting back to normal. Sometimes it's just as simple as stair climbing. You have stopped going up and down the steps because you don't feel safe. So then you would want to go to a therapist who can work on those issues and try to get you back to doing those things if it's possible. The second thing would be home improvement. Staying at home will not keep you safe. Only staying at home doesn't work. Home has to be safe. With your aging and with your health condition, things change as you age. So you want to accommodate to the new things, new changes. You want to bring those changes to recognize them, the problems in the house, and to correct them is the most important thing. So what you can do is secure loose rugs by tape or remove them altogether. You want to have something that is more stable or doesn't slip under when you walk on it. Remove cords from the walkways or secure them against a wall. Add a non-slip strip to the steps or bathroom. Use a non-slip bath mat. Avoid stepping on stepping stools to get things up. Add night lights in the hallway so that you don't trip over things at night. So these changes are just to be proactive and prevent anything getting worse. The third thing is to use the right equipment. If your doctor recommended a walker or a cane, some people feel shy to use them because maybe it would make them look older, or they don't feel safe using it. But it should always be used in the correct height and the correct way. And if you don't know, then there's no harm in asking someone to do it correctly. Also, if someone has trouble going up and down the steps, then you must always try to have a handrail on both sides or get it installed, because that will make home environment more safer. If you have difficulty getting up and down the toilet seat, you can use a raised toilet seat. If you have difficulty getting in and out of the bathtub, you use grab bars, and chairs can be installed for safety. Shoes are the most important. Using the right kind of shoes is something we can do bare minimum to keep ourselves safe when we are walking in the house or outside. Good fitting shoes with non-slip sole is the best thing. We should not be using high heels in older age. Flip-flops is not a good idea, or shoes that have really slick sole wouldn't help either. One more thing we can do is when you realize that you need help, then you should, you should get a yearly health checkup, frequent eye exams, hearing tests, because as we saw, hearing and vision are very important part of your balance. And the other thing that is important is weakness, muscle weakness. Your doctors might be able to help you find out what is the problem and what can help you get better. Always tell your doctor about a fall. If it is not a good idea to hide your falls from the doctor, because otherwise, how would they know that you're getting more fall risk? And how would you get help? And we already talked about the medication, that changing a medication might prevent a fall. And then if you feel that you're getting older and you think like it would be better to get help with your daily activities, it's always better to get help. Because you cannot do everything. At a certain point when you feel like it is better to get help, Ask for friends and family. They can help you. Also, for outside stuff or housekeeping, there is no harm in getting a paid help, because with age, you want to accommodate the changes that come with it. When you try to do everything, there are more chances of you losing balance, because most of the falls happen when a person is very tired and still trying to do something, or too much in pain and still trying to do things. So it is good to know that where to stop and then try to get help. Also, there are home health aides and caregivers available for people who need a lot of care, like bathing, cooking, doing laundry around the house. For seniors, fall can be more dangerous. It is better to be proactive and prevent yourself from falls. I also have added a few balance exercises here for people not having any problems. It is good only while holding on to something or being closer to a kitchen countertop or something stable. So one is the tightrope walking. You don't have to do a tightrope walking, actually. It's just the name of the exercise. So you can just hold your arms out like this female is holding, and then walk in a straight line. Every time you take a step off the floor, try to hold for 2 or 3 seconds before you put it down, and try to take 15 or 20 steps in a straight line. Either draw a line with a chalk, or you can use the tiles. Just follow the straight line and try to walk in a straight line, 15 or 20 steps. But to start with, always try to be closer to something you can hold on to. You can also do it with one hand holding initially to start with, and then practice without holding. The second one is called rock the boat. In this, you would be shifting your weight. So you'll be standing with both feet hip width apart, and you'll shift your weight on the hip one side, and then be in that position. To start with, do it only 5 seconds, and then change the weight to the opposite hip, hold it for 5 seconds, and you can do about 15 of those. As the balance gets a little better, or you feel more confident about 5 seconds, you can keep up to going up to 30 seconds in each side. This will help you move your weight easily. Every time we walk, we move our weight from one hip to the other. So if we can do that better, then it would be good to walk safely. Okay, this is heel to walk. It's a physical therapy test also we do. It's called tandem walking. Just standing in this position is a good exercise. I would start with just standing in this position, heel in front of the toe, opposite toe, and then holding that position for 15 seconds would be something you would want to start with. And then you can eventually progress to taking a few steps like this. But like I said, you always want to hold on to something while you're doing this test, so that it's safe. We don't want to fall while we are practicing a balance exercise. Okay. So, and then this is a flamingo stand. This is as simple as it's chosen here. You can start with 5 seconds, keeping one leg on the opposite knee, and holding your arms out, and then progress to 10 seconds hold. And we can start with doing 5 times and then progress to 10 to 15 times each side. If you are in perfect health and everything you're doing in your house without a walking aid and doing everything okay, then these would be something you can start doing right away, just to keep yourselves up to the mark. Okay, good. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can definitely ask me.
Thank you very much, Pratibha ji. That was a very informative session. especially my mother is visiting and she's with me, and all those things you just mentioned, we had prepped those things in our house before she
Okay.
I mean, before, when anytime she came, stayed with us, she wasn't that elderly, and now we felt like she needed those things. So yes, it was very informative, and those things you mentioned definitely are true, and they help. Thank you.
I just want to say
Thank you so much.
thank you, Pratibha ji. She prepared this on a very short notice. I think I told her last week, and she did an amazing job. And she was a star presenter here in Michigan, because we have a lot of older people here, including me. So thanks for doing this.
Thank you so much, Ajay ji. Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone, also.
Pratibha ji, we miss you and Vinay ji here in Michigan.
Me too, yeah.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the program. Next is we will be going to Mr. Shreyash Joshi ji again. His wonderful presentation that we all were enjoying, and it has some remaining things to be covered. What are the Brahminic values, and why is it important to live by these values in modern world? Part 2 will be introduced by Mr. Somnath ji. Are you able to unmute yourself? No? Okay. Bhavtosh ji?
Yeah, are you able to do it now? Okay.
For the first part, my father introduced Rishi, so this time I'll do it. So my name is Anirudh Sharma, and today Rishi is going to continue his speech regarding why Brahminic values are very important to continue to live in our life, to demonstrate these values in our lives. So I am excited to continue to hear his thoughts. Rishi explained everything in the first part of the speech with a very scientific background as well. He mentioned a lot of the values such as knowledge, self-control, purity, austerity, and one more. I'm very sorry, I can't remember it right now, but these 5 values were mentioned by Rishi, and he was mentioning how these values have been used throughout our time, and how Brahmins have provide so many services to people as well, and again, how things have been misinterpreted in certain ways today. So yeah, I'm excited to hear more about that. So Shirshi, please continue your speech regarding that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction, Vita. I always enjoyed the conversations we had when I was at your place. Very insightful conversation. You had really good questions, so it was always fun to have that conversation. And a very nice summary of where we had left off. This is going to be a small 15-minute session, right? So we'll go through 2 things very quickly. As we were talking about Brahminical values, where we get the Brahminical values, to get them, we just first have to build a base, right? We need to form a base, just like rain falls everywhere. When it falls in the sea, that water goes waste, right? It has to recycle. But when it falls on the land, it still goes waste because the weeds grow. But when it falls on a cultivated land, then the crops grow. So for us also to understand and to get all the detachments and to understand Brahma, we have to cultivate ourselves. And the process to cultivate ourselves is to let go of all the attachments. How do we let go? By developing these qualities, by not being envious, kind to all living entities. Do not think of ourselves as a proprietor, friend to everyone, letting go of the false ego. Letting go of the false ego. Give me one sec, page up here. Right, so letting go of false ego, being equipoised, being tolerant, satisfied, self-controlled, determined, and having a fixed mind and intelligence, right? These are very important qualities, no matter what the context is, no matter what the age is. the age-old principles. That's also, these principles are coming from our scriptures. That's how these are called Sanatana Dharma. They are, our religion is called Sanatana Dharma because it's talking about the principles that are true eternally, irrespective of the time, place, and circumstances. And they're always beneficial. Every word in the scripture is always beneficial one way or the other. It just needs to be handled it correctly. So when we build that foundation, we are able to understand Brahma, either Nirguna Brahma or Saguna Brahma. When we understand, then we develop certain qualities, more qualities, right? That's the outcome of knowing Brahma, is to na rishyati, na dveshati, na shochati, na kankshati, or as Narada Muni would say, na shochati, na kankshati, na dveshati, na ramate, nirotsahi bhavate in Narada Bhakti Sutra. So these Brahminical qualities, when we develop, it makes us very objective, which is very important quality, especially in the age of knowledge that we live in today. Correct? Because once we are objective, we can see the things the way they are, right? And then we can guide the people in the right way, rather than guiding them with our emotions. So these are very important qualities, even in today's day and age. Once we have these qualities, then the value system comes into picture. We are able to enforce this value system on us, as well as we are able to provide this kind of value system to the rest of the society by being peaceful, self-controlled, austere, having purity of heart, inside and outside purity, clarity, right? Clarity of thoughts, right? Tolerance, honesty, wisdom, and knowledge, religiousness, righteousness. Righteousness is an outcome of having these qualities. It's not quality by itself, right? Once you have this quality, everything else, all the good things follow automatically. Correct? So this is what we went through some of these qualities in the previous presentation: knowledge, peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity. We will continue with the rest of the qualities. One of the most important qualities, and that is missing in today's society, is the honesty, right? People are not honest to themselves. Forget about being honest to others, right? They think that if I can just twist this, I can just act like this, I'll be considered a great person. If I just make this show, then I would be considered a great philanthropist, for example. In their heart, they know who they are, right? Our heart tells us, irrespective of everything else. So honesty for ourselves, for the introspection, and honesty for the extrospection. It should be spection. So the introspection and the extrospection honesty is quite important, because that honest introspection leads to self-improvement. Honest extrospection leads to improvement in the society. Honesty is the key word there, right? One has to be very, very clear on that. It also leads to the trust and the closeness. So you see the trust is failing everywhere at all the levels in the society, within the family unit, as well as within the friend circle, as well as within the neighborhoods, no matter where you go. And that trust can be regained if the basic honesty is available in every individual that we deal with, right? We expect them to be honest, and we expect to reciprocate the same way. So it basically, with the honesty, there is a better outcome for all, whether even in the business scenario, if it is an honest business scenario, there is a reasonable profit taken. There is a profit taken, but reasonable profit taken. If there is some service taken from someone, there is a proper remuneration given to them. It's fair and equal for all. It's a fair and equitable distribution, right? The whole Western society is running around in circles, demanding A, then B, then C, then D, and goes back in a circle. If you see last 60 years of history, right? Everything starting from the later part of the Second World War to the Korean War to Vietnam War to the women's liberation movement. And if we continue further down, how the society has gone, it's almost going back to the hippie days, the hippie era, where there is a peace movement, there is a total negation of some of the in-between family values that were getting generated. Families are breaking apart. the trust is not there in the society. Different parts of the societies are also finding it difficult to have faith on each other. So honesty in the today's world becomes very important quality. So it's one of the Brahminical qualities that we bring to the table, and we can explain how it should be done, right? Being honest also has its limitations, and our scriptures, especially say Mahabharata, has very specific examples that if by being honest and truthful, if somebody is going to get hurt, what do? It's a dilemma, right? Whether you say the truth or you don't say the truth, right? Those are the questions that our scriptures answer, right? And for us to understand and provide proper guidance, we have to be expert on those scriptures as well. We have to have read through those, right? Because there is no replacement. It's not like we are not the collectors. We are not the hunter or gatherers collectors. You tell me something, and I'll collect all this information and present it. It is something that has to be internalized. We have to read it, understand it, imbibe it, make it part of our life, and then these things come naturally. And this is something that we have to teach to the society as well, how to do it, because every person of the society has to understand how to do this. It's not just that Brahmins have to do it and everybody else can sit on the sideline. Everyone has to learn how to do this, and that's our job to teach them, right? Next comes the wisdom. Wisdom is typically what I call the ripe fruit of knowledge, right? And what is knowledge? Knowledge is coming from the information that is coming from the data, which is basically Google is getting a lot of it. And now Microsoft is going to get a lot of it also, right? From that data comes the AI, which is coming from the open AI right now, the insights. But that insights, we'll see in the next slide, how those insights are a little bit troublesome, right? So we'll take a quick look at that as well. But that insights, when we imbibe it, when we internalize it, we make it part of ourselves as a second nature, then there is wisdom, right? Wisdom doesn't come from just reading the books. It's coming from getting something inside us and making it part of us, making it part of our day-to-day life. And that wisdom basically leads to the answers that Shakespeare asked, 800 years ago, to be or not to be. When to do something, when not to do something, when to say something, when not to say something, right? All those questions, the dichotomy of those questions get answered because you have now wisdom to decide correctly. Similarly, the religiousness, right? Most of the Europe is going away from the religiousness, religious beliefs. USA, most of the religions are in decline. There is only one religion that is making progress in the world. Anyone has a thought on which religion is that? Yes, yes, Pathakji. Sanatana Dharma. Yes, I could read your lips there. Sanatana Dharma. The Rath Yatra is spreading in every town and villages. There are temples being built everywhere, right? The king and queens of London are coming to the temples. The temple is being built in the heartland of Islam as well. It's one religion that is making progress. It is one religion that is creating a buzz, and the credit goes to the people, ancestors of the people who are sitting in this room, in this meeting. Our ancestors made it possible. It would have been impossible if we did not have a way to protect and protect the loss of knowledge, right? We created this federated system where everyone memorized the verses, and the verses were immutable, that one person cannot change it here and there and make its own interpretation. And then we had this Brahmin Sabha that would reconcile all these things year after year on a regular basis across the nation when the transportation was tough, right? The credit goes to those people who stood by on their commitment in spite of being butchered on a daily basis, right? There were kings in India for hundreds of years who would not take their lunch or dinner if they don't see a head of one of our ancestors cut. And from that, our ancestors have passed and they have sustained the knowledge all these years. And now it's our duty in the age of knowledge to bring it back, bring it out in a way that it is supposed to be, and at the same time apply it to the modern context, right? So that's the wisdom, and that's the religiousness, right? What religiousness brings, right? What it brings to the on the table, right? It brings the charitra, right? Remember, Gyani Jail Singh, he had written a poem, Mera kho gaya hai mitra jiska naam hai charitra. So this is what religiousness brings to the table, because Why it brings this to the table? Because it has value system. It provides a structure. It provides social support system as well for the people who are in need. Those who are in spiritual needs, as well as financial needs, as well as material needs anywhere. It provides that system. It provides positive leaders for the all followers, right? We have seen when the leaders are not positive, as Vibhuti were saying, when the leadership is not positive, what happens? People strap an explosive device to themselves and they blow themselves up. And they find that is okay to do, right? That is what is the reason? It's the reason, the core root cause is the poor leadership, right? It keeps people together, right? Religious gatherings, regular gatherings, the festivals that we have, like, you know, our Sanatana Dharma is a dharma of festival. Every month there is new festival, right? One way or the other. And each festival is a celebration. There is not a single festival that we celebrate or we gather where we are mourning something. Everything is a festival, everything is a celebration, every celebration is a celebration of a past success that we remember. And that each success is attributed to a deity or an individual who actually made it possible for the betterment of humanity. It is not for the betterment of self, but it was betterment of humanity. And that is something that our religion, our Sanatana Dharma brings to the table. And that is what we need to propagate, along with this additional value system that it brings, right? It also, so, you know, obviously my spell check is not working when I'm typing it here, but the framework for the arbitration and conflict resolution is something that religions provide to the general public, right? Most of these things were handled by Brahmins. You know, if you remember the previous slide where I listed literally, you know, 35, 40 different professions where Brahmins were in. Those were not even the professions or occupations where the remuneration was sought back. Those were free services that we were providing. Tolerance is the next item that comes into picture where we have differing opinion, and there is a word that I learned very early in my childhood, thanks to a Gujarati author called Matantara Kshama. There is a Matantara is difference of opinion, and Kshama is, you know, I forgive the difference of opinion. You have right to maintain your opinion. I have right to maintain my opinion. Right, and still we can both be friends, we can be together. It's okay to have difference of opinions. That is the tolerance. If this Vibhuti were mentioning in the beginning, you know, where is that tolerance? Right? That tolerance is missing today, and we can bring that. That is one of the Brahminical qualities that we bring it back today. Similarly, tolerance towards other paths and panthas, right? Other origins, people of different origins, right? There's one question that always comes, tolerance to what extent, right? You avoid conflict, but for how long you avoid conflict by being tolerant? There are specific examples that are given in our Vedas and Puranas that tells you what are the implications of extreme tolerance, to what extent a tolerance is correct, and you know they provide certain standards and guidelines. Right? Shishupala is one example. What Krishna did, right? That's one example for Shishupala. Similarly, there are other examples also given in Mahabharata and other places. 75 years of wait time, 75 years of tolerance. It still led to a major war, right? So whether that tolerance, and that is what Krishna tried to explain in Bhagavad Gita in 45 minutes, 700 verses, that tolerance with the wrong kind of people is not always worth it. Right. What is right and what is wrong? How do you define it? It's not your opinion, my opinion, or somebody else's opinion. It is something that is defined by dharma. And what is dharma? Dharma is something that is an eternal truth. And why it is eternal truth? Because dharmam tu sakshat bhagavat pranitam. It is coming straight from the creator. Right. And so our Vedas were created before the material world was created. God was kind enough that if he was going to put souls in the material world, then he first created the knowledge of Veda. The Vedas basically guide the souls back to the creator, back to God, back to Godhead. He created that knowledge first, then he created the universe, then he seeded the universe with that knowledge, with the first soul that was Brahma that entered the universe. And then the rest of the souls were seeded into the material world, right? And so it's the blessings from the creator that we carry in our heads, right? In our heads, based on our parampara, family values. So these are all the qualities that we have. Any questions we can talk about, just send me in the chat, I'll respond back, or just reach out to me personally, that is fine. That primarily concludes the initial, the committed portion of our discussion today. Couple of things that came up to light when I was doing some research for this presentation. One is OpenAI, right? I tried asking ChatGPT, well, you tell me, you write an article for me. What are the traditional Brahminical values if our society lived by? Then the whole world will be a better place to live. And OpenAI thinks that, well, you are asking me a question that promotes discrimination, prejudice, intolerance towards other groups and people, because you're talking about Brahminical values. So you can see what OpenAI has learned, right? It has learned from the existing knowledge base, which also tells that if OpenAI is biased, then our existing knowledge base that's available outside on the internet is also extremely biased, right? The moment the word Brahminical values come, the very next response is discrimination, prejudice, intolerance towards other people. So keep that in mind. This is something that we have to fix as we lead the society one way or the other. We'll have to figure out how. Additional biases. So I know how to make things out of OpenAI. So I changed the question and rephrased it, walked it through different series of questions. And it came from what? It came to what? Brahminical values are based on ancient religious tradition of Brahminism, as if Brahminism is different than the Sanatana Dharma, which emerged from the Vedic religion, as if it's a different branch compared to the rest of the Sanatana Dharma, right? It's a shame that AI learned this, because that is what is there in the existing knowledge base on the internet everywhere we go, right? We find good things because we seek out, like bees, we seek out good things on the internet and we feel happy. But the internet is flooded with this kind of nonsensical information. Otherwise, AI would not have learned it. It's very simple. Brahminicism emphasized what? The status of Brahma, priest or Brahman or priestly class as a speculation about Brahman. So it's not the fact. It's nothing to do with anything else that is stated in our scriptures. It is just a speculation of somebody sitting in some corner and came up with some nonsense, is what AI thinks as what Brahminism is. AI thinks somebody designated the Brahmins and accorded the highest status to them, rather than what our scripture says, that anyone can be a Brahmin. Vedavyasa, who was son of a Machimar, became the topmost Brahmin, documented all the scriptures, and we all follow that. But that is missing, that information is missing from OpenAI, right? And the traditional occupation of Brahmins, right? Occupation is against the remuneration. We did not take remuneration. It's not the occupation. It is not the occupation, right? It's our duty that we were performing. We committed to a duty, and that's what we were performing. And without the biases, there is some bias, but I made it walk through a series of questions to take out all the biases, and then it came up with, well, you're right, Brahmins is signified, signified someone who is good and virtuous, and wisdom, detachment, compassion, purity, devotion. Now it's going back to our true value system, but it's after so much of biases. So keep that right? Keep that in mind, and something that we should figure out how to fix it as we move forward. There are a couple of things that were talked about for the children. So I would let people read this, especially how to engage children. This was part of my talk in the Michigan Samaj also. Our scriptures, our Vedas and Puranas and Upanishads, they are full of, there are about possibly 10,000 plus stories there. Each one talking about the chivalry, the moral values, the ethics, the value systems, the sacrifices, the good governance, the aliens, the multidimensional universes, the magic, the curses and the counter curses, galaxies, galactic battles, love and romance, betrayal and its consequences. It's full of these plus probably 100 other topics of wisdom. If the children are not not reading those stories, then they are missing something, and we are missing something. And last slide is, if any of the kids here, if they have not heard the stories from the Ved Purana and Upanishad, imagine the Harry Potter, the Lord of the Rings, the Matrix, and Star Wars coming together at one place. That is what our 108 Upanishads, 18 Puranas, Ramayana and Mahabharata holds. Each of those stories, you will make a direct connection with everything that you've seen in these movies. the scenes as they unfold. You will see direct connections there. Like, close your eyes and hear a Vedic story from a parent or a grandparent, and you will witness under your closed eyelids what would be simply amazing, better than anything that Disney or Pixar can ever create. You just use your imagination, close your eyes, and listen to the stories coming straight from our scriptures. And with that, I will end this presentation here. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's been a great series of presentations, and I really appreciate BSNA for organizing this. I'm a fan for life. Thank you.
Thank you, Sureshji. This is really a great lecture.
Thank you so much, Sureshji. And I totally, the last statement you made, my daughter is an animator, and she always says that there is so much lacking in the industry of animation. We have so many cool stories, and same thing what you said, that Harry Potter or any of the Disney movies, our stories can beat any of those. Yep. Great information. We will continue with the shlokas from recited by the kids here. Their names are, I'll start off. We have 4 wonderful kids who will be reciting shlokas. So first one, I have Anaya Bhardwaj. Bhavtoshji, would Anaya use your account?
Yep, she's there.
Okay. Great. So I have an opportunity to introduce Anaya. Anaya is 11 years old. She enjoys dancing and singing. She is learning classical Indian music and Kathak since the age of 5. Anaya, I relate with you. I started learning Kathak at the age of 5 as well. Go ahead, Anaya.
Thank you, Alkaji. Namaste everyone. I'm gonna be singing a rag about Saraswati's 12 names. It's called Saraswati Dwadash Namvali. And it has all the 12 names of Goddess Saraswati, and explains how if you sing this rag 3 times, that she will come sit on your tongue and give you lots of knowledge. So let me get started. Tamam bharati nama dvitiyam cha saraswati tritiyam sharada devi chaturtham hansavahini prathamam bharati nama panchamam jagati dhyatha sashtham Bhageshwari tatha saptamam kumati prokta ashtamam brahmacharya prathamam bharati nama navamam buddhi nama cha dashamam varadayini ekadasham chandраkanti dwadasham bhuvaneshwari prathamam bharati nama dwadashaitani namani trisandyam yaha pathenayah griva brihajasate nityam brahma rupa saraswati prathamam bharati nama saraswati mahabhage vidhe kamalalochane vishwarupe vishalakshi vidyam dehi namostute everyone.
Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, I'm amazed. Beautiful singing and a beautiful shlokas. Good job, Anaya. Next, we have this will be a recording. We have Sumitra and Nilanshi. Miss Archana ji would be introducing them. Archana ji. Is Archana ji there?
Let's. I think Radha Mohan ji will. I think they are logged in as Radha Mohan. Radha ji.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure.
Please unmute him. I guess Radha Mohan.
He's on me.
Okay, there is Archana ji.
Yeah, I'm here. Namaste, Alkaji. Namaste, everyone. So, Soumitra is 13-year-old and he's going to 8th grade, and Nilanshi is 8-year-old and going to 3rd grade. And both read Hanuman Bhagavad Gita and Ramayana every day at home. And both are very regular to ISKCON temple and Bharatiya Hindu temple. And there also, whenever they get chance or opportunity, they read Bhagavad Gita and Ramayana. And both are learning Indian classical music. And Nilanshi is learning Bharatanatyam classical dance too. And both read Hanuman Chalisa and opening and closing prayer in Hanuman Chalisa online group. And all credit goes to our parents who encourage us to teach Ramayana and Bhagavad Gita to them. And we are thankful to you and honored to be part of BSNA family. And let's listen Nilanshi and Sumitra.
So I'm gonna play that. I'll share my screen and then start the video. It does not have the audio in it. There is no audio in it. Oh, you can hear the video? Or audio?
We can hear the audio, yes.
Okay.
Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Iti Pratamo Adhyaya Dhritarashtra Uvacha Dharam Kshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yutsavaha Mameka Pandavasteva Kima Kurvata Sanjaya Sanjaya Uvacha Drisvatu Pandavanīkam Vyudam Duryodhanastata Acharyam Upasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit Pashyetam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamom Vyudam Drupada Putrena Tapashishena Dhimataha Atra Sura Maheshwasa Bhima Arjun Samayudhi Yudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha Dristaketuscha Kitanaha Kashi Rajascha Vidyavan Purajita Kunti Bhojascha Sevyascha Narapongavaha Yudhamanyascha Vikranta Uddamojascha Vidyavan Sobhadra Draupadeyascha Sarve eva Maharatha Asmakam tu Vishishtaya Tane Bodhadvijotam Nayaka Mama Senyasya Sanjatam Tan Bravimite Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjaya अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सोमदत्तस्तथैव च अने च भवसूरा मदर्थे त्यक्तजीविता नानाशस्त्रप्रहरणा सर्वे युद्धविशारदा अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं बलं भीष्माभिरक्षितं पर्याप्तं त्वइदम् एतेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षितम् अयनेषु च सर्वेषु यथाभागम् अवस्थिता भीष्मम् एवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जनयन् हर्षम् कुरु वृद्ध पितामहः सिंहनादं विन्द्योचै शङ्खं दद्मो प्रतापवान् तथा शङ्खाश्च वीर्यश्च पणवानकगौमुखः सहसैवाभ्यहन्यन्त सशब्दस्तुमलो अभवत् तथा श्वेतैर्हयैर्युक्ते ब्रह्मति शन्दने स्थितौ माधव पाण्डवाश्चैव दिव्यो शङ्खो प्रदध्मतु पाञ्चजन्यं ऋषिकेशं देवदत्तं धनञ्जय पौण्ड्रं दद्मो महाशङ्खं भीमकर्मवृकोदरा अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुगन्धिपुष्पकौ काश्यश्च परमेश्वासः शिखण्डी च महारथः दृष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सत्यज्ञश्च पराजितः द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वश पृथिवीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहो शङ्खं दद्मो पृथक् पृथक् सघोषो धार्तराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यदारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलो अभ्यनुनादयन् अथा व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धार्तराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजा प्रवृते शस्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डवा ऋषिकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदम् आह महीपते कर्मण्य एवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भूः मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानम् अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविर् ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना ॐ
Wow. I can only say wow after this. Next we have Prisha. Shirishji, are you? Shirishji, are you there? Okay, seems like he may have stepped away. I will just introduce Prisha. What I know, she is Shirishji's younger daughter, and we have a shloka from Prisha. Bhavtoshji.
Ji, I just starting it. Just give me 1 second.
No problem. Thank you.
Tuvacha धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुयुत्सवः मामकाः पाण्डवश्चैव किमकुर्वता सञ्जय सञ्जय उवाच दृष्ट्वा तु पाण्डवानीकं व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यमुपसंगम्य राजा वचनं ब्रवीत् पश्चितं पाण्डुपुत्राणाम् आचार्य महतिं च मूं व्यूढं द्रुपदपुत्रेण तव शिष्येन धीमता अत्राशूरा महेश्वसां भीमर्जुना समायुद्धि युयुधानो विराटश्च द्रुपदश्च महारथा दृष्टकेतुश्च कृतानः काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शैब्यश्च नरपुङ्गवः युद्धमन्युश्च विक्रान्तः उत्तमौजश्च वीर्यवान् सौभद्रो द्रौपदेयश्च सर्व एव महारथा अस्माकं तु विशेषाये तानि बोधा द्विजोत्तमा नायका मम सैन्यस्य संज्ञार्थं तन्ब्रवीमीते भवन् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समितिञ्जया अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सौमदत्तिस्तथैव च अन्ये च शुरुमदर्थे त्यक्तव्येव जीवितः ज्ञानशस्त्रप्रहाणः सर्वयुद्धविशारदः अप्याप्तं तदास्मकं बालं भीष्मभिरक्षितं पर्याप्तं त्विदमेतेषां बलं भीमाभिरक्षितम् अयनेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागमवस्थिता भीष्ममेवाभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य संजनं हर्षं कुरु वृद्धा पितामहा सिंहनादं विनादोचै शङ्खं दद्मो प्रतापवान् तथा शङ्ख्यश्च भैर्यश्च पनवाककगोमुखः सहसैव्यभ्यभयन्त सशब्दस्तु मलोभवात् ततः श्वेतेर्हये मुक्ते महती स्यन्दनैस्ततौ माधव पाण्डवश्चैव दिव्यो शङ्को प्रदत्महो पाञ्चजन्यं हृषिकेशो देवदत्तं धनञ्जया पौन्द्रं दद्मो महाशङ्कं भीमकर्मावृकोदरः
I can just say that I need to learn something from these kids. They were not only just reciting amazingly, their pronunciation was amazing. Next, we have actually Vijayji.
Yes, Alkaji.
I will hand the mic to you now.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Alkaji. I'll take over from here. So next program we have is health and medicine, role of sattvic diet and in preventing diseases, including cancer in humans. I would like to invite Dr. Sin Pathak to present on that topic. And before we do that, I want to call upon Dr. Sanjay Pandeyji to introduce him, and also at the same time, I would like to invite Mahendra Mishra ji to assist with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. So far, everybody is doing so well. People are sitting at one place. I hope they are doing well. So it's my pleasure, and I'm really humbled to introduce these two, I can say, strong supporters of BSNA from long time, and they are available anytime to help and support BSNA. So first, I would like to introduce Shri Mahendra Mishra ji, who is going to moderate this talk, shortly given by Dr. Sen Pathak ji. Dr. Mahendra Mishra is graduate from IIT Kharagpur in 1960, worked for Hindustan Motors in West Bengal. At the end of 1971, he's migrated to US and worked for different engineering companies and retired in 2010. Associated with BSNA from its beginning and have worked in various capacities and is currently a patron. He is also a member of NEC, National Election Committee of BSNA. He has received several awards. And also, I am really want to mention one thing that, Dr. Mishra ji has taken this very noble cause to financially help all these, underprivileged, especially girls from the rural areas of India. And I am kind of, helping coordinating those efforts. And, this is so much nice thing that he's doing. Thank you, Mishra ji. Now moving to Dr. Sen Pathak ji, where I can start this bio is so big, I cannot finish in this, short time, but I will, make it brief. Dr. Sen Pathak ji is a geneticist and professor of cell biology and laboratory medicine at University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston. He is a highly merited scientist of international repute. Dr. Pathak was born in Azamgarh, Uttar Pradesh, India, in a farmer's family. His early primary and middle school education was in hometown. He joined BHU Banaras Hindu University in Varanasi and obtained his bachelor, master's, and PhD in mammalian cytogenetics. Bachelor, master's, he topped is a gold medalist. And he has been associated with various institutions and organizations in various capacities. And their list is very long. He has received numerous awards. List is very long to mention here again, including Lifetime Achievement Award from BSNA as well as World Brahman Confederation. He continued to support BSNA in various ways, including financially, making presentation whenever BSNA requested him, and also to young generations. And he always emphasized that young generation, should come and talk to him. He is really, inspiration and also a role model for them. So without further delay, please welcome Mahendra Mishra ji and Sen Pathak ji to make this presentation on role of sattvic diet in preventing diseases, including cancers in humans. So Mishra ji.
मिश्रा जी आप म्यूटेड हैं। विजय जी उनको अनम्यूट करिए। मिश्रा जी सभी लोग म्यूटेड हैं, प्लीज अनम्यूट दें।
मैं अनम्यूट नहीं कर सकता, भावतेज जी कर देंगे अभी।
हाँ करिए उनको।
No. Okay.
Yeah, now I can. Thank you, Pandeji, for kind introduction. Distinguished members of Brahmin Samaj of North America, members of Global Brahmin Confederation, and esteemed guests. आप सबको मेरा प्रणाम।
रुकना भैया यहाँ।
The topic of discussion today is the role of sattvic diet in preventing diseases, including cancer in humans. There is a famous saying, Pratham Sukh Nirogi Kaya, Dujo Sukh Maya. First pleasure of life is disease-free body, and second pleasure is wealth. Diet plays a key role in keeping us disease-free. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 17, Shloka number 8, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that foods dear to those who are in mode of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such foods are juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart. The Sattvic diet includes such foods. In ancient times, our rishis who had the Sattvic diet lived an exceptionally long and disease-free life. For discussion about diseases, cancer is selected only as an example, and the information is equally applicable to other diseases. In the end of the talk, we will have 10 minutes for your questions. Please welcome today's speaker, Dr. Sen Pathak, an internationally recognized cancer scientist. Pathak ji.
आओ बेटा एक मिनट जरा सा इसको हटा दो. Now I should open this. Can you hear me? क्या हुआ?
Yes. Yeah. So, yes. Pathak ji,
Yeah, we can hear you, Doctor.
गुरुर् ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः. At the very outset, I would like to dedicate my talk to my great friend, late great friend, Dr. Shrikant Mishra. I was student in BHU the time he was also a student in BHU. And I feel so sad that in this young age, he left us. But this is my humble prayer for him by dedicating this lecture. Now, this topic was given to me by my big brother, Sri Mahendra Mishra ji. He dictated me this topic. I'm not expert in food. As Dr. Pandey told me, thank you Pandey for your very nice introduction. As he told me, I am a student of genetics and cytogenetics, but I will try my best to carry on the legacy. So these are my gurus. Without guru, I cannot be talking. I was a crying baby when I was a student in India. But these two gurus, this is S.P. Rai Chaudhary. He was chairman of zoology department in BHU, under whom I did my PhD. Then I came to MD Anderson Cancer Center and worked with T.C. Shu, who was nominated 3 times for Nobel Prize. And in his lab, I worked. And this picture was taken in 1980 when I invited Dr. Rai Chaudhary to come and give a lecture in MD Anderson. Now, this is my spiritual guru, Sri Gyanananda Saraswati ji. This was taken in Somnath. And when I was introduced to this gentleman, you all know him. When I introduced him, he raised his hand to shake hand with me, and I said like this. And he immediately told that you have lived in America for so many years, but you still follow the Indian culture, and I do it very precisely. So these people have taught me not only science and whatever little bit about Vedic Dharma I know, they have taught me how to be a human being also. Now, for those of you who have not experienced, have not known MD Anderson, when I came here, MD Anderson has single building. Now, all these buildings you are seeing, they belong to MD Anderson Cancer Center. And this is just one campus. Now, North Campus, and we have South Campus, we have Mid Campus also. Now, the mission of this hospital is to make cancer history. That's why the cancer word is cut with red ink. You have seen everywhere. Now, coming to the topic I want to discuss over here, the Vedic sages and scientists of today and sages of Vedic rishis. Our sages have done search to raise the standard of life, that is Jivan, in humans. Western scientists, where we are included, they are working on the physical body and they are trying to raise the standard of living, Jivika. There is a vast difference between Jivan and Jivika. Now, health is wealth. This phrase, I think, is started in India and we have to follow it. I will not go and elaborate it. Now, what is the concept of health? This slide I have borrowed from Bangalore, from Dr. H.R. Nagendra's group. Aswastha means A plus swastha means sickness. We are sick. Swastha means being in self. In self means we could be tamasi, we could be rajas, we could be sattvic, we could be anything. So being in our own nature, because health is our nature. Aswastha means being away from ourselves. So these are simple definitions of. Now, the 2-3 weeks ago, I was participating in some webinars with Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya. Every week I participate and I learn a lot. The word Paryavaran was being discussed. This Paryavaran word is very common in India nowadays, but this word does not exist in early Hindu literature, Vedic literature. What exists there, according to some learned people I have learned, is called Prakriti. And Prakriti could be external, river, mountain, air, chemicals, plants, temperature, whatnot. And there is Prakriti, which is internal inside our body. So internal Prakriti influences outer Prakriti, and outer Prakriti influences inner Prakriti. Please remember this. So some of these, our body is loaded with microbiomes. We have more biomes in our body, parasites in our body, than we have cells. Please remember that. So some of these microbiomes are beneficial and others are pathogenic. So we have to maintain the balance. And I will be talking about this a little bit more in detail later on. Now, human microbiomes and biobanking. The other day, Dr. Sanjay Pandeyji told me one of his known friends is working now in biobanking in India. Now, biobanking has become very common now because they are taking away good bacteria from the fecal material of healthy people, isolating them and putting them in the bank as we put money or we freeze down cancer cells in our freezer. So it has become a very important aspect in microbiomes. What comes? Bacteria and fungus and viruses, including some parasites. So we have bacteria, they are intercellular also, between two cells, and also they are intracellular, within the cells they are present, and they play a very important role in our health, and they are influenced by our food. We are learning today. So human life journey is based on two wheels, the way I have looked at that. One is called physical body and one is called Atma. Okay, but today we are placing too much emphasis on physical body. This is physical body. Physical body, our desires, immense progress. We fulfill 3 P's: position, possession, and prestige. These 3 P's I call. We have to have a good TV, good phone, those kind of things. Good iPhone nowadays. We ignore this wheel. So this wheel is actually oiled very well. This wheel is ignored, and because of this, our life does not move properly. There is a stroke here and there, and therefore it is very important to grease both wheels equally in our life. This is what we learned from Hinduism and also from the Western culture. We have to maintain this both. Only then we can have happiness in our life. Now, this slide has come here about the cancer. Cancer is an interaction between our genetic background, whatever our genetic background is, with the external and internal environment. We always think that outside we are breathing bad air and blah, blah, blah. That's why we are having cancer. That is not true in 100%. Inside our body also, we are having something that is influencing our genotype. And because of that, we develop cancer. Now, this slide was very lovely or close to Mishraji's, because I gave a talk to Indology Foundation in India, and Dr. Mishra over there has put this talk on the YouTube. So this slide has taken me almost more than 50 years to make. Now I'm going to give you the gist of this slide. I have said that origin of a species and origin of cancer is the same. So cancer is a species for me. This is the way I have defined. So come with me in the plains of Africa or in Gujarat, where wild animals are grazing, and a group of deers are grazing, and mama deer gave birth to a fawn. A baby was born. So what is the purpose of that baby? Purpose is to survive. And in order to survive, that baby has to protect itself from natural predators, hyena, lion, tiger, all those animals, carnivorous animals, it has to protect. And once it has protected, then it has to have plenty of food and water supply. And for that, animal migrate from one place to another place. And these animals should be prolific breeder. If they do not breed, they will become extinct. So this part of the lecture I gave in Roosevelt Park Memorial Institute several years ago. I don't know how many years ago. But same thing happens in the case of cancer. Cancer cells actually originate in our body and they want to survive. That is the only aim they have. And these cancer cells protect themselves from the natural predators. That is our immune system. The killer T cell, dendritic cells, macrophages, they try to protect themselves. And once they are protected from that, then they should have plenty of growth factors and angiogenic factors, means plenty of food and water supply. And for that, cancer cells make their own food, nutrition, or they extract from the other organs by forming new blood vessels. And that they migrate in our body, as you all know, primary organ, as long as the cancer cells are present in the primary organ, patient does not die. They come out from there, some cells invade the lymphocytes and from lymph nodes, and from lymph nodes, they go to circulatory system and they go all over in the body and settle down at one place where they can have more nutrition and survive. That is called metastasis or migration within the body of the patient. And if the cancer cells are poorly differentiated, it is a good news for the cancer cell, bad news for the patient. And if they are differentiated cancer cell, it is a good news for the patient, bad news for the cancer cell, because they will be wiped out. So this is the idea on which I worked. And this idea came to me starting from my education in BHU. This is the office of chairman of the zoology department. In 2011, my president of MD Anderson, John Mendelsohn, and his wife, they wanted to visit Banaras. They wanted to visit zoology department also, because at one time there were 5 professors from zoology department of BHU in MD Anderson Cancer Center. So he wanted to see how good this university is. So here is a young lady, very junior to me. She is sitting as chairman of the department. So she welcomed us. And John Mendelsohn asked me, saying, take me to that classroom where you were a student. So I took him in the classroom. This is the bench I used to sit, and he is holding my hand and asked a friend of mine to take photograph of this. So this I'm sharing with younger generation particularly. That we are educated in India, but it doesn't matter. If you work here hard, you can be recognized. This is especially for younger generation. Now, chromosomes never lie. I work on chromosomes. So based on chromosomes, I can identify species. I can identify even cancer cells. So we are developing technique by taking the blood from so-called normal individual and looking at the chromosomes, and we can tell what kind of cancer this person may be predisposed to, and so that cancer prevention can be done. Now, India is very peculiar in many respects. India has some animals that is the lowest chromosome number in mammal, and this is what you are counting. 7 chromosomes in the male of a deer from India, only 7 chromosomes. There is no mammal known to me which has lower than this chromosome. Highest number is 102. This is a rodent from Peru, crab-eating rodent. So in between, we have all the numbers. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, this is the normal human chromosome from a female. And from one parent, you get one chromosome. From another parent, you get another chromosome. So this is a female, so you get XX from female. But in male, you have a Y chromosome. Y comes from father only. Please remember this. So there is no cancer known to me, at least being in MD Anderson 53 years almost, which does not have chromosome abnormality. Please remember this. So these are the normal chromosomes, and now I'm going to share with you some abnormality. We in MD Anderson get about 200 to 300 patients per year who have cancer all over in their body. So our physicians have problem how to treat them. They are called UPT, unknown primary tumor. So one such case we handle in middle 80s, and Phil Frost was the person, MD, PhD, treating that patient, and he came and discussed with me about this. So I told him, give me blood and I will tell you what is going on. So this was the first sample we analyzed, and in this sample you can see this lady has a chromosome translocation between 3 and 21. The moment I saw this, I told Phil Frost that this woman must have experienced spontaneous abortion if she is married. And he was very surprised because he told me, how do you know that she must be having spontaneous abortion? I said, looking at the chromosome, I can tell that she will make abnormal gametes. At that time, they were not asking any question from such cancer patient that if there are any funny looking kids born in the family. Now, here is the pedigree I want to share with you. I have never met any member of the family, but look at this is the proband. The proband has 5 spontaneous abortion. Chromosomally, all family members have been analyzed. She has a normal sister. She has a brother who has that translocation. First son of that brother has congenital abnormality. He died. This is a carrier of that translocation. This lady has 2 daughters. Both daughters have carrier of that translocation. First daughter married, first pregnancy is spontaneous abortion. So here a point I want to make, that there are 2 types of cancer. One is called familial cancer. There are only 5% of that. Familial, it runs in the family. Majority of cancers are called sporadic. They are caused by our lifestyle, the way we live in. So in this family, actually, leiomyosarcoma actually runs in this family. Leiomyosarcoma, cancer of the muscle cells. But I will not elaborate on this family. I will go a little bit later. So the phrase I'm using over here is our genome is a loaded gun, and the environment, that is lifestyle, pulls the trigger. There is too much idea inherent in this statement. Now here is a family under investigation. 3 other families we are investigating right now, and I will go very briefly about this family. You can see this brother, this brother, this brother, and this brother lives in Houston. This sister lived in India and she died with breast cancer. But 2 brothers are dead, 1 brother is dying, and all sequencing has been done in all 4 brothers. They have identical sequencing, BRCA2, and there are 3 other pathogenic mutations. But this brother is still hale and hearty, and 2 of them are dead, 1 is dying. Same mutation, but in this case, the mutation is heterozygous. Only 1 chromosome is affected, other is not. So I asked this gentleman, he's a Sattvic person. I asked him, what are the lifestyle of your brothers? And he said, oh, Dr. Pathak, don't ask me. They were all smoking, drinking, eating meat, everything. Here comes the meat food problem slowly and slowly. Now his daughter has developed some breast cancer. We are investigating this. There are 2 other families from Delhi we are investigating right now. I will not have time to go. But several years ago, before sequencing, gene sequencing was done, I had looked into the chromosomes of this brother who lives in Houston, who is normal, who is Sattvic, completely vegetarian. And in his blood culture, we have found this kind of cell. Anybody who knows the subject will know this is a highly abnormal cell. There are dicentric chromosomes produced. Majority of cells are normal. But the idea is that you should be experienced enough, and you should look into not only 5 cells, 10 cells, 20 cells. You have to look into minimum of 50 cells from his or her blood, and only then you can identify if there are some abnormalities. Now, this is telling about 2 X chromosomes fused together in a patient. The importance will come a little bit later. And here there is again human chromosomes. Chromosome 9 and 11 are fused together, and the fusion chromosome is like over here. And this paper was published by my master degree student, Diane Mary, who is now working in NCI as a scientist. And she did this work in 1985, demonstrated that there is an inactive centromere. So a chromosome could be dicentric, but one centromere is inactivated. And this particular picture of Diane Mary is printed on the book over here, The Cell. And the author, one of the author is James D. Watson. Some of you will know who Watson is, a Nobel laureate. On the frontispiece of his book, the picture made by my master degree student is published. So in other words, we do good job over here. Now, there are 3 types of food. Sattvic food, it is pleasing to senses, nutritious, smooth effect on mind, nerve. Such foods are full of pranas, life force, light and easy to digest. Seasonal fruits, whole grains, nuts, calming effect. Then Rajasi food, Mishra ji has already told you about this in detail. Tamsi food, these are all 3 types of food we have. And in this case, already something is written in our Vedic Dharma that what kind of food we should eat. Hit bhuk, mit bhuk, rit bhuk. It is especially for people who are more than 50 years of old like me. I'm 83 right now. Hit bhuk, what is beneficial for your body, you should eat that. What is beneficial? Mit bhuk, अल्प मात्रा में खाइए, जो थोड़ा सा खाइए. 3 रोटी की भूख है तो 2 ही खाइए, 1 के लिए पानी की जगह रखिए. ऋत भूख, ऋतु के अनुसार, सीजन के अनुसार, व्हाट एवर फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स आर अवेलेबल, उसको खाइए. इसका दूसरा अर्थ भी है कि धर्म के रास्ते पर चल के पैसा कमाइए, उस पैसे से जो खरीदिए उसको खाइए. इसका 2 मीनिंग है. तो I was actually in Prayagraj with my spiritual guru in 1918, and he asked me to talk about food over there in the, he was doing katha. So I told only 2 sentences to the public. Eat whatever you can offer to God as prasad. This is applicable to us also, please remember. Drink whatever you can offer to God as drink. If you can offer to God as sharab or whatever, you can offer to God, then you can drink. Otherwise, you cannot. So please make your own mind what to do, what is good for you. Now, cancer cells thrives in an acid environment, and meat-based diet is acidic. Please remember this. The sugar is a cancer feeder, and so are the body fat cells, obesity. Cancer cells cannot thrive in the oxygenated environment. Therefore, pranayam and oxygen therapy and all these things you have learned now. I don't have to go in detail. Cancer is a disease of mind and body. Cancer is a disease of old age. I make this sentence very loudly. When I say this, please don't get astonished. I talk about cellular age, not the biological age. A 5-year-old child could have cancer. His cell could be 80 years old. Now I'm going to go. Mishra ji, please stop me 10 minutes before I finish my time. So I'm going little bit detail now. These are the 2 Nobel laureates, Hermann Joseph Muller, Barbara McClintock. My professor did his PhD under Hermann Joseph Muller. He coined the term telomere. Telomere is the end of the chromosome. And when you lose the end of the chromosome, you become old, you develop cancer. How you lose that telomeric? Here are the telomeres. This is from a 17 years old high school boy, because we give training to high school student in MD Anderson Cancer Center in summer. So 17 years old boy, he has telomere on both ends. You can see very clearly like a headlight. But this metaphase plate is also from the blood from a 73 years old man. This man is speaking to you. At the time I was 73. It is my own blood. And you can see headlight is missing from end of the chromosome. Here you are having only one. Here you are having no visible, only one you are having. It means it is coming from the old person. So if you give me blood from a newly born baby, middle age, old age, don't tell me the age. By looking at the telomere, I should be able to tell you. Now, people thought that you cannot get sick because of the telomere loss, but now there are many, many examples. So telomere biology is involved in so many things over here. And I will not go in fast detail. This is Elizabeth Blackburn, who got Nobel Prize on telomere, and she was invited by us in MD Anderson. I'm discussing with her some topics. Now, there are 3 companies made in the world. I don't know if some of you are familiar with that or not. Maria Blasco has a company called Life Length. When you go to the doctor, they will now ask you measure your telomeric DNA also. So she is charging $712. Elizabeth Blackburn in San Francisco, she has a Telome Health. She is charging, in California, she is charging $200 per sample to measure your DNA. In Houston also, I'm told there is somebody, I don't know this person, he's doing also telomeric measurement. So based on that, they can suggest you, if your telomere is low, then they can tell you, change your lifestyle because you are getting old. So immune system is very, very important. And one point I want to make over here, even an argument with your spouse can depress your immune system. Please do not get mad with your spouse. Remember, this is very, very important. Stress causes attrition. This could be any kind of stress, financial, social, positional, any kind of stress. Don't do that, because you will lose your telomere and you will become very old. Now, as I mentioned already, cancer is a disease of old age. So stress is one of the major etiological factor in causation of cancer. And stress suppresses the immune defense system also. Cancer cells are destroyed if the immune defense is restored. Cancer cells do not have any other purpose but to consume nutrient, eat, and they become selfish. They want to survive. Now, I will not go in detail about this. Facts about cancer. I want you to just read the last part in which I am devoting my life. Blood test for chromosome anomalies will be of great help in identifying predisposed humans. And we have written quite a few papers on this, and we are still working on this subject. Now, I have few slides which I have borrowed from Bombay. You can see this person has cancer, this lady has cancer, just Bombay. So there are 4 pillars of Hinduism. Please remember, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. You have heard quite a bit from many speakers earlier. You cannot change the sequence. Dharma ke raaste par chal ke jitna paisa kamana hai arth kamaye, kuber itna dhan kamaye, there is no limit. लेकिन धर्म के रास्ते पर चल के, किसी का गला दबा के नहीं, इसका लूट करके नहीं, धर्म के रास्ते पर चल के पैसा कमाइए. With that money, you fulfill most of your desires, not bad desires, good desires. Ultimate aim of human life is moksha, liberation from birth and death. You cannot get moksha from monkey, you cannot get moksha from mouse and so on. You can get moksha only from human life. This is the last life in species, and I have written an article also on this. If somebody is interested, I can send that copy to you. Now, I was telling Mishra ji that based on chromosomes, we can identify different species. Here, there are some rodents in America. They had put these two species, Sigmodon arizona, Sigmodon hispidus, as one species like Sigmodon hispidus. But when we studied the chromosomes, we found out they have different chromosomes and different morphology. So based on our chromosome data, now they have to make 3 different species. Similarly, in cancer also, we have divided kidney cancer. People knew that there is a renal cell carcinoma and Wilms tumor. In children, you have Wilms tumor, kidney tumor. In adult, you have only renal cell carcinoma. But now we are having a 3rd group in the middle where X chromosome involved. In Wilms tumor, chromosome 11 is involved. In renal cell carcinoma, chromosome 3 is involved. And we have looked into hundreds and hundreds of patients. Now, 3rd group is actually where X chromosome is involved. And it is the middle group, very aggressive kidney cancer. Now here I am showing that in majority of cases, this is our work published much earlier. Chromosome 3 is normal, but in this case, chromosome 3 is broken and hooked up with chromosome 21. This is a paper I published in Science in 1982. Now this data has been confirmed on thousands and thousands of cancer patients from all over the world, where we are showing chromosome 3 involvement. Now, based on our recent study, this is unpublished data, we found where X chromosome is involved. This is the blood culture again from this patient. And you can see one X is missing from one chromosome, one is missing, and it is hooked up with X chromosome. This is the female. This is the cell line made from such patient, and we can use different techniques to make the cell lines. And this is a female patient, again blood, X chromosome, one chromosome 1 is hooked up with the X chromosome over here. Now we don't look into the chromosomes at all. We look into flanking sequences of DNA on the X chromosome. One is stained with green, one is stained with red. And in interface cells, we can look into, this is a male patient, so you have only one X chromosome. So both red and green are together, red and green are together, but here you can see red and green are separated. It means there is a deletion break in this individual. This is a female patient, same story. In female, you have 2 X chromosome. So in this case, red, green together, normal 2 X chromosome. Here also same story, but here 1 X is normal, 1 X is broken actually. You can see these are separated. So what is the fundamentals of good health? Fresh air and pure water, regular balanced diet. It is called ahar, modest exercise, walking for 30 to 40 minutes per day, rest and adequate sleep. America is very poor in amount of sleep and laugh. Please remember that. We have to be away from that. Vegetarian diet, and I already talked to you, hit book, myth book, rit book, health is wealth. Now, good health and happy life is the birthright of a man. A healthy mind leads to a healthy body. This is said by our rishis. So this slide you have already seen. In conclusion, I will say, asato ma sadgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrittur ma mritam gamaya, om sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve shantu niramayah, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kasid dukbhag bhavet, om shanti, shanti, shanti. One more request I want to make to the officials of this organization, especially Pandeyji, both Pandeyji, Shuklaji also, Mahendra Mishraji also, all the people who are listening to me, please pass on my email, Gmail, not the MD Anderson, because I am having eye problems, so I'm staying home most of the time. Very soon, hopefully with your blessings, I will be okay and I will start going to office. But currently I'm staying home. So give my Gmail and my cell number to younger generation particularly, and encourage them to ask me questions. I promise I will answer them, try to answer them as much I could. Because our children are very bright and they will learn about the Vedic Dharma only through the way of current science, not the old science, current science. You can talk to them anything about Vedic Dharma, they will give them to that. But if you tell them scientifically why mother is so important, in Hindu religion we say Tomeva Mata cha Pita Tomeva. We never say Tomeva Pita Mata. Why? Gauri Shankar, Sita Ram, Radhe Shyam. Ma is the first. Because Ma is most important. Because of Ma, you and I are in this world. Without her, we cannot be here. You may have father, but without Ma, you cannot be here. Please remember. So our children are very bright and they need scientific explanation to understand our way of religion. Now, with all due respect, whatever I said, if there is any mistake, I apologize to that. And I say Ram Ramji and Dhanyavad to all of us. If there is any time limit, any question, I will be happy to entertain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pathak. Such a vibrant and informative presentation. Always we learn so much from you. And I don't think mistake is the word in your dictionary. So very good, very nice. I think we all learned a lot from your presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mahan Mishra ji, and also Dr. Sanjay Pandey ji.
विजय जी, मैंने मिश्रा जी क्वेश्चन लेंगे, उनको अनम्यूट कर दीजिए. महेंद्र मिश्रा जी going to take some few questions from the audiences, and Dr. Sen Pathak is going to answer those questions.
Yes, Mahendra Mishra ji, you can speak now.
Yeah, we have time for questions. Any questions? Shukla ji, Keshav ji, you were saying there are a couple of questions.
नहीं, लोग आपसे आप क्वेश्चन करेंगे पाठक जी से, और कोई क्वेश्चन हो, किसी का क्वेश्चन हो.
We have 10 minutes for questions. Anybody has a question, please raise your.
मैं शुरू करता हूँ, पूछता हूँ. बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. खाने पे आहार विहार आचार काफी इंटरकनेक्टेड है. तो आजकल के जो बच्चे हैं जनरली वो फास्ट फूड बहुत खाते हैं, ठीक है. अब उनको कैसे बताया जाए, कैसे सिखाया जाए, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ गाइडलाइंस एजुकेशन शुड एज ए पेरेंट प्रोवाइड, उनको इनकरेज करें. क्योंकि जनरली होता क्या है ना कि इट्स वेरी फास्ट है, बना हुआ है, वो खा लीजिए. तो क्या उसका कुछ मतलब कि दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, क्योंकि यंग बच्चों को हाई ब्लड प्रेशर, ओबेसिटी, डायबिटीज, सब चीजें हो जा रही हैं.
Pathak ji, you want to take it?
So unmute कीजिए पाठक जी अपना. I think you have to unmute.
आप अनम्यूट करिए अपने को.
Okay. Oh, now can I talk now?
Yes, Pathak ji, go ahead.
The question is how to tell our children. Pandey ji, it is a real problem, and the problem is that it should start from home. It is not only children, even the grown-up people of the family. Both wife and husband are trying to work, and they try to order food from outside. Both. I'm seeing here in Houston quite a bit. So education starts from home. You tell your children once, twice, thrice, like you put a rope on the stone piece, go several times, and by doing so, giving reasons, one day they will listen. You have to tell them what kind of effect this food hamburger is having. Do you know in America, out of every 3 person, 1 person will develop cancer in her life? Everybody in America, out of 3, 1 will develop cancer. Please remember this. In India, when I started my work, the ratio was 1 out of 18 or 20. Today, it has gone 1 out of 8. Because Indians in India are actually adopting American life. वहां पर मैकडॉनल्ड खुल गया है, वहां पर सब खुल गया है. हम जाते हैं तो हमको लोग मैकडॉनल्ड में कहते हैं चलिए वहां मैकडॉनल्ड में. हम तो घर में अपनी रोटी दाल सब्जी बना के खाते हैं. I prefer that. If you invite me to your house, please make roti and simple dal and sabji. I will relish more than you take me to a restaurant where you spend $100 and $200. I don't like that much. So to this difficult question, the simple question is, Panditji, that we have to convince our children by own way of doing. And you have to tell them over and over again. I know this is a big problem in Houston I am facing, and thank God Suklaji has started a very big project over here, and we are participating. We are actually gathering all younger generation, and we have already inaugurated this program to talk to younger generation, and we will take different topics to discuss with them. And you have to tell them scientifically. You know hamburger, what hamburger is doing? Hamburger is creating problem. Coca-Cola is creating problem here in America, and it is being banned slowly and slowly and slowly. But business people are taking it to India, and now they are opening all over. So it's a tough question, but we have to work on this. Start from the home. Misraji.
Also, if you look at a TV dinner, there's can last, or the expiry date could be 1 year. So what I say, they have added preservative, which has extended the life of the product, but it has reduced your life. So anytime you look at a product which has extended, whether it is a snack or TV dinner, think what is extending. A roti, you cannot have fresh roti for a year. Or Indian food, dal, few days, if you keep out, it gets bad. So preservatives extend the life, they reduce your life. So give it product to the child, ask him how long it is. And I don't eat. In our house, anyhow, it's a story, my wife, this never came inside our house, canned food, soda. But TV dinner, I looked at one, and it was more than a year life. So always think, when that life is extended, our life is reduced.
पाठक जी, there are two questions हैं इसमें chat में.
जी.
एक है कि daily routine diet for stage 4 cancer patients by Nitin Dubey.
Okay. Stage 4 cancer, I would like to tell you, because every day I entertain at least 4 or 5 patients from India. Every day, I'm telling you. If they are in 4th stage, first of all, depending on their age, 4th stage cancer, you cannot cure, C-U-R-E. Even in MD Anderson, you cannot cure it. You can simply maintain 4th stage cancer. The word is maintain. As long as that person can survive. And in 4th stage cancer, sometimes patients have come to MD Anderson from India. Many patients, I can narrate whole lot. The cancer has come back. They have been treated in Tata, they have been treated in Delhi. The cancer has come back. When cancer has come back, then this cancer becomes very aggressive. It does not follow, it cannot be stopped by whatever medicine was being given to them, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, whatever. It cannot. So you can only maintain. And for that, I always recommend, I have worked in MD Anderson 53 years, and I'm 83 years old. And I have told my son, who lives with me, that if I develop cancer, please do not take me to MD Anderson. Please give me homeopathic medicine, give me Ayurvedic medicine, so that whatever life I have, I can survive. And you will be happy also that you are taking care of your daddy. And I will be happy that my son is taking care of me. Quite a few patients I know I can narrate who have come to MD Anderson. The cancer has come back and they have died here. Now the huge amount of money has been being asked from their relatives. Now they are asking me, please, thoda kahiye, paisa kam kar de, paisa kam kar de. These are big business people, not like me, ordinary people. They run factory over here in Houston or even in India, big factory. So it is very important. And I want to mention something more about the word, the Swadeshi. This word is very important. Why I use this word Swadeshi is, if some of you will remember, when Corona vaccine was being manufactured in India, between Ramdev Baba and also allopathic, there was tug of war. They went to court also. Allopathic and Ayurvedic people, they went to court also. So in one conference with Naranda Vishwavidyalaya, I was speaking and Acharya Balkrishna ji was also speaking. So I told in that conference that our treatment should be Swadeshi. So he was very happy. Oh, I'm supporting Ramdev Baba and Acharya ji. I said, your definition of Swadeshi is different than my definition. My definition of Swadeshi is that in India, there are cancers like cancer of the gallbladder, which is very common in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. It does not occur in America. So there is no medicine, no allopathic medicine. 5 of my relatives have died over there. Similarly, there are unique cancers in India, unique cancers in every country. There are unique cancers. So the idea over here is that take tissue from cancerous tissue from the indigenous patient, like Indian patient, grow them in the laboratory, make cell lines, and make allopathic medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, homeopathic medicine against that cell line. That is the definition of Swadeshi of mine. And I have gone to Pune also. In Pune, they have opened a National Cell Center, but they are getting HeLa, TILA, MCF7 all from America and doing paper over there. And it is not helping our patient. No way it is helping our patient. So our food should be Swadeshi, our thinking should be Swadeshi, everything should be Swadeshi, and that is Vedic Dharma.
एक और क्वेश्चन है, लास्ट क्वेश्चन होगा ये कि इज मिल्क कंसिडर्ड एज सात्विक फूड बाय रजनी मिश्रा?
मिश्रा जी बोलेंगे आप?
Repeat the question, I didn't get it.
Is milk considered as sattvic food?
Regarding milk, my information is that milk is sattvic food. Only problem, information I have, that there are 2 things in the milk: pasteurizing, which extends the storage life. You can keep it longer in the refrigerator. The other is homogenized. That is a cosmetic thing. What it does, that malai doesn't come on the top. And what I'm told by a scientist in Sloan Catering, when we homogenize, we make that very fine atoms. And Pathakji can correct this homogenized whole milk. The butter does not go through proper digestive system. It is absorbed more easily in the blood, and that may cause problem. So same amount of fat or butter you can eat outside on the toast, but try not to have whole milk. Misnomer. I mean, there's only 4% fat and 2%, 1%. Anyhow, that is my information. And the other question I have for Pathakji, it's my understanding that 30% cancers are from food and 30% are from environment, and rest we don't know. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Now, I wanted to say something about the first question also, just about milk. So if time permits, I will answer both questions or only one question. What should I do?
We have time for both questions.
Okay. So thank you very much. On first question, I want to say a couple of things about milk. You all know what is called Panchagavya. You all know Panchagavya. It is all product of cow. Milk, yogurt, ghee, milk, urine, and gobar. This is Panchagabya. And India government gave some scientists in India some research money to work on Panchagabya, and some foolish scientists over there, foolish scientists, I will say, they are pseudo scientists. They created problem for that you are going to spend money on this gobar and urine. Now, milk is very important. I'm talking about pure milk. I'm not talking about fat removed and fat added. I'm talking about pure milk. I want to give you some information that those women folks who do not breastfeed children, please listen to this. Those women folks who do not breastfeed children, they invariably develop breast cancer, because there are memory cells over there. They produce milk when the baby is born, and that milk has to come out. These milk have live cells. We have made cell lines from that. I have published paper also on that. So that milk has to come out. And I have told some of my American students who do PhD under me, girls, some of them are in California working over there. Now they have made a point, if they cannot, they go on tour giving a lecture or attending a conference. They have the machine, and with machine, they suck the milk, they store in the bottle, and they feed the baby. So it is very, very important to have the milk. And I suggest some of you that get pure milk, not added mess up milk. Pure milk, if you can get every evening, that is what I use. Every evening, of course, I buy from the grocery store. I warm 1 glass of milk, add turmeric in that, which is anti-inflammatory. And that is what I drink. That is my food in the evening. I did not say this point, but I want to tell you that in terms of food, we should have a very rich breakfast, like a rich man. And our lunch should be like a king, but our dinner should be like a beggar, because you are going to go to sleep. So I rest my point over here on milk. Then I'm coming to 30%. Can you repeat, Mishra ji, again?
My understanding is that 30% cancers are because of the food, processed food, whatever, and then.
Good. Now I got your point. I got your point. Now let me elaborate this point very clearly. As I mentioned in my lecture, there is no cancer on earth that I have looked into, and I have looked into thousands and thousands and thousands of, which has normal karyotype, normal chromosome in human 46. Even in mouse, other species I have looked into. There is always rearrangement. So that cell becomes abnormal because of that rearrangement. You call it mutation, you call it whatever you want to call it. How these chromosomes are broken? So people have classified this breaking agent. The word is clastogen. It was coined by Marjorie Shaw, late Marjorie Shaw. She used to work in MD Anderson, very famous human cytogenicist. So she coined this term, clastogen. So clastogen breaks the chromosome. So there are 3 groups of clastogen. Please listen to this very, very carefully. One is chemical clastogen. You can take from outside inside your body, in food or whatever you are eating, drinking. These are clastogen coming from outside. Second is physical clastogen, radiation, X-rays, these kind of things. And third, which is most neglected group and most important for a country like India or Indians. Now, Americans are realizing the importance. You take into science, you will see microbiomes, all articles are coming. So these microbiomes that are present in our body, or we get outside our body, infection, they also produce toxin. Their metabolites actually break your chromosomes. And because of that break, you develop cancer. So the 30% what you are seeing is actually because of food we are taking inside. And inside we are secreting a lot of chemicals. for our digestion. Also, when we eat food, in America, what is going on? In one hand, we have hamburger, and in one hand, we have ice cold Coca-Cola. Please see the sequence. One bite this bite this. What it is doing? Your teeth is decaying. Remember this. There is so much difference in the temperature. So I tell people, do not drink ice cold water even. If you want to be in good health, don't drink even ice cold water. Room temperature or little to warm water. Early in the morning, get up, eat some warm water. I had made several other slides. I thought I will run out of time, so I could not talk about. It takes about an hour. I have talked about, I have prepared slides on even our poops, what kind of poops we should have, and blah, 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 blah. So it is very important to follow our Vedic rituals of eating and sleeping and laughing and having good thoughts. We are not meant for eating meats. Please remember this. We are not meant. Those animals that eat meat, their canine teeth is well developed so that they can pierce into the meat and take it out. Their intestine is very small. There are lots of flora and fauna, very different. Okay?
Thank you, Pathakji. We are almost out of our time. Shuklaji, Keshav Shuklaji, any questions left or?
क्वेश्चन तो है कुछ जैसे भोतो जी, अनुराग जी.
Just I want to say a few words. Pathakji, thank you for your lecture. Mahendraji, thank you for moderating this one. This is good topic, and I think there are a lot of questions actually I see in the chat. But I think I can send you those questions separately, and you can
please do that. Please do that. Please do that, Pandeyji.
And just your suggestion about how we can do, take advantage of your lecture. So we do have initiative to going on our social media. So we are planning to have a BSNA channel on YouTube, and that's in progress. So we'll have your lecture on the YouTube so people can take advantage.
No problem.
Yeah. And I think there are other things. Dr. Shiv Chaturvedi's lecture has started, and we are going to put those things on also.
Yes.
So yeah. So I think your lectures should go to every family in the USA at least, every Brahmin family at least. They'll get they'll be benefiting quite a bit.
Thank you. You are going to make me more famous.
More members, I guess my primary focus right now is to make more chapters and more
thank you.
chapters, BSNA chapter. So that's my primary focus right now, and I need your help with that.
So I'm always ready.
Thank you, Pathakji. Thank you all the listeners. And if anybody has question, Pathakji is available on email and his cell phone. Thanks again for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we log off for this session, I have a last question actually, which is not directly related to food, but this is like more on the content or the things that are coming onto the internet. Because we were our upbringing was on that time where those social media or the internet or the information was not there. So we were kept aside from those things, right? What is your view, or what is your suggestion, or what is your recommendation? How we can channelize kids, because they have a lot of energy, right? I know we can engage them into play, but there is too much social pressure on the kids for internet or watching YouTube, this and that. And that is also creating a lot of health problems in the kids. So what is your point of view into it, and put some light on how we can avoid these kind of things?
Sir, this is a very, very important question you have asked. I visit India, in the plane I'm sitting, and somebody sitting by my side, they start talking. And I have been told that in India, in the name of samskar word, what they are giving what parents are giving to their children, if they can afford, they are giving them a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW and membership of a club to their daughters and to their son, and go there and have a good life. And these are the children in their Mercedes Benz and in their BMW, crushing those people who are sleeping on the footpath. Sanskar word is gone completely off from there. Now, coming back to the new gadgets that we have, you just mentioned, I want to tell you, there is a tremendous amount of study available on iPhone. Those children who are using iPhone, they are developing brain cancer at a very accelerated rate. I see this in India also. In old age, your cells grow very slowly. Okay? But in young age, your cells are dividing very fast. And dividing cells, the DNA is available. And the radiation source is coming out from these gadgets. And they are radiating your DNA, your chromosomes, and you are developing cancer at a very accelerated age. So this is a real warning. I know there is a tremendous change going on. Somebody sent me a link that within last 50 years, the amount of change, rahan sahan, jitna humko badla hai, वो इसके पहले कभी नहीं बदला था. हम लोग बचपन में गिल्ली डंडा खेल लेते थे, लट्टू, हम बहुत लट्टू नचाते थे अपने प्राइमरी स्कूल में, ये सब करते थे. आज बिना टेलीफोन के काम नहीं चलता है. आज छोटे छोटे बच्चों को लोग टेलीफोन देते हैं. मियाँ बीबी, they want to have good time, they will give telephone to the baby or iPad to the baby. तुम बिजी हो जाओ उसमें. उनको पता नहीं कि उसमें से रेडिएशन निकल रहा है, बच्चे को लग रहा है. So parents should be actually careful about that. But it is a very tough question how to convince them. But if you give them examples, like I showed you some cancer patients' faces, I showed you. Do you know why I showed that one? I had a tremendous discussion with Dr. Pankaj Chaturvedi, who is in charge of this cancer in Tata Memorial Hospital. He came to MD Anderson to give a lecture, and I asked him. He said, oh, I'm doing this to New Delhi, and a lot of attorneys are helping us, and a tobacco company is going to be stopped, and blah, 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 blah. I told him, what you are doing for high school kids? What you are doing for middle school kids? He said, nothing. I said, that is very important stage. That is the stage you have to target these people and tell them the bad effect of this narcotics or tobacco or cigarette or tobacco or whatnot. So I asked him, send me some pictures of Indian patients. So he went to Bombay and he sent me about 8-9 pictures, Vibhat's picture you have seen. And we have a high school, 12th grade school in our village for girls only. And I have asked my nephew to blow up these pictures and every classroom hang it, and it is hanged over there. So that every child, every teacher must see that. Every morning you come and see that. A child does not understand, will not understand. If you see that picture over and over again, he or she will not go for smoking or any kind of tobacco product, taking tobacco product. Because 15 years later, 20 years later, this is what will happen to her or him. So this is a kind of deterrent. It is very important to tell our children deterrent. Why Modi ji is trying to, I'm just giving an analogy. Why Modi ji is trying to build up arms and ammunitions in Indian army? Not to attack anybody, but to deterrent from Pakistan, from China, not to attack India. See, there is a difference. You all understand that. I don't have to explain to you. So it should be a deterrent, actually.
I'll take 30 seconds to answer. Grandparents could play a role if they are around. What I'm finding, because parents are all the time with the kids, they give lectures. So my experience is that grandchildren listen more to grandparents. Yeah. Number one, they have longer age, they have lived, seen life, plus they are not all the time. So when I'm with them, they listen more. So maybe grandparents get involved world and talk to them, they would have they will listen more children. Sometimes that works. I just wanted to add my
No, that is a very good point. That is a very good point. I agree with you. और मैं एक पॉइंट और बोलना चाहता हूं यहाँ पर, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है कि बच्चों को अगर आप जबरदस्ती करेंगे कि चलो टेम्पल, चलो यहाँ, वो नहीं जाएंगे आपके साथ. अगर जाएंगे भी तो दे विल नॉट पे अटेंशन. उनको क्यों ले जाना है, मैंने अपने लड़के से सीखा है. व्हेन ही वाज अ लिटिल किड, नाउ ही इज 35 इयर्स ओल्ड. उसको हिंदू वर्शिप सोसाइटी में जो पहला टेम्पल है बना यहाँ पर, हम उसको ले जा रहे थे कि चलो चलते हैं. तो बोला हम डेडी क्यों जाए, हम इंटेंडो गेम खेलेंगे घर में बैठ के. हमने कहा नहीं चलो चलो. बोला क्या करना है वहां पर. हमने कहा हम दुर्गा माता जी का आज पारायण करेंगे वहां पर, वो भजन होगा. तो बोला हु इज दुर्गा माता जी. मेरे घर में भगवान के पिक्चर लगे, मैं ले गया, दिखाया उसको, देखो ये दुर्गा माता जी है, शेर के ऊपर बैठी है, उनकी 4 बाहें हैं, ये वो. थोड़ा देर तक वो छोटा बच्चा देखा और उसको बोलता है कि डैडी, somebody has made this photograph and put this lady on the back of a lion or tiger, and you are telling that this is Durga Mata ji and she is the symbol of Shakti. How do I believe it? मेरे लिए टफ हो गया उसको कंसोल करना. लेकिन being a student of biology, I did tell him that एक ऑर्गेनेल है जिसको बोलते हैं माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया. कोई बायोलॉजी वाला आदमी जानता होगा इसको. माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया is a powerhouse of the cell. Mitochondria is powerhouse of the organ in our body. Mitochondria is powerhouse of this whole body that we have. And mitochondria comes to us only from the mother, not from the father. इसके ऊपर मैंने ऑलरेडी आर्टिकल लिख के भेज दिया है, कहीं आपके ब्रह्मवाणी में पब्लिश है ये. तो एक एक चीजें जो हमारे धर्म में बताई गई हैं, बच्चों को, वो बच्चा तैयार हो गया, हमारे साथ गया एकदम. तो उनको आपको सेटिस्फाई करना पड़ेगा. हाँ, आई मे नॉट हैव आंसर फॉर एवरी क्वेश्चन. कुछ क्वेश्चन को हम लेते हैं जिसका आंसर हमारे पास नहीं है, तो हम बोलते हैं बच्चे से कि देखो हमको इसका उत्तर नहीं मालूम है. तो हम जो एक्सपर्ट है, अजय पांडे जी एक्सपर्ट है, उनसे पूछेंगे. मिश्रा जी एक्सपर्ट है, शुक्ला जी एक्सपर्ट है, उनसे पूछेंगे. पूछ के हम नॉलेज अपना बढ़ाएंगे. देन आई विल कम बैक टू माय सन एंड टेल हिम दिस इज द आंसर. हम वही भूल नहीं, हम अब बच्चों की बात नहीं सुनते हैं. प्रॉब्लम हमारी ये है, हम उनको झाड़ देते हैं. वो नहीं मानेंगे. हमारे हिंदुइज्म में पढ़ाया जाता है कि वो बहस करना जरूरी है, क्वेश्चन पूछना बहुत जरूरी है. क्वेश्चन पूछो, क्वेश्चन पूछो, वही तो बताया गया है. और भगवान ने कहा है कि ये करोगे तो ये होगा, ये करोगे तो ये होगा. अब तुम डिसाइड करो क्या करना है.
I think, Pathak ji, we have finished our time.
Okay.
And as I said,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Pathak ji, for your enlightening
Thank you.
talk.
Good.
Thank you, Dr. Pathak ji. Thank you, Mr. Mishra ji, for all your valuable information. इतनी सारी चीजें हमको पता नहीं है जो पता चलती हैं आप जैसे इंटेलेक्चुअल से. थैंक यू सो मच. और वो यूट्यूब की बातें कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत अच्छा आइडिया होगा. यू नो, एवरीबडी विल बेनिफिट फ्रॉम योर नॉलेज एंड एक्सपर्टीज. थैंक यू. So we will now move on to the next program. Now we have Mr. Sunil Tiwari ji from he's from Jaipur. He's president of BSNA. Chunki there's a time difference in the between India and US time, it's too early there. So he has sent a video recording of his speech. So let's first call Radha Mohan Sharma ji, and he is going to introduce Mr. Sunil Tiwari. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhaktas ji. Right. It's my pleasure to introduce Pandit Sunil Tiwari ji here in BSNA. She's from Jaipur. इनके पिताजी फेमस कैंसर स्पेशलिस्ट रहे हैं। पंडित सुनील तिवारी जी साइंस ग्रेजुएट है राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय से। ही इज एन इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट एज वेल। राजस्थान में इन्होंने पहला इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क डेवलप करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है और इनके FMCG के प्रोडक्ट्स है, रियल एस्टेट एंड फाइनेंस में भी कार्य कर रहे हैं। इनके 2 पुत्र हैं। एक पुत्र चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है, दूसरा पुत्र एडवोकेट है। ब्राह्मण समाज के लिए कुछ करने की इच्छा इनकी प्रारंभ से रही है। इन्होंने कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ मिलकर ब्राह्मण समाज के लिए आवाजें उठाई है और इन 2020 इन्होंने ब्राह्मण समाज की स्थापना के लिए ब्राह्मण समाज की आवाज को और बुलंद करने के लिए विप्र सेना की स्थापना की है। पिछले 3 सालों में ब्राह्मण समाज के लिए 100 से ज्यादा गैदरिंग की है, उसमें इन्होंने लीडरशिप रोल अदा किया है। 19 मार्च 2023 को राजस्थान जयपुर में ब्राह्मण महापंचायत का आयोजन किया गया था, जिसमें 8 लाख से ज्यादा ब्राह्मण पूरे देश से इकट्ठे हुए थे और इनकी आवाज राजनीतिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज बहुत अच्छी तरह से सुन रही है अभी, और ये बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं ब्राह्मण समाज को इकट्ठा करने के लिए इंडिया में। लेट्स वेलकम सुनील तिवारी जी एंड हियर हिज वीडियो। थैंक यू।
जय परशुराम। BSNA के सभी मेंबर्स को मेरा नमस्कार। मुझे जिस तरीके से बताया गया कि मुझे ब्राह्मण यूनिटी पे कुछ बोलना है और मैं विप्र सेना के राष्ट्रीय प्रमुख के नाते आज आपके सामने उपस्थित हुआ हूँ और मैं कुछ बातें आपके सामने रखूँगा। इसके पहले मैं अपना एक परिचय आपको, संक्षिप्त परिचय मैं आपको दूंगा। मैं सुनील तिवारी, विप्र सेना एक संगठन है ब्राह्मण समाज का, उसका राष्ट्रीय प्रमुख हूँ और मेरी उम्र 52 साल की है। मेरे 2 बच्चे हैं, एक बड़ा CA है, छोटा लॉयर है। मैं एक शुद्ध रूप से प्योरली एक बिजनेसमैन हूँ। मैं कोई पॉलिटिशियन नहीं हूँ, ना कोई बहुत बड़ा कोई समाज सेवी हूँ। मैंने अपनी लाइफ के लगभग 48 साल 50 साल और आज भी निरंतर रेगुलर बिजनेस में मैं हूँ। मेरे राजस्थान का जो इंडिया का एक सबसे बड़ा स्टेट है, इसका प्राइवेट सेक्टर का पहला इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क मैं लेके आया। मेरी फाइनेंस कंपनी है, मेरे दवाइयों का काम है। ऐसे छोटे मोटे मिला के कई बिजनेस मेरे हैं जो मेरे आजीविका का साधन भी है और कहीं ना कहीं इन संगठनों को भी मैं टाइम टू टाइम पे इन्हीं व्यापारों में से निकाल के इनमें धन मैं लगाता हूँ। बहुत ज़्यादा किसी और से पैसे की उम्मीद हम लोग नहीं करते, क्योंकि एक परसेप्शन बना हुआ है समाज के संगठनों के लिए कि ये केवल संगठन जो हैं चंदा डोनेशन के लिए बनते हैं और राजनीति में अपनी पकड़ बनाने के लिए बनते हैं। पॉलिटिक्स में जाने का एक रास्ता होता है सामाजिक संगठन, और कैसे न कैसे करके फंड्स इकट्ठे करने का इनका काम होता है। ऐसा एक परसेप्शन बना हुआ है जो काफ़ी हद तक ठीक भी है। खासकर हिंदुस्तान में जो संगठन चल रहे हैं, इन 2 कामों में से एक काम के लिए ही वो संगठन लगभग सारे नहीं पर मैक्सिमम संगठन इसीलिए चल रहे हैं। और ऐसा ही कुछ मैं पिछले 10-12 साल से कुछ संगठनों को फाइनेंशियल मदद देता आया। पर जब हमने पलट के देखा कि हमारा समाज, ब्राह्मण समाज जहाँ खड़ा था वहीं के वहीं खड़ा है, तो फिर हमने निर्णय लिया कुछ उद्योगपतियों ने कि विप्र सेना के नाम से एक संगठन खड़ा किया जाए जो प्योरली 2 सिद्धांतों पे काम करता है। पहला सिद्धांत शोषित, वंचित और पीड़ित। शोषित, वंचित जो समाज से अलग कर दिए गए, और पीड़ित जो किसी भी प्रकार की पीड़ा में हो, समस्या में हो। पहला। दूसरा, सत्ता, शासन और सड़क। सत्ता का मतलब हुआ कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा राजनीति में, पॉलिटिक्स में हमारे लोग कैसे जाएं। शासन का मतलब हुआ कि हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा RS, IAS, जुडिशरी में अपने बच्चों को कैसे भेजें। और सड़क का मतलब ये हुआ कि पिछले 3 साल में हिंदुस्तान में ब्राह्मण को धरना प्रदर्शन करना, अपनी बात के लिए सड़क पे आके अपनी आवाज़ उठाने का काम हमने सिखाया और इसमें हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल रहे। काफ़ी ऐसी मांगें, लगभग पिछले 3 साल में 20-25 धरने ऐसे हम लोगों ने किए जिसमें गवर्नमेंट से हमने पीड़ितों को 5-7 करोड़ रुपए तक की राशि दिलवाई, जो हमारा हक बनता था। वो केवल बस इसलिए नहीं कर पाते थे क्योंकि ब्राह्मण के लिए एक परसेप्शन बना हुआ था कि ब्राह्मण एक डरती हुई कौम है, डरता हुआ एक समाज है और ये ठीक अपना शांति से रहता है। पर हमने ये चीज़ तोड़ी और मैंने कई सारे धरने प्रदर्शन खुद ने किए और नतीजा है कि आज राजस्थान और लगभग 7-8 स्टेटों में ये विप्र सेना चल रही है। जहाँ जहाँ विप्र सेना है वहाँ जल्दी से कोई भी हमें किसी भी प्रकार का नुकसान पहुँचाने की हिम्मत नहीं करता। ये तो विप्र सेना का एक संक्षिप्त परिचय हुआ। अब विप्र सेना जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ी, आप यूं माने कि इसका सफ़र जो है 3 साल का, इस 19 जुलाई को इसका फाउंडेशन डे होता है, जो 19 जुलाई गई, इसको 3 साल इसके पूरे हो गए। चौथे साल में 4th ईयर्स में हम प्रवेश कर चुके, स्टार्ट हो चुके। 3 साल में हमने केवल 2 चीज़ों पर काम किया, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, शोषित, वंचित और पीड़ित। दूसरा, सत्ता, शासन और सड़क। इन 2 लाइन पे काम करके आज 7 स्टेट तो मैं कह रहा हूं, पर 10-12 स्टेटों में विप्र सेना काम कर रही है। अब चौथे साल में हमें जो और चीज़ें समझ में आई, वो ये समझ में आया कि इस कम्युनिटी को, ब्राह्मण कम्युनिटी को, एक ऐसी इसकी एक पिक्चर ड्रॉ करी गई कि जो एक कहानी में हुआ करता था कि एक दरिद्र ब्राह्मण था। सभी कहानियों की शुरुआत इसी से होती है। आज के युग में ये झूठ है। ब्राह्मण कभी दरिद्र था ही नहीं। जिसके पास ज्ञान का भंडार हो, जिसके पास शिक्षा का भंडार हो, जो लगभग 12-13 नोबेल पुरस्कार में से 9 नोबेल पुरस्कार हमारी कम्युनिटी लेने की एक छाप पूरी दुनिया पे छोड़ सकती है। इंडिया के पास जो नोबेल पुरस्कार है, 10 ऐसी संस्थाएं सर्व समाज की जो डोनेशन से चल रही है, उनके 80% डोनर ब्राह्मण है। चाहे फ्रीडम फाइटर की बात हो, चाहे आज के युग की बात हो, ब्राह्मण हर जगह आगे है। तो फिर ये परसेप्शन बना कैसे, ये ऐसा हुआ क्यों, इसके पीछे कौन लोग थे और इसको विप्र सेना ने तोड़ा कैसे? यही हमारा 3 साल का सफर है। हमने डोनेशन नहीं लिया। मेरे जो पार्टनर्स जो थे, ब्राह्मण जो हैं, 4-5 उद्योगपति, हम लोग बैठे और हमने एक बीड़ा उठाया तो मैसेज ये गया कि हम डोनेशन नहीं लेते, जबकि हमने आपस में कंट्रीब्यूट किया। दूसरा, जब भी समाज के बारे में किसी ने कोई गलत अपशब्द कहे, उसको हमने छोड़ा नहीं, पर बदले में 3 साल में हमने भी कभी विप्र सेना के किसी भी पदाधिकारी के द्वारा या किसी भी मेंबर के द्वारा कभी किसी और अन्य जाति के बारे में एक शब्द अपशब्द न बोला नहीं गया। अगर गलती से किसी ने बोला भी है तो उसको हमने तुरंत वहाँ से संगठन से हटा दिया। और ये हमारे संविधान में लिखा हुआ है, किसी भी जाति के बारे में अगर आप अपशब्द बोलते हैं तो आप स्वयं को अपने आप ही निष्कासित माने। मतलब बड़ा कंसेप्ट क्लियर है। हम भारतवर्ष के 140 करोड़ लोगों के साथ आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। हमारे सभी जातियां उतनी महत्वपूर्ण है जितनी हमारी खुद की जाति है। हमें जब कोई अपशब्द कहता है तो हमें जितना बुरा लगता है, हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम जब किसी को कुछ बोलेंगे तो उसको भी उतना ही बुरा लगेगा, इसलिए हम किसी को गलत बात बोलते नहीं हैं। इस बात के साथ जब हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं तो हमें देखने को मिलता है कि विप्र सेना की पॉपुलैरिटी ब्राह्मण समाज के अलावा भी अन्य समाज में तेजी से बढ़ रही है। 20 लाख से ऊपर आज हमारे प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से मेंबर हैं और कई सारी योजनाएं हमारी चल रही है। 19 मार्च 2023 जयपुर में एक ब्राह्मण महापंचायत के नाम से हमने एक कार्यक्रम किया, जिसके बारे में काफ़ी लोगों को, आप लोगों को भी मालूम है। 19 मार्च को जयपुर में ब्राह्मण महापंचायत के नाम से एक कार्यक्रम हम लोगों ने किया। उसमें लगभग 10 लाख से ऊपर लोग आए। 10 लाख कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं है, क्योंकि हम लोग 90 लाख तो राजस्थान में हैं और करीब करीब 15 करोड़ के आसपास इंडिया में हैं। तो फिर भी चलो 10 लाख लोग आए तो सारे रिकॉर्ड अगले पिछले सभी जातियों के टूट गए। इतनी बड़ी संख्या में किसी जाति की सभा में कभी कोई लोग नहीं आए। इवन देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हो या विपक्ष के हमारे राहुल गांधी जी हो, उनकी सभाओं में भी जयपुर में इस बड़ी संख्या में लोग नहीं आए। तो एक ये बड़ा मतलब चर्चा का विषय हो गया इंडिया की पॉलिटिक्स में कि ऐसा इस विप्र सेना ने क्या किया कि स्वयं के खर्चे पे, खुद के एक्सपेंसेस पे पूरे इंडिया से, कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक के लोग जयपुर पहुंचे। और सबसे मजे की बात इसमें, आपके लिए खुशी की बात जो है कि बिना कोई, हमने इन लोगों को बुलाने से पहले एक बड़ी क्लियर बात रखी कि लोगों ने पूछा आपका एम क्या है 19 तारीख को सबको इकट्ठा करने का। मैंने कहा कोई एम नहीं है, विदाउट एम आपको आना है। केवल एम एक ही है कि हमको हमारे सिर गिनाने हैं, हमारी संख्या का प्रदर्शन करना है, क्योंकि ये राजनीतिक युग है। इसमें संख्या बल के आधार पर फैसले होते हैं। आप अपनी संख्या के आधार पे, जब आपको लगे कि कुछ गड़बड़ हो रही है, तो आप संख्या के आधार पे अपने फैसलों को मनवा सकते हैं। और ऐसा ही हुआ, लोग बड़ी संख्या में आए और लोगों ने अपने ब्राह्मणत्व तक का परिचय दिया। अच्छा, इसमें एक सबसे बड़ी बात देखने को मिली कि करीब करीब 40 से 50 हजार के आसपास फीमेल्स, महिला, ब्राह्मण महिलाएं आई और एक ही कलर की साड़ी में आई। वो दृश्य देखने लायक था। मंच पे केवल संत थे। सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर अश्विनी वैष्णव आए, नितिन गडकरी जी ने इस सभा के लिए आह्वान किया और बड़े बड़े साधु संतों ने, रामभद्राचार्य जी ने, बागेश्वर धाम महाराज ने और ऐसे पतंजलि योगपीठ के आचार्य बालकृष्ण जी ने इस कार्यक्रम के लिए विनती करी लोगों से। तो उन्होंने भी जब मेरे से पूछा कि सुनील जी इसका एम क्या है, मैं कहा सर कोई एम नहीं है, विदाउट एम। उनको भी अच्छा लगा कि हमने बड़ी साफ सुथरी बात करी और लोग आ गए। भगवान परशुराम के आशीर्वाद से लोग उस दिन पहुंचे। और मैं निश्चित तौर पे कह रहा हूं कि हमारे वीडियो हमारे विप्र सेना के फेसबुक पेज पे आप देखोगे तो आपके रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे। रोंगटे इसलिए खड़े हो जाएंगे कि 30-30 किलोमीटर के, 40-40 किलोमीटर के जाम था। जयपुर की तरफ आने वाली 6 जो मुख्य सड़कें हैं उन पे 30 किलोमीटर तक जाम लगा हुआ था। और किसी, बिना कोई ट्रेजेडी के, बिना किसी को परेशान करे, जैसे लोग आए थे वैसे ही वो वापस अपने स्थानों पे चले गए। सरकार फेल हो चुकी थी, पुलिस प्रशासन फेल हो चुका था। उनका मानना था कि इस व्यवस्था को हम लोग नहीं संभाल सकते। पर दूसरे दिन जब हम डीजीपी राजस्थान, डिप्टी जनरल ऑफ पुलिस से हम मिश्रा जी से मिलने गए, उन्होंने भी आश्चर्य व्यक्त किया कि बोले इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग आए और इतने डिसिप्लिन के साथ वापस चले गए। तो बोले सुनील जी ये तो बड़ा जोरदार काम हुआ। मैं कहा सर हमारे पास अगर कुछ बचा है तो संस्कार ही बचे हैं। इन संस्कारों के आधार पे ही हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो 19 मार्च की एक सफलता विप्र सेना और ब्राह्मण समाज के साथ हिंदुस्तान के एक ऐसी जुड़ गई कि हिंदुस्तान के सारे स्टेटों में और उन 14-15 करोड़ ब्राह्मण तक इस 19 मार्च का एक विषय आ गया। आज कहीं पे भी कोई बात होती है तो एक छोटे से छोटा गांव का जो ब्राह्मण, जब उसको कोई पीड़ा होती है तो वो कहता है कि जयपुर में हमारी सभा हुई थी, हम 10 लाख लोग इकट्ठे हुए थे। आप ये मत समझना हम वाराणसी में नहीं हो सकते, हम विशाखापट्टनम में नहीं हो सकते, हम इंदौर में नहीं हो सकते, हम जम्मू में नहीं हो सकते। वो उस 10 लाख की सभा को वहाँ पे भी उस छोटे से थाने के अंदर बताता है और दबाव में आके जायज़ जो काम है अधिकारी उसका करते हैं। ये होता है संख्या को दर्शाना, बताना और संख्या के आधार पे सरकारों को झुकाना। उसके तत्काल 3 दिन बाद इस सभा के विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने राजस्थान के अपने प्रदेश अध्यक्ष को, जो स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट है, एक ब्राह्मण को बनाया, सीपी जोशी, जो बड़े जिम्मेदार नागरिक हैं और जिम्मेदार कर्मठ कार्यकर्ता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हैं और ब्राह्मण समाज के लिए हमेशा वो अग्रणी पंक्ति में खड़े रहते हैं, सर्व समाज के लिए खड़े रहते हैं। एक दूसरा, परशुराम जी पे आज तक डाक टिकट, पोस्टल टिकट का कहीं कोई लेना देना नहीं था। इसी 19 मार्च के दिन केंद्रीय मंत्री, जो पोस्टल के भी मंत्री हैं, अश्वनी वैष्णव ने डाक टिकट का विमोचन किया, वो भी 19 मार्च को किया। ये दूसरा इंसिडेंस था। तीसरा, 19 मार्च से लेके आज जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, दोनों पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने अपने संगठन के अंदर, पार्टियों के अंदर बड़े पदों पे ब्राह्मण को लाना चालू किया। पता ही नहीं था कि हम 90 लाख हैं, हमारे 42 लाख वोट हैं, हम सत्ता परिवर्तन की ताकत रखते हैं। आपको शायद ध्यान नहीं होगा, 1949 से लेकर 1980 तक 4 सीएम राजस्थान को ब्राह्मण मिले और 1980 से लेके 2023 तक एक भी सीएम ब्राह्मण नहीं मिला। जब हमारी असेंबली, स्टेट असेंबली 180 मेंबर्स की होती थी, जब हमारे 60 मेंबर ब्राह्मण उसमें चुन के जाया करते थे, इलेक्ट होके जाते थे। आज 200 लोगों की विधानसभा में हमारे मात्र 17 से 18 लोग जीत के असेंबली में जाते हैं। तो ऐसा तो नहीं हमारी पॉपुलेशन कम हो गई, अवेयरनेस कम हो गई। झूठ के साथ लोग आगे बढ़ रहे थे, केवल चंदे पे, अपने घरों के बच्चों को राजनीति में लाने पे। इस थीम पे जब हमारे सामाजिक संगठन चले खुद के लिए, तो हमारी स्थिति ये हो गई। और झूठ को परोसना, इस सब पे हमने लगाम लगाई। अब डायरेक्ट जो बेनिफिट मिल रहा है वो समाज को मिल रहा है। तो 2 चीजें महत्वपूर्ण इसमें निकल के आई। एक तो हम लोग चंदे पे ज्यादा विश्वास नहीं करते, दूसरा पॉलिटिक्स के लिए, राजनीति के लिए मैंने, इवन मेरे दोनों बच्चों तक के लिए भी हमने कसम खाई कि मैं कभी राजनीति में नहीं जाऊंगा, मेरे दोनों बच्चे भी राजनीति में नहीं जाएंगे। तो समाज को हमारे पे विश्वास हुआ और उस विश्वास के आधार पे ब्राह्मण समाज ने 19 मार्च को, और उसके बाद निरंतर 19 मार्च के बाद 79 प्रोग्राम ऑल ओवर राजस्थान और ऑल ओवर इंडिया हो गए, जिसमें संख्या बढ़ती जा रही है। लोगों की जो आने की जो वो है वो बढ़ती जा रही है, कम नहीं हो रही। जबकि ये माना गया था कि एक बार आगे बार बार नहीं आएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है। हमने सिरोही में बहुत बड़ी सभा करी, हमने पाली में करी, हम हरियाणा में घुस चुके, हमने गुजरात में घुस चुके, हम ऐसे कई स्टेटों में घुस चुके। और जहाँ हम जा रहे हैं वहाँ बेहिसाब लोग आ रहे हैं। इवन हमने कई बार ये टेस्टिंग के तौर पे कि सोमवार को बुलाया, मंडे को बुलाया तो लोग आए, ट्यूसडे को बुलाया तो फिर आए, वेडनेसडे को बुलाया तो फिर आए। ये सोचते हुए आए कि आज कुछ उद्योगपति जब ये बीड़ा उठा सकते हैं तो हमारे यूथ ने कमर कसी। और एक ऐसा माहौल पूरे इंडिया में बन चुका है कि मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि बहुत अच्छे माहौल को हमने क्रिएट कर दिया, बहुत अच्छा माहौल हमने बना दिया। ऐसा नहीं कि पहले नहीं था, पहले भी था। अच्छा, इस युग में मैं किसी पार्टी की पक्ष नहीं रखता, पर जिस डिजिटल इंडिया की तरफ हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं और देश के प्रधानमंत्री जितने अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं, अगर इस युग में ब्राह्मण साथ नहीं चलेगा तो कभी चल भी नहीं सकता। साथ चलने का मतलब हमारे यूथ को आगे बढ़ाना, और यूथ को हमने आगे बढ़ाना चालू किया। और आप विश्वास रखें कि इस गति से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, ऐसा नहीं हमने कोई बिजनेस छोड़ दिया या हम दिन भर यही सब करते हैं, नहीं। हम बिजनेस भी करते हैं और इन सब पे भी टाइम देते हैं। और बहुत स्मूथली, हम बहुत खुश हैं, मतलब हम कहीं ये नहीं कि हमारे साथ का कोई परेशान, हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। हम ज़्यादा वजन दे के काम नहीं करते, हम बहुत स्मूथली काम कर रहे हैं, इसलिए काम हमारे हो भी रहे हैं। अब बारी आती है कि आगे क्या। आप जो बाहर बैठे हैं, जो प्रवासी हैं, जिनको एनआरआई कहते हैं, आप हमारे लिए क्या कर सकते हैं और हम आपके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं। आप हमारे लिए बिल्कुल नहीं करें, इंडिया से किसी को बुलाएं प्रोग्राम में और उसका टिकट आप लोग भेजें, रहने की व्यवस्था आप करें, नहीं, ऐसे व्यक्ति को बुलाने की आपको आवश्यकता नहीं है। हाँ, कोई बहुत ज़्यादा कोई इस तरीके का व्यक्ति है तो उसको आप कर सकते हैं, बाकी इस तरीके के ऑफर्स आप किसी को ना दें कि आप हम टिकट भेजेंगे, आप आए, हम आपको डोनेशन देंगे, आप लेके जाएं, जिसका आता पता नहीं पड़ता। ऐसा कुछ नहीं करें आप लोग। हम लोगों को करना क्या है, अमेरिका में बैठे हुए, लंदन में बैठे हुए, फ्रांस में बैठे हुए, या अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज में बैठे हुए, या इंडिया में बैठे हुए, जो इस ग्लोब के 197 या 8 जो कंट्री हैं, उनमें जो ब्राह्मण जहाँ जहाँ भी बैठा हुआ है, जो हमने इंडिया में करके दिखाया, क्योंकि बड़ी संख्या में तो इंडिया में, पूरी दुनिया के ब्राह्मण को एक ब्राह्मण नाम जो हमको दिया गया है, जिसको किसी विप्र सेना या BSNA या किसी और संगठन की एक प्लेटफॉर्म की तो जरूरत पड़ती है, पर ब्राह्मण अपने आप में एक संगठन है, एक प्लेटफॉर्म है। मैं भी ब्राह्मण, तू भी ब्राह्मण, जब ये नारे के साथ एक विश्व एक ब्राह्मण, एक विश्व एक ब्राह्मण, इस नारे के साथ जब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे तो मालूम पड़ेगा कि जब परिवार मजबूत दिखता है तो सबसे पहले परिवार के जो मेंबर्स होते हैं उनमें दम आता है, और जब वो मजबूत होते हैं तो दुनिया उनके सामने सिर झुकाती है। अच्छा, सिर झुकाने का मतलब ये नहीं हमें किसी को दबाना, नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, क्योंकि इस देश में सबसे अग्रणी भूमिका में अगर अच्छी संख्या में हम लोग हैं, और हमारी हमेशा रही है देने वाले। ये तो पता नहीं कैसे हम लोगों को ये कह दिया गया है कि लेने वाले, हमने हमेशा दिया ही है। आदिकाल से लेके आज तक हमने लोगों को आशीर्वाद दिया, हमने लोगों को ज्ञान दिया, शिक्षा दी, और आज इस देश को मैं फख्र से कह सकता हूँ कि मेरी ही एक कम्युनिटी, हो सकता है और भी हो, पर मैं जहाँ तक मेरी कम्युनिटी को जानता हूँ, मेरी ही कम्युनिटी एक ऐसी है जो देश के लिए मर मिटती है, दूसरे के लिए अपनी जान दे देती है, दूसरे की पीड़ा में सबसे आगे खड़ी रहती है। वो हम लोग इवन ये भी नहीं देखते कि आगे वाला किस जाति का है, किस पंथ का है, किस मजहब का है, और हम लोग मदद करते हैं। ये हमारे ब्लड में है, इसे हमें मेंटेन करना है। आप जब तक देने वाले बनेंगे, जैसे नितिन गडकरी जी ने ब्राह्मण महापंचायत में ये कहा कि ब्राह्मण समाज को रोजगार देने वाला बनना है, ना कि रोजगार लेने वाला। आरक्षण है, कई प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, ये प्रॉब्लम्स तो रहेगी, पर हमारी ग्रोथ नहीं रुकनी चाहिए। तो अब आगे क्या, आगे ये है, ब्रह्म चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स के नाम से हमने एक संस्था और बनाई, और हिंदुस्तान के 200 शहरों में और वर्ल्ड के जितने कंट्री हैं उनमें सब में हम चैप्टर चालू करेंगे धीरे धीरे। हर चैप्टर में 200 लोगों को लेंगे, इसमें बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लेके आएंगे, एक नंबर। दूसरा, गूगल प्ले स्टोर पे एक ऐप अवेलेबल हम लोगों ने करवाया है विप्र सेना का, अभी पूरा डेवलप नहीं हुआ है पर धीरे धीरे काम चल रहा है। उस ऐप के अंदर सारी जानकारी ब्राह्मण की हम लोग दे रहे हैं, और धीरे धीरे उसमें 2 सेगमेंट ऐसे चालू कर रहे हैं, एक तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट का, और एक जो शादी ब्याह के लिए जो बच्चे हैं उनके लिए उसमें ऑप्शन दे रहे हैं। और दुनिया में कहीं पे भी बैठा ब्राह्मण है, उसके मोबाइल में वो ऐप होना चाहिए। हिंदुस्तान में क्या हो रहा है, अमेरिका में क्या हो रहा है, उनको नॉलेज होनी चाहिए। तो पहला तो हमने बनाया BFCI, ब्रह्म चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स। दूसरा ऐप हम लोगों ने अपना बनवाया और गूगल प्ले स्टोर पे भी वो चालू है, अभी डेवलप हो रहा है। तीसरा अब हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं कि IS और RS मतलब एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विसेज के लिए कोचिंग की व्यवस्था हमारे बच्चों के लिए, मतलब एजुकेशन, एजुकेटेड समाज देश के लिए और समाज के लिए हमेशा यूजफुल रहता है। अनएजुकेटेड जो समाज होता है वो किसी और का भला क्या, खुद का भी भला नहीं कर सकता, तो किसी और का भला क्या करेगा। एजुकेटेड होगा तो उसको देश का महत्व मालूम रहेगा, समाज का महत्व मालूम रहेगा, दूसरे मजहब के लोगों को मानेगा और वो साइंटिफिकली तरीके से आगे बढ़ेगा। तो तीसरा हमारा है एजुकेशन पे हम फोकस करेंगे। हमारे को जो नहीं करना है वो हम लोग जो नहीं कर रहे हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा मूर्तियाँ, मंदिर, भवन ये हम लोग नहीं बना रहे, क्योंकि ये है ऑलरेडी है, जिनको अगर हम संभाल लेंगे तो भी बहुत है, क्योंकि इनके नाम पे फिर वही चंदा इकट्ठा होता है। और इधर हमारा यूथ जो है, जो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की वजह से परेशान है, क्योंकि देखो आरक्षण का दंश हमारे समाज पे है, हमें लगा हुआ है, इसको हम डिनाई नहीं कर सकते, पर कोई बात नहीं, हमें रोजगार देने वाला बनना है। जब हमारे इतने बड़े मिनिस्टर ने इंडिया के ये हमको एक नारा दिया है तो हम इसको फॉलो करेंगे और हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं। तो जल्दी हम इन तीनों चीज़ों के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। अब थोड़ा सा मैं आपको एक जिसको कहते हैं कि मैं आपसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि हम गलत हो सकते हैं, आप भी गलत हो सकते हैं। आप समय समय पे हमें राय दें, अगर हम कहीं गलत हैं उनका हम सुधार करेंगे। और किसी को बिचौलिया मतलब ब्रोकर बनने मत दें। इस समाज को किसी ब्रोकर की आवश्यकता नहीं है, किसी नेता की आवश्यकता नहीं है। 1 to 1 हो, एक ब्राह्मण दूसरे ब्राह्मण से 1 to 1 हो जाए। प्रॉब्लम्स है उसको शेयर करें और ये नहीं कहें कि मैं हर प्रॉब्लम का समाधान दे दूंगा, नहीं, बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं। मैं ओपनली कहता हूँ, मैं पॉलिटिशियन नहीं हूँ, मैं कोई बहुत बड़ा आदमी नहीं हूँ कि मैं सबकी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर दूंगा। मैं प्रयास करता हूँ, अच्छे प्रयास करता हूँ, शुद्ध रूप से प्रयास करता हूँ और सफलता मुझे मिलती है। पर जब हमारा परिवार बढ़ जाएगा, कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ेगा आपस में। आज कॉन्फिडेंस की कमी है। मैं कहता हूँ कि ब्राह्मण के लिए, कोई कहता है जैसे ब्राह्मण के लिए नहीं करता, पर वो कहने से पहले भूल जाता है कि जब उसकी बारी थी तो उसने भी किसी के लिए कुछ नहीं किया। और संभव ही नहीं है। आप अपने परिवार को लेके आप कहीं यूएस बैठे हैं, कहीं कोई इंडिया के कोई एक दूर दराज गांव में बैठा है, वो हर व्यक्ति सबके लिए सोचने की क्षमता नहीं रख सकता, उससे उम्मीद भी नहीं करनी चाहिए। पर जिनसे उम्मीद करनी चाहिए, जो सक्षम है, उन्हें आगे आना चाहिए। और मैं फिर कहता हूँ, आप जो करो, किसी बिचौलिए की आपको आवश्यकता नहीं है, ब्रोकर्स की आवश्यकता नहीं, आप डायरेक्ट करें। ऐसे सैकड़ों साधन हैं जिनके थ्रू हम लोग एक दूसरे की मदद कर सकते हैं। मैं तो एक विश्व एक ब्राह्मण के नारे पे आगे बढ़ रहा हूँ और 2025 तक हमने एक रोड मैप बनाया कि हिंदुस्तान के 750 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में और 5000 के लगभग विधानसभा, जिनको असेंबली कहते हैं, 750 डिस्ट्रिक्ट, 5000 असेंबली में विप्र सेना पहुंच चुकी होगी 2025 की जुलाई 19 तारीख तक। ये रोड मैप हमने बना लिया। ये 3 साल में हम जहाँ पहुंच गए उसको देखते हुए हम कह रहे हैं। दूसरा, कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक जब हमारी इकाइयाँ होगी तो आप पक्की बात मानना कि पूरी दुनिया तो अपने आप कवर हो गई, क्योंकि यहीं से निकल के दुनिया में गए, ब्राह्मण यहीं से निकल के गया, तो पूरी दुनिया में हमारी इस संस्था की एक रीच हो जाएगी। अब पूरी दुनिया में फैल के हमें कोई राजनीति नहीं करनी, हमें किसी को दबाना नहीं है। सर्व समाज के साथ हमारे जो ग्रंथ हैं, हमारे जो युग पुरुषों ने जो हमें समाज के लिए दिया था, यह हमारे द्वारा जो समाज के लिए एक दिशा तैयार करी गई थी आदिकाल में। सबसे पहला काम उसके बारे में पूरी दुनिया को बताना और पूरी दुनिया को ये बताना कि हमारा कितना विराट रूप था। जो सूक्ष्म रूप आज आप देख रहे हैं, ये आप गलती कर रहे हैं। हमारा बहुत विराट रूप था, हम ब्रह्मांड थे। ब्राह्मण मतलब एक ब्रह्मांड था। हमारे शब्दों से, हमारे निकले हुए मुंह से निकले हुए मंत्रों से ब्रह्मांड का निर्माण हुआ है और हमारे निकले हुए मंत्रों से, हमारे एक ब्राह्मण के मुंह से निकले मंत्रों से सृष्टि का अंत भी हो सकता था, ऐसा ग्रंथ कहते हैं। तो गलत नहीं कहते। जो किताबों में पढ़ा जाता है कि 500 साल एक जंगल में एक साधु खड़े थे और तपस्या कर रहे थे, वो गलत नहीं है, वो सत्य था। तो उनमें ऐसा क्या था जो आज के युग में कहीं दिखता ही नहीं है? भय है, डर है, टेंशन है, चिंता है, क्या होगा? अरे कुछ नहीं होगा। आपका इतिहास इतना मजबूत है, इतना प्रबल है कि अगर उसे आप जगा लें, उसे अगर आप जगा लें तो आने वाली आपकी कई पीढ़ियां जो है वापस वही शिखर को प्राप्त कर सकती है जहां के हम लोग थे। मूल मंत्र एक ही है कि यूनाइट होना है, सिद्धांतों पे यूनाइट होना है। आप अपने देश जहां पे भी रह रहे हैं, उस देश की पूरी, मेरा मानना है कि उस देश के प्रति कर्तव्य निष्ठा के साथ आप आगे बढ़ें। हम जिस देश में रह रहे हैं, हम उसकी कर्तव्य निष्ठा के साथ आगे बढ़ें। कॉमन क्या है? ब्राह्मण है क्या? विप्र है क्या? जो ब्रॉड सोचता है। एक उत्कृष्ट शब्द है ब्राह्मण। सर्व समाज के बारे में जो सोचता है, पूरे ब्रह्मांड के बारे में जो सोचता है, जो कीट पतंग के बारे में सोचता है, जो पशु पक्षी के बारे में सोचता है, जो वायु के बारे में सोचता है, जो इस धरती के बारे में सोचता है, जो नहीं दिखता उसके बारे में भी उसकी मंगल कामना की विनती मंदिर में करता है। और इस धरती पे भगवान तक अगर कोई बात पहुंचाने वाला प्रमाणित रूप से माना गया, जिसको कैटलिस्ट कह सकते हैं, वो केवल ब्राह्मण को ही माना गया है। तो कुछ तो हमारे लोगों में विशेषता थी और है। इस विशेषता को जगाएं, और इसको जगाने में कोई सालों नहीं लगते। आप दृढ़ निश्चय आज ही लें कि मैं मेरे जीवन में जो करता हूं वो तो करता ही रहूंगा, अच्छा या बुरा। मैं मेरे जीवन के समय में से मात्र अगर महीने में 1 घंटा भी मैंने समाज को दिया, तो समाज क्या है? हमारा देश है। ये पूरा ब्रह्मांड में जो रहने वाले जीव जंतु प्राणी पशु पक्षी ये सब हैं। एक ब्राह्मण ने अगर महीने का 1 मंथ में 1 घंटा भी ऑनेस्टली अगर अपनी सोसाइटी को दिया, तो आप निश्चित मानना कि दुनिया देखेगी कि आज जैसे विश्व गुरु की तरफ बनने की तरफ भारत बढ़ रहा है, वैसे इस युग में जब विश्व गुरु बनने की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उसकी अग्रणी पंक्ति में ब्राह्मण आपको खड़ा मिलेगा। और उसमें आप लोगों की बहुत बड़ी मदद हमें हो सकती है, पैसों से नहीं, आपके विचारों से, आपके सपोर्ट से, कोऑपरेशन से। इतनी बड़ी मदद हो सकती है कि आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। कुछ नहीं करना है। जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूं, एक जो छोटी कमी मैंने पकड़ी जो हमारे बुजुर्गों में थी, कभी भी अपने परिवार के बच्चों की तारीफ नहीं करना, खुद के बारे में ज़्यादा बताना। इसको हमने पलटा, हमारी यूथ की हम तारीफ करने लगे। हम इंडिया में जो कर रहे हैं उसकी आप तारीफ करें, आप जो यूएसए में कर रहे हैं BSNA के माध्यम से जो कर रहे हैं हम उसकी तारीफ करें। आपकी कमियों को हम बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हम बताएं, आप हमारी कमियों को बताओ। कमियां नहीं है, पूरा ज्ञानी कोई नहीं है। अगर होता तो आज ये 3G 4G 5G ये नहीं आता, पहले दिन ही 5G आ जाता। तो इसका मतलब ये तो निरंतर एक प्रक्रिया है जो आगे बढ़ती रहती है ज्ञान की। तो इसमें बिल्कुल झिझक नहीं है। हमारे से कोई गलती है तो आप हमें बताएं, हम आपको बताएंगे। पर भाइयों, मेरा मानना है कि 2025 का एक लक्ष्य लेके जो हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उस लक्ष्य में आप हमारा साथ दें। मैं 2025 के जुलाई में आपको दिखाऊंगा कि पूरी दुनिया का ब्राह्मण, चाहे जो कोई भी संगठन में कहीं पे भी हो, कैसे भी रह रहा हो, पूरी दुनिया का ब्राह्मण एक नहीं दिखने वाली, कल्पना से परे वाली, जो जिसको कहते हैं चैन सिस्टम में बन जाएगा। और वो पूरे विश्व के लिए, विश्व में बढ़ते हुए आतंकवाद के लिए, विश्व के खराब होते पर्यावरण के लिए, विश्व में बढ़ती मतलब जो तनाव का माहौल है उसके लिए, विश्व की प्रगति के लिए बहुत सार्थक सिद्ध होगा। दुनिया ने हमको पहले भी माना है। राजा महाराजा राजगद्दी पे जब चढ़ते थे, जब पंडित जी कह दिया करते थे। राजा महाराजा युद्ध में जब जाया करते थे, जब पंडित जी मुहूर्त निकाल लिया करते थे। सूर्यास्त तक युद्ध को खत्म कर दिया करते थे। ये सब हमने बताया। पूरा आज पूरी दुनिया हमें मानती है। बस बाकी अगर है तो हमें स्वयं को अपने बारे में जागृत करना है और जागृत करके खुद के समाज को आगे बढ़ाना है, सर्व समाज को साथ लेके आगे चलना है। इससे हमारा तो भला होगा ही होगा। और जैसे आज मैं पिछले आदिकाल की बात आज कर रहा हूँ, तो इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि हमारे लोगों ने पूरी दुनिया को, सर्व समाज को दिया था, तो हमें देने वाला बनना है, लेने वाला नहीं बनना है। अगर लेना है तो आशीर्वाद लेना है, अगर लेना है तो दुआएं लेनी है। प्रत्येक घर से जब इस तरीके की बातें जब चालू होगी, तो बातों से ही आप देखना कितना वातावरण बदल जाएगा, आपके घर का भी, आपके देश का भी। अलग प्रकार का एक आपको एनवायरनमेंट मिलेगा। आप पॉजिटिव रहें। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। ये जो भी एक परसेप्शन क्रिएट करा गया वो गलत है। हाँ, छोटी मोटी समस्याएं हर जगह है और हर कम्युनिटी के साथ है, केवल ब्राह्मण के साथ नहीं है, क्योंकि तेजी से बढ़ता हुआ देश है। हम लोग मस्त हैं, स्वस्थ हैं, आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आप लोगों का साथ हमें चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारे से कई चीज़ों में आप लोग आगे हैं। वो चीज़ें आप हमें शेयर करें, बताएं। और आपको पूरे भारतवर्ष में 2025 के बाद एक सरकार की तरह ये विप्र सेना आपको सेवाएं दे सकती है। किसी की भी पीड़ा में, जहाँ जहाँ हम आज हैं, वहाँ किसी की कोई पीड़ा हो, कोई वहाँ उनका कोई रिश्तेदार रहता हो, आप हमसे संपर्क करें। यथासंभव हम लोग आपकी मदद करेंगे। हमें कोई दिक्कत हुई, हम आपको याद करेंगे और एक परिवार की तरह हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। आप लोगों ने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। आपकी संस्था के बारे में मैंने खूब सुना हुआ था। मैं आज प्राउड फील करता हूँ कि मुझे आप लोगों ने मौका दिया। मैं आप सबका आभारी हूँ। हमारे जो जिन्होंने मेरे से संपर्क किया, राधा जी जो हैं, उनका मैं आभारी हूँ, उनके हस्बैंड का मैं आभारी हूँ। और ऐसे लोगों की वजह से ही आज ब्राह्मण आगे बढ़ रहा है। और आपकी जो कम्युनिटी है, मैं सबका आभारी हूँ, क्योंकि निर्णय सबका होता है। आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया और मैं, आप जब जब मुझे याद करेंगे मैं ज़रूर आऊँगा। मेरे शब्दों में, मेरी वाणी में अगर किसी को कुछ बुरा लगा हो, उसके लिए मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। जय परशुराम।
थैंक यू टू सुनील तिवारी जी को। उन्होंने ये मैसेज भेजा हमारे लिए। वो खुद लाइव जुड़ना चाहते थे, लेकिन समय वहाँ पे काफ़ी सुबह होने की वजह से उन्होंने बैकअप ही भेज दिया था। तो अच्छा है, उन्होंने काफ़ी इंस्पायरिंग मैसेज दिया। बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें उन्होंने बोली, जो कि हमारे ब्राह्मण समाज के लिए बहुत अच्छी होंगी। हम लोग अगर उसको कर पाए ऐसा, जैसा वो सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं, जैसी बातें बता रहे हो। तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सुनील तिवारी जी गिविंग अस लॉट ऑफ होप टू ब्राह्मण कम्युनिटी। एंड राधा मोहन जी को थैंक यू, जो जिन्होंने हमें कनेक्ट कराया सुनील तिवारी जी से। थैंक यू राधा मोहन जी और रचना शर्मा जी, थैंक यू। So after this, we have a cultural program, but before that, we would like to take a break. So why don't we all get back at 7:15? So it was supposed to start at 7, so just taken some additional minutes, for a break. So let's all get back and start cultural program at 7:15. Thank you so much.
So that will be 7:15 our time, Eastern Standard Time.
Oh yes, 7.
So actually we are ahead of the schedule. I think we saved 6 minutes, but let's take a break. I think that's a good idea.
So this is 20 minutes break, right?
So this will be 20 minutes break, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
So I'll stop the recording. Live will be there so that we can see the music, but I'll stop the recording and we'll resume the recording once we start the cultural program. Thank you. See you guys in 15 minutes.
Some music if you want. I think this will be good, just engaging.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Have you ever tried plant medicine? Everyone seems to be talking about ayahuasca or mushrooms, psilocybin, and magic chocolate today. But what exactly is plant medicine doing? Now, I can tell you this. I've been on ayahuasca journeys. I've tried mushrooms, psilocybin, and I've experienced transformative results. I get what people are talking about, but these substances are illegal in many parts of the world, and there are some risk associated with them. As I went deeper into this exploration,
So we'll resume our program, but we need to start the recording. Bhavtoshji, recording is paused. Thank you.
Yep, I just started.
Thank you. Sorry, I stopped your sharing.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, namaste everyone again. Now we will move into our culture program, part 2. Our first performer is Ekansh Thakur from San Diego. Ekansh will be playing piano. Viraj. Viraj, we're not able to get the audio. There you go. What an amazing performance. Definitely deserves a round of applause. I know we have everyone muted, but it was amazing. Thank you. Next we have Stuti, Mrs. Stuti Pandey. She will be dancing from San Diego chapter.
उसके बाद लाऊंगा तेरे वास्ते फलक से मैं चांद लाऊंगा 16 संध्या सितारे संग बांध लाऊंगा
Viraj, is that completed? Is that video is done or was it interrupted?
Yes, that's the end.
Okay, that's it. All right, great.
Kaji, your mic is muted.
Alkaji, you're talking on mute.
Seems like it's getting muted by the host. Okay.
No,
All right.
I asked you to unmute. Actually, you were on mute. I just asked you to unmute because you were not unmute yourself.
Right, but I keep unmuting myself and I was muting again. So I don't know, it might be something. All right, once again, so we have now next dance and bhajan by Anya Pandey from San Diego chapter.
Today I'm going to be inviting God to my heart. Kabhi Ram bana ke, kabhi Sham bana ke, chale aana, Prabhu chale aana. Kabhi Ram bana ke, kabhi Sham bana ke, chale aana, Prabhu ji chale aana.
Absolutely amazing performance. As I said, it's not an easy task, dancing and singing together. And Anya did not make any mistake in her singing, because it's not easy while doing actions and singing. It was amazing performance. Next we have song by Mr. Gauri Shankarji from San Diego.
नमस्कार। आइए हम सब मिलकर परमपिता परमेश्वर की प्रार्थना करें कि वो हमें विश्वास दें, हमें ये बल दें कि हम सदैव धर्म कार्य में लगे रहें। आप सबसे अनुरोध है, सब मिलकर इस भजन को गाएं। शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। दूर अज्ञान के हो तू हमें ज्ञान की रोशनी दे। हर बुराई से बचते रहे हम, जितनी भी दे भली जिंदगी दे। बैर होना किसी का किसी से, भावना मन में बदले की होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। कमजोर होना। हर तरफ जुल्म है, बेबसी है, सहमा सहमा सा हर आदमी है। आपका बोझ बढ़ता ही जाए, जाने कैसे ये धरती थमी है। बोझ ममता से तू ये उठा ले, तेरी रचना का ये अंत होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे, हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना।
What an amazing performance. It's actually a very inspiring song. I'm sure you all will agree with me that it's not only an inspiring song, it's something we all grew up hearing, listening to. Next, we have Dance by Miss Poonam Tiwari ji from San Diego chapter.
छुपा कर मेरी आँखों को वो पूछे कौन है जी हम, मैं कैसे नाम लूं उनका जो दिल में रहते हैं हरदम। छुपा कर मेरी आँखों को वो पूछे कौन है जी हम, मैं कैसे नाम लूं उनका जो दिल में रहते हैं हरदम। परे तनिक सी कंकरी नैन रहे बेचैन, परे तनिक सी कंकरी नैन रहे बेचैन। उन नैनन की का कहे कि जिन नैनन में नैन, हाय मेरी जान उलझ गई, ओ मेरी जान उलझ गई, कैसे झमेले में। अरे मैं तो बन के गुजरिया, ओ मैं तो बन के गुजरिया, आई हूँ मेले में। कि सुन मोरे पाँव की सवरिया, ओ मोरे पाँव की सवरिया, ले चल अकेले नैनों में निंदिया, निंदिया में सपने, सपनों में साजन, जब से बसा बहारी आई जीवन में, नई हलचल है तन मन में, एक रूप बसा है अखियों में।
इसको बंद करना
TV.
है।
Okay, that was a beautiful dance and beautiful outdoor setting and a lovely mix of songs. I think there might be interference of my YouTube. Is there interference of that?
No, I think you're good. There is nothing. There is no background noise or anything. You're good.
Okay, great. I just wanted to give another round of applause for Miss Poonam Tiwari ji. It was a lovely dance and a beautiful outdoor settings. Next, we have Bharatnatyam dance by Nilanshi from Michigan chapter.
दरिया में पूरन कीजे काज मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी मनमोहन तेरी छवियत प्यारी मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी मनमोहन तेरी छवियत प्यारी बंसी बजैया रास रचैया तारन हार मेरे तुम ही के भैया तुमसे बड़ा कहाँ कौन कन्हैया श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा नंदन गोविंद हे सबकी राज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज सागर से सबकी नैया तू ही पार लगावे भक्तों का सहारा तू बांसुरी वाला मथुरा के बसैया ओ नंद के लाला तेरी धुंदी में नाचे सबका भैया श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा सबकी राज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए राज सबकी राज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए राज
Wow, love the outfit. Beautiful classical dance by Nilanshi Sharma. Next, we have Bhajan by Sumitra and Nilanshi Sharma, Michigan chapter.
Namaste, my name is Samitra and this is my sister Nilanshi. We're going to be singing a bhajan called Parvati Boli Shankar Se. Parvati Boli Shankar Se Parvati Boli Shankar Se Suniye Bholenath Ji रहना है हर एक जन्म में मुझे तुम्हारे साथ जी वचन दीजिए ना छोड़ेंगे कभी हमारा हाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंभुनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंकरनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंभुनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंकरनाथ जी जैसे मस्तक पे चंदा है गंगा बसी जटाओं में कैसे रखना है अविनाशी मुझे प्रेम की छाँव में जैसे मस्तक पे चंदा है गंगा बसी जटाओं में वैसे रखना है अविनाशी मुझे प्रेम की छाँव में कोई नहीं तुम साथी दो लोगों में दसा दिशाओं में महलों से ज्यादा सुख है
जी ओ शंभुनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंकरनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंभुनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंकरनाथ जी। देवो तुम देवो के भोले अमर हो अंतर्यामी हो भाग्यवान है हम त्रिपुरारी आप हमारे स्वामी हो। देवो तुम देवो के भोले अमर हो अंतर्यामी हो भाग्यवान है हम त्रिपुरारी आप हमारे स्वामी हो। पुष्पक विमानों से करी हमको नंदी की सवारी जी युगों युगों से पार्वती बोली तुम पे बलहारी जी। जब रात महिलाना जब रात महिलाना पार मेरे बारात जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंभुनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंभुनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंकरनाथ जी। प्राण मेरे बसते हैं तुम बिन मेरी नहीं गति। अग्नि कुंड में हो के बसम तुम हुई थी मेरे लिए सती। शिव बिन जैसे शक्ति अधूरी शक्ति बिन शिवादि है। जन्मों तक ना टूटेंगे ये जन्म जन्म के नाते हैं। तुम ही मेरी संध्या हो गौरी तुम ही मेरी प्रभात जी। वचन है मेरा ना छोड़ूंगा कभी तुम्हारा हाथ जी। सदा रहेंगे गौरी शंकर साथ जी। है गौरा पार्वती है गौरा पार्वती जी भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंकरनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंभुनाथ जी ओ भोलेनाथ जी ओ शंकरनाथ जी। ओ मेरा भोला है मेरे साथ साथ में झूम झूम के नाचो। मेरा भोला है मेरे साथ साथ में झूम झूम के नाचो। मैं झूम झूम के नाचो अरे घूम घूम के नाचो। मेरा भोला ओ मेरा भोला है मेरे साथ साथ में झूम झूम के नाचो। मेरा भोला है मेरे साथ साथ में झूम झूम के नाचो। ओ मेरा भोला है मेरे साथ साथ में झूम झूम के नाचो। थैंक यू।
Har Har Mahadev. It was such a mesmerizing performance by both kids. Would anyone like to comment on this?
Yeah, and especially in the Sawan month, actually, Shankarji's bhajan is really good. That was awesome.
I agree.
Actually, my son is a very fan of Shankarji, actually, and all the songs from these one of the singer, actually, and he keeps singing this song, actually. Most of the time, I'll say 50% of the time, this song plays in my TV.
It was mesmerizing.
जी यहाँ बहुत से काशी विश्वनाथ के पुजारी हैं।
Yes.
बनारस के।
हमारे घर में भी भोलेनाथ जी का ही चलता है। हमारे घर में भी
संजय जी हैं यहाँ, पाठक जी हैं, हम हैं, और कौन है यहाँ पे?
हमारे यहाँ भी चलता है केशव जी। हमारे यहाँ भी भगवान शिव और भोलेनाथ जी का ही चलता है, शंकर जी का, भगवान शंकर का। जी हाँ,
ये उनके नाम है।
हाँ, that's what they are saying. My mother is saying सावन का महीना ही उनके नाम है। Yes.
Yeah, and this is अधिक मास right? अभी तो अधिक मास चल रहा है, सावन का अधिक मास, तो और भी बढ़िया सुंदर हो जाता है, पावन हो जाता है actually.
Yes, beautiful. I think we all enjoyed. I hope the kids get the feedback. I don't know if they're watching. It's lovely. I remember seeing their here, listening to their shlokas this morning as well. They're amazing. Great job.
I think Alka, let me add. I think Sanjay ji can add.
Sure.
Lallan Misra ji, his intention is that he is donating money to BSNA for this purpose, to educate children. If they can sing like Bhagavad Gita or this kinds of activities, then he is interested in giving the award to them. So this is Sanjay ji can elaborate on that.
Yes, actually, we started this last year. So he gave quite a bit of amount of money, where we had 1, 2, 3 different awards where kids can recite shlokas, or suppose from Bhagavad Gita se ya to Durga Saptashti se kahin se bhi. And then we wanted to have a committee who will evaluate, and accordingly they will reward them. But because of some issue that he went to India, he had COVID, so things have been kind of slow and postponed, but we'll come back. This is still on the our one of the items for BSNA. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Keshav ji. Thank you, Sanjay ji, and thank you, Bhavtosh ji, for your feedback and chiming in your beautiful words. Next is long-awaited, this dance by Miss Shalini Pandey from Minneapolis. So, Viraj, if you can please play that.
प्रवाह सुबह सूरज अजर बिहारी राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम राम सिया राम जय जय राम
Another mesmerizing performance and beautiful song. Would anyone like to comment on this as well?
Yeah, by the way, she is my daughter-in-law.
I was about to say that. I was about to say that Shalini is Sanjay ji's daughter-in-law. And soon someone wrote that soon we'll have Sabi dance as well in BSNA.
She's learning, yes. She's Minneapolis chapter president as well.
Yes. Okay. So far, I mean, I've been enjoying this performance. Would anyone like to comment on so far how is the performance and how is the program going? Bhavtoshji, can everyone, can they unmute or no?
Yeah, we can unmute everybody.
If anyone would like to comment, we can have them unmuted.
That's a great job. Yeah, good job. I really like all the dances.
Yeah. I'm just like amazed the amount of talent we have here. Okay, next, actually we have Mr. Vivek Pandeyji. Mr. Vivek, are you there? Okay, so no problem. We will continue with.
I see him.
Oh, he's there. Okay, because. Oh, there it is. There he is. Yeah. Now, from this point onwards, Vivekji will present the rest of the performances. He will be emceeing the next few performances. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me the opportunity to present you in front of you all these performances.
Bhavtoshji, I think can you unmute Vivekji, please?
Yeah, sure. I see two Vivekji actually, so let me see. I think this is.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep. We can hear you, Vivekji.
Okay, thank you. I was muted.
That's funny.
There is a lag in your audio and video. We're not able to hear you, Mr. Vivek. Vivekji, we cannot hear you.
अपने कानों में कुछ नहीं लगा रखा है।
So by the time he fixes his technical issue, Alkaji, would you like to continue? By the time he figures this out, yeah, okay.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
So,
be happy to actually.
One question I have before you start. I think on YouTube, what we are seeing is there are two people. Just turn on the performers only on YouTube. I think that will look better.
I think Viraj has control over that. So let's see if Viraj can do that.
Actually, yeah, I'm unable to set that from my end. That would be from the host side.
Okay,
So
so
I think Bhatoji mentioned that if you can turn off when the playing starts, the video play starts, you can turn off your video and then I think it shows only one performers on the YouTube.
okay.
That might work.
Okay.
Yes, either way can be done. Either, yeah.
But
So
I thought it was everyone else's.
Yeah.
Everyone else may have to turn off their video then.
no, actually, what happens? Actually, the person who is talking or the host, only that video comes. But there are two ways to do it. When Viraj is sharing, if he share only the video or like only the video, if he shares, nothing else will come. Only the performance will come. So Viraj, when you're sharing, you just share only the video player. Actually, whatever the player you're using, just
that's what
share
I
that
have
rather
been
than
doing it that
screen.
way.
Then it will be done.
I have been doing it that way so far.
Okay.
Okay.
So in that case, you may have to just pin my screen for everyone.
Okay, we'll do that. Viraj, where are you? Can you raise your hand, please? Are you using? I can't. Okay, I see you. Great. We'll do that. Okay. Next, we have a song, a Drago Mohan Pyare song by Munisha Tiwari, from New Jersey chapter. Viraj, if you give me a second to pin you, maybe then after that, if you play.
Yep, just let me know when to go ahead.
And find you. Okay, there you are. Okay. You are pinned, but still, it's all right. Let's go start.
जागो मोहना प्यारे तुम जागो मोहना प्यारे तुम सावरी सूरतिया मोरे मन भावे सावरी सूरतिया मोरे मन भावे जागो मोहन प्यारे तुम जागो मोहन प्यारे तुम प्राथ समय उठी भानु उदय भयो प्राथ समय उठी भानु उदय भयो ग्वाल बाल सब उठट जाए ग्वाल बाल सब उठट जाए तुम्हारे दरस के भूखे प्यासे तुम्हारे दरस के भूखे प्यासे उठियो नंद किशोर तुम उठियो नंद किशोर तुम जागो मोहन प्यारे तुम जागो मोहन प्यारे तुम जागो मोहन जागो मोहन जागो मोहन प्यारे तुम
Beautiful performance by Prisha, by Monisha, sorry. Monisha Prisha is Shiri's younger daughter. This was Monisha. And a lovely classical song for Lord Krishna. Next is Violin by Rudransh Pathak from Texas. Would Rudransh come live to play this?
Yes, he will be live. I think Shivji there. Shivji, who can unmute Shivji? Shiv Pathak.
I can do that.
Yeah, only host can unmute people. Co-host cannot unmute.
Even I cannot unmute actually. I can ask them to unmute actually. That's the trick.
Well, yes, I've been asking him to unmute, but
Yeah.
yes, he may have stepped away.
Yeah, even I cannot like directly unmute somebody. They have to I can ask them and then only they can unmute. They have to.
Vijayji is raising hand. Vijayji.
Is Shiv Pathak there? Is Shiv Pathak there? Is he there? So Viraj can give him instructions how to change the setting on his Zoom. That setting will make you hear the violin sound. He has to change the setting. So if Shiv Pathak is there, then Viraj can instruct him what to do on the Zoom.
Shiv Pathak is there. His son is going to play.
Vijayji, I just put his number. If Ravi can call, I think Viraj can call him.
Okay. Okay. Why don't you move on with the next item? Next song.
That's exactly what I am planning on doing. We'll move to the next item, and then when we have Rudransh come live, we will enjoy his violin. Okay. So next, we have. By the way, Shirishji, we just played Monisha's bhajan.
Yes.
It was beautiful.
I was on. I was listening.
Okay, great. Of course. Next, we have a song by Arna Bharadwaj. She's Bhavtoshji's younger daughter, who got inspired after hearing her older sister singing in the morning. And this is very nice. So she'll be singing. Go ahead, Arna.
Look at that.
क्रोध न चोरा झूठ न चोरा क्रोध न चोरा झूठ न चोरा सत्य वचन क्यों चोर दिया सत्य वचन क्यों चोर दिया तूने नाम जपन क्यों छोड़ दिया तूने नाम जपन क्यों छोड़ दिया हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे रामा राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे.
Very nice, very nice. Very nice, Arna.
I would say once more. Another one. Arna,
You want to sing one more time? Okay, do it one more time.
you want to sing another one?
Yeah, you can sing another one. Which one do you know? Yeah, go ahead.
सारे गम को लेकर गाते चले पापा नहीं है धनी सी दीदी के साथ है सारे गम को लेकर गाते चले पापा नहीं है धनी सी दीदी के साथ है सारे से निकले रोज सवेरा दूर कले अंधियारे जे रेशमी किरणों रे किए उजियारे ला 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 सूरज की रोशन किरणों रे सारे गाते चले सारे गम को लेकर गाते चले.
Very nice. Awesome, Arna. I'm proud of you.
Very nice. Beautiful. We're proud of you, Arna. That was lovely.
Yeah, everybody is so happy with you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so next we have from Atlanta chapter, we have we have dance by Samarth Gautam and Sampan Gautam. Nidhi Sharma ji would like to introduce them.
Alka ji, just I want to say a few words before Nidhi ji comes. So Nidhi ji is organizing, I'm working with Nidhi ji to have a new chapter in Atlanta. So that will be a very active chapter. There are a lot of Brahmin families who are interested. And Nidhi ji has volunteered. She was trying to actually take active part in this. And last minute I said, hey, you want to take part in this? Can you send some video? And she did. So the Nidhi ji, can you introduce the performers here, please?
Yeah, namaste everyone. This is Nidhi Sharma. My twin boys, Samarth Gautam and Sampan Gautam, they're 15-year-old. And unfortunately, we were not able to do a current recording, but this is a recording from our UP Association organization, which was held in January. And I hope you all like it. Next time I'll be more prepared and looking forward for a very long journey with BSNA. Yeah, that's it. Enjoy the performance.
Thank you, Nidhi ji.
Thank you, Nidhi ji. Viraj, can you please?
फिर भी वापस आ गए. जो मुस्कुरा जो मुस्कुरा क्या हम है जिसको छुपा रहे हो क्या हम है जिसको छुपा रहे हो
आसन पहले लेट करके और फिर 3 आसन बैठ करके।
ये जमीन ये आसमां, ये जमीन ये आसमां, हमारा कल हमारा आज, हमारा कल हमारा आज, बुलंद भारत की बुलंद तस्वीर, हमारा बाजार बुलंद भारत की बुलंद तस्वीर, हमारा बाजार बजाना काहे बंद किया?
क्या तुम क्या अपने आप को मुगल आजम हम लोग का अनारकली समझता आ गए?
बहुत सुंदर.
Yes, it was entertaining and funny, hilarious. I just want to take a minute to just introduce Viraj. Sorry, we should have done it actually in the beginning. Viraj is Vijayji's son, and I want to thank Viraj for doing a flawless job here. He's doing amazing job in putting everything together. There you go, Viraj. Thank you. I know I spoke to you the other day. Vijayji, would you like to say something or?
Well, I can speak on behalf of Vijayji actually.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
So Viraj is one of the very active member of BSNA Youth Club group here. As you might recall, if you came here in 2017, Viraj was the guy DJ. He was doing DJ work for whole BSNA 3 days convention, and he has been doing our Sangam program. And whenever we have picnic, he does marvelous job. So and Viraj is a professional DJ, by the way. He is in. Thank you for sparing your time. He is very much in demand. So it's worth thousands of dollars for him to spend time here. So thank you, Viraj, for coming here. Viraj is very like he's a professional. He's an engineer by the profession, and he has been working last couple of years now, but he spares time for BSNA, and we are really glad to have him here, and we are looking forward to his contribution for years to come in BSNA, and he is going to take a leadership role pretty soon. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for the kind words. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Ajayji. Viraj.
Good to see you, Viraj, on the screen. Actually, I'm seeing you first time, and I think you will be the inspiration for youth. Thank you for doing all this, and I think your more active participation will definitely encourage other kids also to come and participate more in this kind of activities. Thank you for doing all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we will continue with the next program, next item. It's a Bhangra by Ravich Mishra from Michigan. Wow, what an energy. How many of you were feeling like you wanted to get up and dance? That's how Bhangra is. Beautiful.
So one thing about Ravij, he is a professional dancer also. He came, his team, actually, he leads the Bhangra team here, Michigan, from Michigan State University, and his team was placed first in a national competition. So he is very talented again, and we are really very fortunate to have him in BSNA chapter. And we have no lack of talents here, and we are really entertained whenever we meet. So thank you, Ravij, for performing this, Vijayji. And you can see the similarity between Ravij and Viraj, right? Here is a like quiz for everyone. Why they are named like that? They are kids of Vijay Mishra and Rajani Mishra. So you can figure it out. Viraj and Ravij. Is there the first initial, first two initials? So that's the kind of secret here.
Very nice. Actually, now I'm feeling like we would have like if this would have been a live or like a stage performance in person, we would have been enjoyed a lot. Like everybody might be like dancing by now.
Right. I was imagining the same thing. But, we really like right now in the moment I'm really missing the in-person convention. We definitely
it does happen, Bhautoshji. It does happen. A lot more than.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll try for sure next time to have in person and have these kind of things watching with like a live kind of thing.
Yes, culture program definitely are a lot more fun in person. And of course, the lectures too. You can participate, you can ask questions, and I definitely agree with you, Bhavtoshji. Next, we have a dance and a Shivs. Again, we will be chanting Shiv Strotam by Janki Pathak from Texas. So let's hit it, Viraj.
तेरी क्या ही बात है, बोले शंकरा तेरी क्या ही बात है, दूर होके भी तो साथ है, दूर होके भी तो साथ है। खुद को मैं कर दूंगा तुझको समर्पण, मैं तेरा आंसू हूँ तू मेरा दर्पण, तेरे ही होने से मेरी ये सारी जिंदगी सजी है, लागी मेरी तेरे संग लगी ओ मेरे शंकरा, लागी मेरी तेरे संग लगी ओ मेरे शंकरा, लागी मेरी प्रीत तेरे संग मेरे शंकरा, लागी मेरी प्रीत तेरे संग मेरे शंकरा। भोले बाबा तेरी क्या ही बात है, भोले शंकरा तेरी क्या ही बात है, दूर होके भी तो साथ है, दूर होके भी तो साथ है। खुद को मैं कर दूंगा तुझको समर्पण, मैं तेरा आंसू हूँ तू मेरा दर्पण, तेरे ही होने से मेरी ये सारी जिंदगी सजी है, लागी मेरी तेरे संग लगी ओ मेरे शंकरा, लागी मेरी तेरे संग लगी ओ मेरे शंकरा। जय हो शंकरा, आदिदेव शंकरा, तेरे जाप के बिना चले ये सांस किस तरह, मेरा कर्म तू ही जान क्या बुरा है क्या भला, तेरे रास्ते पे मैं तो आंख मूंद के चला, तेरे नाम की ज्योत ने सारा हर लिया तमस मेरा। नमो नमो शंकरा, भोले राम शंकरा, जय दिलो राम शंभु हे शिवाय शंकरा, नमो नमो शंकरा, भोले राम शंकरा, सुखदेव हे महेश्वरा।
ताटवी गलज्वल प्रवाह पाणि गगने गलेवलम्बिताम्बुजंग धुंड मालिका डमड्डमड्डमड्डमं भट्टमर्वे जकार चंड तांडवं तनोधुन शिव शिवं जटाकटाह संभ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्प निर्जरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मुंडरी दगद 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 ज्वल ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चंद्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणं मम धराधरेन्द्र नंदिनी विलास बंधु बंधुर सुरक्ति गंध संतति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपा कटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध दुर्गया बड़ी भजिक्ति गमने मनो विनोद में तु वस्तुनि जटाहुजंग पिंगल सुरक्षनामणि प्रभा कटंब कुंकुमत्लव ललित दिक्पधूमुखे धराधरेन्द्र नंदिनी विलास बंधु बंधुर सुरक्ति गंध संतति प्रमोदमान मानसे ओम नमः शिवाय। सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं, सदा शिवं भजाम्यहम्। ओम नमः शिवाय सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सदा शिवं भजाम्यहं सहस्रलोचनप्लबुद्धशेषलेखशेखर प्रसूलधूलिधोरणिविदूसरान्वितीतभु भुजङ्गराजमालयालिबद्धजालजूटकथिये चिराय जाय कंचकोरबन्धुशेखर ललाटतज्ज्वलज्ज्वलद्धनञ्जय सुलिङ्गहानिपीतकण्ठसायकं नमन्दिलिङ्गनायकं सुधामयूखरेखया विराजमान शेखर महातपालि सन्ततश्रियोजतालमस्तु नः धराधरेन्द्र नन्दिनी विशाल बन्धुर सुरक्तिकन्द सन्तति प्रमोदमान मानस
Okay.
So
Viraj, we're done or we have another?
Janaki Pathak is our youth president of Texas chapter in Houston, and she is also the daughter of our chapter president, Brish Kumar Pathak. He was in the morning. In fact, there is program ongoing in our one of the temples, Shiv Shakti temple, and a person from Gujarat is there. So he is क्या बोलते हैं कि शिव पुराण पे प्रवचन कर रहे हैं, तो उसके वजह से वो काफी वहां पे इन्वॉल्व है, और ये इसकी टीम रही है जो कि भी परफॉर्मेंस की है, पहले वो थी, इसके बाद उसकी टीम थी. Okay, thank you.
Yes, outstanding performance. Thank you, Keshav ji, for giving us some background. Indeed, great performance. Next, we have dance by Priyambada, Miss Priyambada Tiwari ji from India.
Actually, एक मिनट, वो लिंक अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ काम नहीं कर रहा है क्या, उसमें मैंने अपलोड किया. Just somebody can try the link in the second document. Just see if you can play. It's working. Okay. Okay.
All right. So that concludes our cultural program for tonight. I know we ended much earlier than what we predicted. We will end, which is not such a bad thing. We can start fresh tomorrow.
There was one more small video Premda ji sent. I'm trying to see. The link is not working in that document. That's what I'm saying. Hold on a second.
Alka, I think you can give the remaining 15 minutes to the audiences. If
Yes.
anybody wants to share the floor.
Absolutely, you're right, Keshav ji. So if they raise their hand, Bhavtosh ji can unmute them and we can pin them and they can speak. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I got the link. Can we? Okay, while you do the hold on.
Janaji, are you ready? There's no response.
Yeah, I just sent him a note for like unmuting, but I'm not sure if he's there.
I think
Pathak
Seth Pathak ji is yes.
I just want to appreciate the great job Alka ji has done so far for kids. That is the only thing I want to say. Thank you so much, Alka ji. It was a great job you did encouraging our younger generation.
Thank you. It means a lot. It means a lot. Your words of appreciation and encouragement means a lot.
एक हैंड रेज हुआ है अर्चना पांडे का.
अभी एक मैंने लिंक भेजा है उनको भवतोष जी और अलका को through the Google. Just have a look at it. That link, Premda ji send me that link. See if it's going to work.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah. Okay.
So while Alka ji, just while everyone is trying to find that video, let me briefly review tomorrow's agenda. Tomorrow, the session, last session of our convention will be hosted by Anurag Dubey ji, with assistance from Vijay Mishra ji. Tomorrow, we have complete, really exciting talk by several people, and I'm really looking forward to a lot of, all of them. And after the cultural program, we will have general body meeting. So I'm expecting that you will have a lot of questions about BSNA, and bring it all, and we can answer. We should be answer most of the question. But if not, then we'll. But certainly want everyone to, everyone to be there and try to understand what we are doing. So Anurag ji, do you have the agenda right? Do you? If people are still not ready, we can actually you can briefly say if you have everything under your control. Anurag ji. If not, I think we can. If the video is ready, I think we can work on that.
अजय जी टाइम्स को बता दिए, सबको टाइम बता दीजिए मॉर्निंग में.
So the program starts at 7:45. Shastri ji from Bharatiya Temple here in Troy, Michigan. He will have the Mangalacharan. So we go from 7:40. That's a PST. That will be 10:45 EST. 11 baje. And we go all the way till 10:45 a.m. That will be PST, all the lecture. And after 10:45, we have general body meeting for general body meeting from 10:45 to 11:20. So we will finish by 11:30 or so tomorrow.
So I found that. Can I play the video now, if I can?
Sure.
Okay, let's see. It's on the. Did he, Bhatoji, did you get it or no?
No, I did not get actually. Can you send it to my Bhaktosh 2410 email ID?
Sanjay ji, the email I just checked, it had the same thing what we just played. It had the same.
This is something she doing different. Actually, I don't know. Her daughter sent me this one. Hold on. Can I send in the chat box?
If you can, yeah, if you can send the link here in the chat box, I can try downloading it and play it.
Okay, here.
That will work. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one here.
Yeah, it's working. Let me share, okay?
Just it's a 5-minute video.
Yeah, sure. Just give me 1 second. I'll just share my screen, okay?
They may be sleeping.
विगत कई वर्षों से BSNA और GBC के कन्वेंशन में हमारा परिवार हिंदुस्तान के ब्राह्मणों का प्रतिनिधित्व करता रहा। इत्तेफाक से इस साल जूम पे हो रहा है, लेकिन आनंद की अनुभूति हो रही है और मैं BSNA और GBC का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे टैलेंट शो करने का मौका प्रदान किया। आप सभी लोग स्वस्थ एवं सुखी रहें। धन्यवाद।
जिसका नाज घर पे लगाए चोट, जिसके जाने से बम फटे, एटम बम हो जाए विस्फोट, आशिकों की है शामत या चांद पे भी है आई कयामत है। आशिकों में जिसका टाइटल टाइटैनिक, ओ आशिकों में जिसका टाइटल टाइटैनिक, मुआ किनारा दिखा कर डुबा देगा। चला मेरा आशिक चला बल्ला, मेरा बल्ला चला बल्ला, मेरा चला बल्ला बल्ला। हेलो हेलो तू फ्लोर पे अंदर आई, येलो येलो बड़ी सॉलिड मस्ती चाहिए। हेलो हेलो तू मुझे मिल आई, येलो येलो कंट्रोल करो मेरा भाई।
you.
बोलो।
बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रेमलता जी, बहुत ही बढ़िया।
Sanjay ji, would you like to make comment on this?
अभी my wife Archana just mentioned उसमें पटाखा, Priyanka ji ने such a like a pataka, you know, in terms of, you know, when we have cultural programs, she's like becomes so much energy she has, you know, him and her and Subhash ji. So, you know, they made make a very you know, good combination. But anyway, thank you for playing that. I think we don't have any more. We can conclude now. Thank you.
I just want to say something to Sen Pathak ji. I don't know, maybe I had such a good focus when I was listening to your talk, and everything was so informative. I just wanted to thank you for that. And actually, our whole family sat down in front of the television. We put it on the YouTube, and it was, you know, we just Chromecast it on our screen, and that was great. Not only informative, it was very engaging, and your passion about how you highlighted the importance of women, or more in a mother form, that was very touching. And that just reminded me of my dad, my father. He used to say exact same words. He's no longer with us, but my father used to say exact those words about mother. That many times, like we grew up understanding that daddy used to always say that you know, mother is just form of God on this earth. Bhagwan ka roop maa hai. So it was very good, and it was I was actually reminiscing about that, how my father said similar thoughts about that. And if everyone permits, my mother is here. If she we would like to hear her words about, she has been on and off, mostly, I would say 90%, she has seen the program, and last night she enjoyed Kavi Sammelan. Mummy, would you, aap bolengi kuch?
हाँ, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि 7 समुंदर पार भी ब्राह्मणों को महिमा मंडित किया जा रहा है। मैं ये देखकर बड़ा हर्षित हूँ, और सभी प्रोग्राम बहुत सुंदर तरीके से प्रस्तुत किए गए हैं। ये कवि सम्मेलन भी मैंने कल देखा, और आज सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम भी देखा। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि इस पृथ्वी पर ब्राह्मणों का कितना महत्व है। मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि मुझे सारे प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छे लगे, और एक भजन मैं थोड़ा सा गुनगुनाना चाहूंगी।
आप इधर आ जाओ, इधर। 1 second, we'll switch spots.
शंकर भोले भाले भक्तों के रखवाले, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। कैलाश व काशी वाले, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। बहे गंग सिर जटा तुम्हारे, बहे गंग सिर जटा तुम्हारे, अर्ध चंद्रमा मस्तक धारे, कर समरो डमरू है न्यारे। सर्पों की माला वाले, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। कैलाश व काशी वाले, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। डम 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 डमरू बोले, अगम निगम के भेद खोले, सर्पों की माला वाले, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। कैलाश व काशी वाले, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। नाथ डूबती नावती रहो, नाथ डूबती नावती रहो, भवसागर से पार लगा, सेवक की अब लाज बचाओ, संकट हरने वाले तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, कैलाश व काशी वाले तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। नाथ मत लगाओ देरी, नाथ मत लगाओ देरी, पेश न जाती है कुछ मेरी, भक्तों की रक्षा करने वाले तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, लाखों प्रणाम, कैलाश व काशी वाले तुमको लाखों प्रणाम, तुमको लाखों प्रणाम। एक छोटा सा भजन और सुनाऊंगी।
जरूर सुनाइए।
अब सौंप दिया इस जीवन का सब भार तुम्हारे हाथों में, अब सौंप दिया इस जीवन का सब भार तुम्हारे हाथों में, है जीत तुम्हारे हाथों में और हार तुम्हारे हाथों में, है जीत तुम्हारे हाथों में और हार तुम्हारे हाथों में, अब सौंप दिया इस
जीवन का सब भार तुम्हारे हाथों में।
ये मेरा निश्चय बस एक यही, एक बार तुम्हें पा जाऊं मैं, अर्पण कर दूं दुनिया भर का सब प्यार तुम्हारे हाथों में, अर्पण कर दूं दुनिया भर का सब प्यार तुम्हारे हाथों में, है जीत तुम्हारे हाथों में और हार तुम्हारे हाथों में। यदि मानव का मुझे जन्म मिले तो तब चरणों का पुजारी बनूं, पूजन की एक एक रखा हो तार तुम्हारे हाथों में, पूजन की एक एक रखा हो तार तुम्हारे हाथों में, है जीत तुम्हारे हाथों में और हार तुम्हारे हाथों में। जो जग में रहूं तो ऐसे रहूं जो जल में कमल का फूल रहे, मेरे सब गुण दोष समर्पित हो करतार तुम्हारे
हाथों में,
मेरे सब गुण दोष समर्पित हो करतार तुम्हारे हाथों में, है जीत तुम्हारे हाथों में और हार तुम्हारे हाथों में। जो जग में रहूं तो ऐसे रहूं जो जल में कमल का फूल रहे, मेरे सब गुण दोष समर्पित हो करतार तुम्हारे हाथों में, मेरे सब गुण दोष समर्पित हो करतार तुम्हारे हाथों में। जब जब संसार का कैदी बनूं निष्काम भाव से कर्म करूं, फिर अंत समय में प्राण तजूं साकार तुम्हारे हाथों में, फिर अंत समय में प्राण तजूं साकार तुम्हारे हाथों में, है जीत तुम्हारे हाथों में और
है हार तुम्हारे हाथों
में। अब सौंप दिया इस जीवन का सब भार तुम्हारे हाथों में, अब सौंप दिया इस जीवन का सब भार तुम्हारे हाथों में। मुझ में तुझ में बस भेद यही, मैं नर हूँ तू नारायण, मैं हूँ संसार के हाथों
में, संसार तुम्हारे हाथों
में, है जीत तुम्हारे हाथों में और हार तुम्हारे हाथों में। अब सौंप दिया इस जीवन का सब भार तुम्हारे हाथों में।
Wow.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया, ब्यूटीफुल, ब्यूटीफुल।
Wow. I just want to add, my mother is my first teacher. She was a principal. She retired as a principal. She was principal for what, 30 or 40 years, Mummy? 30 या 40 साल? How many years? Principal.
Principal
30 years.
30 years.
Yeah. So she has been an educator and an administrator, and I guess, and so was my father. So, and this was all prompt. We didn't plan this. But I just saw her. I'm like, we are finishing much early, so we can definitely we all can take some blessings from her. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yep, and I have allowed everybody to unmute by themselves. So if somebody wants to say, or maybe we're gonna chant something together, we can do that by finishing it up.
I'm trying
just-
to remove spotlight for myself. I am not able to, Bhavdoshji.
You're not able to remove the spotlight?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been able to all this time, but okay, now. Okay, got it.
Alkaji, you are very, very lucky that you are with your mom. I lost my mom when I was only 5 years old.
Oh,
I had tears. When I see anybody's mom, I consider she's my mom.
my mother is as old as you are. You just mentioned how old you are, and I told mommy, he is as old.
83.
He will turn 83 in December. So
Yeah.
अलका जी
अब मेरा प्रणाम उनके तक पहुंचाइएगा.
आप सब लोगों को मेरा आशीर्वाद और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि 7 समुंदर पार आके मैं ब्राह्मण सभा का स्वागत कर रही हूँ। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा।
नमस्ते, मेरे को सुन के आपकी आवाज सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा.
Thank you everyone for giving us opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
एक मिनट, ये विद्या मूर्ति जी है, ये अच्छा गाती हैं। विद्या मूर्ति, she sings very well. कहाँ पे विद्या जी?
मैं एक भजन गा सकती हूँ।
हाँ भजन, yes, she can sing one भजन। विद्या मूर्ति जी लॉस एंजलिस में है।
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Actually, the program was excellent, very well organized. I enjoyed thoroughly, especially पाठक जी का लेक्चर तो बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत inspirational, motivational. We have to, everybody should follow that. And I have decided to follow. Of course, I am also vegetarian, sattvic food and all, but still I can implement more after hearing you. बहुत बढ़िया रहा सबका. Okay, I will sing a small छोटा सा भजन.
On like
आप आवाज सुनाई आता है?
हाँ आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ जी, आवाज आ रहा है आपका, और आप स्पॉटलाइट भी होंगे, so we are fine. We are good.
अनंत रूपा अनंत नामा आदि मूला नारायण अनंत रूपा अनंत नामा आदि मूला नारायण अनंत शयना हे जगन्नाथा कमल नयना हे माधवा अनंत शयना हे जगन्नाथा कमल नयना हे माधवा करुणा सागर कालिय मर्दन करुणा सागर कालिय मर्दन हे दया निधे कृष्णा अनंत रूपा अनंत नामा आदि मूला नारायणा विश्वरूपा विश्वधारा विश्वव्यापक नारायणा विश्वरूपा विश्वधारा विश्वव्यापक नारायणा विश्वत्रैजग स्थापित रूपक विश्वत्रैजग स्थापित रूपक हे दया निधे कृष्णा अनंत रूपा अनंत नामा आदि मूला नारायण आदि मूला नारायण आदि मूला नारायण.
Beautiful.
बहुत सुंदर विद्या मूर्ति जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत सुंदर।
बहुत सुंदर विद्या जी।
थैंक यू। प्रोग्राम बहुत बढ़िया लगा। आई रियली एंजॉयड एंटरटेनमेंट प्रोग्राम, बहुत बढ़िया था।
Let me add about Vidya Murthy ji. First I saw her in Los Angeles convention, I think 2011 or 12.
Okay.
Then after that, she came to Houston also.
Yeah, I remember that. You took us all around, showed all of Houston.
I think we met
Finally
3-4
went to the
times.
temple and had a nice the dinner there. I remember still.
Meenakshi temple.
Meenakshi temple, yeah.
Meenakshi
Yes.
temple.
It was
Thank you.
very nice.
Great job, Vidyaji.
Thank you. I do really miss Shrikantji very much.
Yes,
He's
yes.
the backbone. He is very, he keeps lively the whole session with his interaction. And first time I met him in Los Angeles only, Shrikant. I was first attendance, and I don't know anybody. So he came to me and he introduced himself, and I also told my name. I said I don't know anybody, but I wanted to attend this Brahmin Samadhi. What is it going? I am curious to know about this. You won't feel alone. Only you will be made so comfortable. You will every year you will come and attend, like that he said.
Yeah.
And it was so true. He made me feel very comfortable, and every year I used to attend whenever possible.
Yeah.
Thanks, and even संजय पांडे जी से भी बहुत वार्तालाप अच्छा होता था प्रोग्राम में बहुत वेरी नाइस एंड प्रेम वदा जी का तो बात ही निराला वो तो पूरा स्टेज को फाड़ देते हैं डांस बढ़िया करती है हर बार हर वक्त उसका तो भी बहुत बढ़िया अच्छा रहा योगदान
Beautiful.
थैंक यू नमस्ते
Anybody else, you want to say something? You can unmute yourself and you can talk before we conclude the program for today.
So, Bhatoji, I think if there is no one, then I think, as you suggested, we will end up with one of the mantras everyone's singing.
Yeah.
And
Gayatri mantra.
But before that, again, I want to thank everyone for today's program. It has been really nice program, starting with Padhyaji all the way. Vibhuti Jha's lecture was really good. And really, I want to thank everyone who presented today. And we have moved in certainly in the direction of following more Brahminic values. With that, I want to thank everyone, and especially let me thank all the IT people, Shiriji and Alkaji, Vijayji for hosting today's stuff, and Nikhil and Viraj. Thanks for your help. You are the future here, so, great job. And we are looking forward for tomorrow's program. Again, be here at 7:45 PST. We'll start around that time, and Anuragji will be hosting. If Anuragji, you can start the program at about 7:30, at least Zoom in, and we'll set the for people.
Aditi, please, yeah.
Okay. So should we close now with Gayatri Mantra? What did you decide?
Aditi, go ahead.
नेहा बोल रही हूँ
नेहा जी, yeah, wants to.
ये प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा हुआ. मैं आप सब पे मतलब है कि हम लोगों ने पहले सोचा नहीं था कि इवन वर्चुअल भी इतना अच्छा हो पाएगा. दैट वाज रियली गुड. तो मैं बस इसीलिए आपको ये बोलना चाह रही हूँ कि लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर टुमारोज प्रोग्राम भैया, एंड नेक्स्ट टाइम इन पर्सन मिलने की कोशिश करेंगे.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. In person का तो अलग ही बात होता है. Like virtual में भी काफी like बहुत ही interactive sessions रहे actually ना. So I think yes.
Agreed.
Yeah, I tried. Even during the performances, I wanted to hear other people's responses. Otherwise, it gets boring.
एंड करिए त्र्यंबकम यजामहे से, इसके बाद ओम देहो शांति पाठ करके इस प्रोग्राम को एंड करते हैं.
शुरू करिए.
Are you ready? Everybody is ready to end?
Everybody can unmute themselves and they can chant together.
त्र्यंबकम यजाम है, शिव जी के आज काफी प्रार्थना हुई है, तो उसके साथ end भी करते हैं।
शंकर भगवान का,
शंकर जी का ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे
सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम्
शांति अंतरिक्षभम
शांति पृथ्वी शांतिरापः शांतिरोषधयः शांति वनस्पतयः शांति विश्वे देवा शांति ब्रह्म शांति सर्वगं शांतिरेधियो शांति शांति शांति
शांति।
गुड नाइट।
ओके, सभी को
नमस्ते, सभी को प्रणाम,
शुभ रात्रि, कल मिलेंगे सुबह।
शुभ रात्रि।
नमस्ते, शुभ रात्रि,
Namaste. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.